Hey, how's everyone going? Welcome back to another live stream on YouTube. Tonight, this is the third live stream in a row. I hope you are all keeping safe. I hope you are all staying well, by the way. Tonight, we're going to be discussing more of the takeover. I've had my say for the past few weeks. Now it's your turn to put your comments down below and let me know, do you think a takeover is going to happen or do you think it's going to collapse? Now, I do apologize if there is any technical issues with this stream. This is due to what's going on in the area. They're changing around the internet and things like that. So yeah, you might see a few like hiccups throughout the live stream, but please do bear with me if you are new. Please don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Make sure that you press the like button as well. And yeah, let's get on with the live stream. So the first comment that we've got is from Moose Hunter. He says, "Hi Sharky, how you doing? I'm doing okay, mate. How's yourself?" The next one is from Liam NUFC Vibes. Well, welcome to the stream, mate. Hello, how are you doing? Next one is from Karen Davison. Hiya, Sharky. Hi, everyone. Hope you're all well. Yep, I hope you're all well too, Karen. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing really well yourself. Just to let you know as well, if you want to be part of the stream tonight at any time, I will drop a link down below in the comments so you can have your say. If you haven't been on before, please come on if you're feeling confident, and you can have your say on the takeover if you believe it or not. Hi, David. How you doing? Welcome to the stream, mate. And just to let everybody know, if I don't get to the comments straight away, do bear with me. There's a lot coming through. So if you could do that, that would be amazing. Jody, that time of the week again, Sharky, time seems to be flying. It does, mate. Oh, I can't wait for this lockdown to be over. But again, we're doing it for the right reasons. Let's just hope that we don't get the country unlocked tomorrow. Hoping anyway. Peter Robson, evening all. Hope all are well. Yep, I'm good, mate. How's yourself? Next one is from Andrew NUFC. Evening, Sharky and everyone. Evening, Andrew, mate. I hope you're doing really well. How's it going? How's life treating you? Liam, what's up? Yeah, I'm not too bad, mate. Like, life's not too bad at the minute. Just keep plodding away as you do. Jonathan Young, evening, Sharky. Hope you're okay, fella. Yeah, I'm not too bad, mate. How's yourself? How's life treating you at this moment in time? Please let us know down below in the comments. And yeah, like I say, if you haven't been in the stream before, if you're any football fan, please let me know your thoughts of, the potential EFL not being able to continue anymore. League One, League Two, the Premier League. They're saying that games may be played at neutral grounds. 45-minute hard games. I mean, what's all that about? Let us know. Sorry, I've just passed your comment there, mate. Sorry, Peter Robson. What do you think will happen to the club if it doesn't go through? Unfortunately, mate, we'll just have to continue with Mike Ashley, and not something I really want. Mr. Footballer Loons, thanks, mate. Anybody who could just like the stream, that would be amazing. Subscribe if you haven't already. And like I say, I am on the verge of 3,000 subscribers. I'm less than 40 away now. So I just want to say thank you, everyone who has actually subscribed over the week. And I haven't been able to say it personally, so I will say thank you very much for the continued support. You've been smashing it. Honestly, it really does mean the world. It was like you're supporting me and the channel in these tough times. Owen Taylor, how are you, mate? I'm not too bad. How's life treating you at the moment, mate? Are you good? Next one is from Chi Kwong Foon. I hope I spelled that right. I said that right. I might not have. The takeover is real, but the wait is unreal. Yeah, exactly, mate. Honestly, it is. It's going to happen. It's just a case of the waiting game. There's been no blockages. There's been nothing to say that it's not going through. So, yeah, we're just got to wait in there. Newcastle are the best. We are, mate. Best club in the country. Never to have won much. Welcome all from Saudi. Yeah, welcome, mate, to the stream. I hope you're all good. If you haven't subscribed, please do. And just to let everybody know as well, I have set up a super chat. So if anybody would like to donate to the channel, big or small, you can, more than welcome to. You don't have to. You can just continue to put your comments down below. But if you do donate, you will have your comment read out as well. So yeah, if you want to help donate to the channel and help it grow even further in 2020, you're more than welcome to. But like I say, you don't have to. It's just if you really want to donate and help support me. I wonder how much longer do we have to wait for the green light, hopefully. Well, I've always said by the end of the month, but they're all saying it could be happening next week. It's a case of just watch this space. The earlier we hear about this takeover, the better. Dave Lee, hi Sharky, just started subscribing to the channel. Great content. Heard anything? Hi Dave, I hope you're well, mate, and thank you very much for the subscription. Really much appreciated. All I've heard right now is the reports I've been getting is we're going to be hearing next week, but again, take that with a pinch of salt. There's been nothing to say that there's been any blockages. There's no red flags. And they're drawn up plans for the training ground and all that. So it's a case of just wait and see. And like I say, all this news at the minute, it's all good news for the club. Potentially could be gone. Chris NUFC, hi Sharky, how you been today? Hope you get some good news about the takeover very soon. I hope you're well, mate. Yeah, we will. It's just a case of just waiting and just being patient. That's the way I look at it, mate. Honestly. Next one is from Liam NUFC. Sooner the lockdown is over, the sooner I can watch Newcastle United and Leyton Orient again. Yeah, I think everybody just wants to go out and watch the TOON again. You know, I want to start doing the vlogs again. You know, I want to get back to doing what I love. You know, support the TOON and speaking to all you guys who I say on the match day as well. And I miss all that. You know, having the booze and. Peter, how's it going, mate? Welcome to the stream. Also, make sure you subscribe to PD Product on YouTube. He is on the verge of 700 subscribers, so if you can go out and help him out, that'd be amazing. Any support would be great. Charlie Adler said, Ari, folks, not long now until we can crack open the cans or the Brunels. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time, mate. Hello, Sharky, how are you doing? I'm not too bad, mate. How's yourself? Are you keeping well? How's life treating you this moment in time with the lockdown? I'm sure it's frustrating for everyone. Andy Lee, who would you like the manager's job, mate? I've said Rafa Benitez for my number one choice, but I wouldn't argue if Pochettino was in line for the job. You know, he'd be somebody different, fresh ideas, new start. Rafa, you could sort of keep in the past if that's the way they want to work it, but anybody's better than Steve Bruce right now. I know he's doing okay, but he was never really my first choice, unfortunately. League One, League Two, and National League will finish the season by points per game. Not sure about the Premier League and the Championship. I've heard that the Premier League and the Championship will be continuing at some point, but it's a case of when. That's we'll have to just wait and see on that. It's a case of just being patient. We'll get it back, but I want to know everyone's thoughts about the playing the games behind closed doors and also playing at neutral grounds. Unfortunately, I disagree with it, but there we go. I can see our takeover going through. I'm more confident than ever been in the past. It's a matter of just waiting with patience. Yeah, exactly, mate. That's all you can do. There's people doubting it already, but listen, there's nothing to say that it's not going to go through. Do you know what I mean? So just let's wait and see, and let's stay patient. That's what I would do. Just stay patient. Takeover's almost done. Well, we'll wait and see on that. If the Premier League can't continue under the same rules and guidelines with it began, it can't. If it restart under the different rules. Well, they were talking about 5 substitutions, and they were also talking about potentially getting rid of VAR, but why would you want to do that? For me, that wouldn't be right at all. It wouldn't be. I'll be totally against it. Samsung Galaxy takeover being done. Just got to wait and see, mate. Wait and see. I'll be done soon, though. Andrew, Archer, how's it going, mate? Welcome to the stream. You all right? I will join your stream tonight. See you soon. Yeah, no problem. I will leave a link in the description tonight. Just download in the comments if you want to actually talk to us. Feel free. Don't be scared. If you want to chat to me for 5 minutes, if you're feeling confident, please do. Karen Davison, I prefer to wait till this coronavirus ends, then start over. Doubt anything will happen now, but just have to wait and see, I guess. Yeah, exactly. It's a case of what's going on right now is the most biggest thing in the world. It's a crisis that we're in at the minute, and we'll have to try and find a way out of it. We will find, get with football back. It's a case of just wait and see. Liam NUC Vibe said only 40 more. Wow, well done. Yeah, just less than 40 subscribers away, and we've hit the magic 3K mark, and that'd be amazing if we can hit it. Like I say, have been smashed it. So, like I say, big up to everybody who's been subscribing to the channel lately. Thank you very much. And like I say, it's free of charge if you haven't subscribed. It's dragging on too long. Believe it when it happens. Ashley's notorious for his double dealing. Yeah, he is, mate. He is. He's well known for pulling out in the past. Chris NUFC, yes, okay. Just want to see the back of Ashley. I think we all do, mate. Unfortunately, he's done now for the football club. I mean, like I say, sorry for the language, but we're fucked with Mike Ashley at the club. We really are. We're absolutely fucked. Next one, Charlie Adler. You're applying to somebody else. That's fine. Moving on to the next one. I can't stand the papers selling news of Pochettino already talking to Coutinho and Koulibaly about joining takeovers first. Then we talk. Yeah, exactly. I try not to believe in what players are going to come to the football club. The managers I can kind of go along with, but players, yeah. Listen, I think at this moment in time, Coutinho is unrealistic because we've still got Ashley. Jason Harwood, welcome to the stream. I hope you're well. I cannot believe that La Liga chief wants a Newcastle takeover. Is that you said no takeover? I heard something about that. Apparently something to do with the scandal or something of the TV rights from over in Saudi Arabia, something like that. You might know more about that than me. Moose Hunter, not bad, just fed up with the name is actually okay, mate. Let's have a look. So Jason Harwood, it's been blocked. I wouldn't give up on it, mate. I don't think it is. I don't think it has. Wow, we've had our first donation of the stream. Thank you very much, PD Prolock, for the £5 donation. That will go a long way to supporting the channel, and that will go to extra gear when the shop's open, and I will be using that money to reinvest in the channel. So you will see changes hopefully over the next 3 to 6 months. And yeah, like I say, go and subscribe to Peter on YouTube. You know, he's another Newcastle United fan. He does previews, reviews, he does quick thoughts, he does match day vlogs, FIFA content. You'll not be disappointed. So if you can go along, Peter, if you can leave your link in the comments as well for your channel, people will go along and subscribe to it. So if you could do that right now, put your link in, and people should be able to find that channel. So thank you very much for the £5 donation. If anybody else would like to donate, you're more than welcome to. You're not pushed to in any way, but like I say, it would support myself and the channel. But your comment, either way, will still be read out. Poch is my number one. I think he's a lot of fans' number ones, to be fair. I think it's a case of him and Rafa Benitez. Allegri's being talked about, but probably not as much as Rafa Benitez and Pochettino. Owen Taylor, I hope you're well, mate. Do you think that we might win the league in the next 5 to 10 years with some good signings? I believe so. If we get the new owners in and we build step by step. I don't believe in buying titles. I don't believe in just buying success. I think Newcastle should do what Liverpool have done and try and build our own way and get players in that actually want to play for the club, not those with big egos who just want to play for the money and play for themselves. I think it's important to grow step by step. We're still a long way off, but with new owners, anything is possible. Hi, mate. How's it going, Craig? Hope you're well. Have the Saudis got till the middle of this month to complete a deal? Then other interested buyers can make an offer. I believe so. There's been talk about a possible American consortium. They've been linked with a club as well. Apparently, they're like Liverpool owner John Henry. They want to try and put some money in. So, you know, I'm not going to rule them out as well, because I think they've definitely got, you know, interest in the club, and the more interest we've got, the better it is, you know, moving forward. Jody, but I'd take playing behind closed doors if worst come to worst, because at least there will be some sort of entertainment to keep us going. Yeah, exactly. But if that is the case, then fans need to be refunded on their season tickets, and anybody who's bought a ticket for, you know, up and coming games for single, you know, like general sale and all that, you know, I think it's a case of giving money back, not just keeping it, because at the end of the day, the fans, you know, some of them have lost their jobs and some of them will not be going back, unfortunately, which is a real shame. Was watching a replay of us beating Man United 3-0 this afternoon, and now that's a game. Oh, I remember that one. Is it the one where Kabay scored that free kick? I'm sure, if I'm not wrong, it was an evening game. I definitely remember that one for sure. The next one is from Andy Lee. Would you have Phil Parkinson Sunderland manager for the TOON? I think he would be a great choice for the TOON. Definitely not, mate. League One standard at best. Probably Championship if I'm being nice to him, but apart from that, definitely not Newcastle standard. Jason Harwood, La Liga Newcastle takeovers to be blocked. Honestly, mate, I would just wait and see. Nothing's been said at this moment in time. The next one is from Arsenal Vlogs. Make sure you go along and subscribe to him as well. He's trying to get to 2,000 subscribers, so if you can go along and check him out, he does a lot of good Arsenal content as well. So he put a really good video. Thank you very much, mate. He's put another one in there as well. Why can't I get 30 people in the chat? I have absolutely no idea, mate. It's like I say, everyone just likes to join the stream. You know, I think the takeover is the big talk of the UK at the minute, apart from the pandemic. Arsenal Vlogs takeovers happening. Yeah, I'm pretty confident. You know, I'm not one of them who's just going to say, well, it's not happening. If it wasn't happening, I wouldn't be talking about it. You know, if it wasn't this far down the line, I certainly would not be talking about it. Lehman UFC, Mike Ashley will go to court and be sued a lot of money, which can't afford if he pulls out. Yeah, I think now he just needs to take the money and go. He really does. He's no good for the football club. So, Arsenal Vlogs, why do I not have so many people? Like I say, mate, that's difficult for me to answer. You've got to build your audience. That's what I've done over time to gain my subscribers that I have done. Like I say, all you guys who are in the comments are all loyal. Ashley can't back out because it's already going in the test. Yeah, I think that's what they're saying. Then yeah, let's have a look. So the next one is from Jason Harwood. So I can't believe that Chief La Liga wants the Newcastle United takeover to be blocked, but it's none of your business, La Liga. Is it Newcastle's business? No one else's. Yeah, exactly. It's between the Premier League, Newcastle United, and the potential new owners. Well, okay, Mike Ashley as well, because he's obviously selling the club. We've got another comment from Liam, NUC Vibes. Can you shout me out? Yeah, mate. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're well, and keep supporting the channel. I've got over 1,000 subs. Why can't I get money? It all depends on, have you signed up your account to the bank who you're with. all of that stuff as well. Also, you've got to try and gain quite a few views as well. I think it's like £1 every 1,000 views. I could be wrong on that, but it's something like that. But like I say, you know, it was a case of I'd rather just do it just to try and earn something while I'm doing it, even though it's a hobby. I wonder what do the other fans of the Big Six feel about the Newcastle takeover? Do you have any idea? Yeah, probably jealous, mate. Probably jealous. I wouldn't be surprised. Every man and his dog is linked to Newcastle United. Yeah, there will be, mate. There really will be. Thing is, mate, I still class us as a big club. We are a huge club, and everybody will want to play for Newcastle. I just wish we had the correct owners in charge who actually give a shit about the football club, who want to see the club progress. Karen Davison, and even the dog would do a better job than Mike Ashley. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Completely. Guys, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. And if you'd like to hit the like button, that'd be great, and get involved. If you want to be in the chat as well, please do. Put your comments down below. Also, vlogs, how do you apply for it? Can you show me? You sign into Google AdSense and you just go through all the instructions. The next one's from Owen Taylor. How you going, mate? I hope you're well. I think the media needs to calm down a bit because it'll probably make the Prem not want to allow us the deal to go through. I don't know. I think it's too far down the line now. If the Premier League were going to block it, then surely right now they would have blocked it. They would have blocked it weeks ago. That's why I'm a bit more confident now. Sharky Andy Lee is a Mackenzie. Don't read the comments, but he's mentioned Phil Parkinson. Right, okay, I'll not mention that. Okay, thanks for the heads up, mate. Appreciate that. Are you the real Andy Lee? Next one is from Arsenal Vlogs. How do you apply for it? You literally just type in Google AdSense, and then you go through all the instructions. That's the best I can give you right now, mate. Unfortunately, Wolfzone 23. I hope you're well, mate. Newcastle United deserves a takeover. Question is, which day of the week coming will accept or not? Honestly, mate, it's a case of just sitting in there and waiting, being patient. That's all you can do. We can't put dates on anything, unfortunately. Like I've always said, at the end of this month, something has to give at the end of this month. We can't keep waiting like we're going on. But if it goes on beyond this end of the month, listen, it's all talk at the minute. Orthodox, you have to have 1K subs. Yeah, you do. In order to get paid off YouTube, that's correct. Let's have a look. The next one is from Jason Harwood. Newcastle United are the best football club, best football team in the whole world, and we are the most passionate fans you can get. Yeah, mate, I couldn't have said that better myself. You know what I mean? If you're going to buy a football club, buy Newcastle United. You've got a passionate fan base. They're loyal, home and away. 52,000 at home. The away grounds are packed out. And, oh, yeah. I mean, Mike Ashley couldn't have bought a better club, but fucked up. A blind person would do a better job than Mike Ashley. Also, guys, if you want to talk about the Premier League, if you want to talk about is the football coming back, is the Championship coming back, is League One, League Two coming back? What's going to happen to the non-league clubs now that there's no more football? They're going to suffer financially. We're also going to be talking about, managers. Who would you like to see as manager of Newcastle if there's a takeover? Would you like to see Pochettino, Rafa Benitez, or would you like to keep Steve Bruce? Let me know all those down below in the comments, and I'll just keep reading out the comments for the next 10 minutes, and then you can join. Can't wait to see the back of Lee Charney as well. Oh, I can't stand the rat. I cannot stand that little rat. Can't stand the bloke. The man who never speaks. That's what I like to call him. Or egghead is probably putting it nicely. I'm sure there's a Mackham spy. Yeah, just typical Mackham's, mate. Jealous. That's all I'm going to say on that one. If anyone is worried about the Premier League blocking the takeover, go and read up on the Leeds ex-owner, Celino. He was linked to the mafia and literally done a deal, a jail term. Prem will still accept it. Yeah, I remember that. So, yeah, there's plenty of ways to be optimistic. I think something's going to happen. It's a case of the government don't want to announce anything because they know that fans will go to the ground and celebrate. And obviously at this minute, the takeover, something's obviously happening, but they don't want fans to go to the ground because it's mass gathering and it's banned. That's what I was trying to say. Also, vlogs, do you describe your business and what do you click? Your business would just be, you put any, you basically want to ask about your business, any, basically none of your business. Basically, in my words, I'm doing it now. Yeah, just literally, mate, just follow all the instructions, step by step, and just take your time. Don't rush it. Never rush anything you do in life. Take your time. Should I say? But that must be off a previous comment. Let's have Andrew NUFC. I am confident that the Premier League will approve the takeover. It's just a moment of when. Yeah, I agree. I think I would just add to your comment there. Let's have a look. Can I use PayPal to make a donation? Let's have a look at your comment there. Can I use yeah? If you've got PayPal or if you want to donate, you can. You don't have to. I'm not saying you have to donate to the channel. It's colour super chat. If you would like to donate anything, you're more than welcome to. If you haven't got the money, that's fine. You're not obliged to. It's just there if you want to. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we're all on tough times. Neymar is coming to Newcastle. I'd love to see it, mate. Love to see it. Andrew NOC, it's just a matter of time. Yeah, exactly, mate. Just wait and see what will happen. You can kick Andy Leo if you want. I'll keep him in for now. I don't like to just score people straight away. I'll wait and see what he's like. And if he continues to troll, then yeah, I will just click suspend. That's not hard. Will the takeover be announced come Monday? I can't 100% guarantee that, mate. I can't 100% say that a deal is going to go through. But I am a lot more confident now than I ever was. Owen Taylor, what I've heard is that Steve Bruce will be given the end of the season and then they will make their decision. That's if the deal goes through. Yeah, that's what I've heard. You'll get 9 games and that's all he's going to get. Because for me, I just don't think he's good enough. Just don't think he's the one for the football club, unfortunately. I just think he's more... Yeah, he's I don't know, he's got more of a championship CV, and that's not me taking the piss, just not really for us. Local lad, I'll give him it, but Liam NFC, League 1, League 2 and National League won't be back until next season, so Coventry, Rotherham and Oxford will get promoted, and Tranmere, Southend and Bolton will get relegated due to points per game. Well, that's going to be a right slap in the face to a club like Tranmere, who look like as if they were going to get out of it. A lot of non-league clubs in League 1, League 2, they're going to suffer big time financially. Let's have a look at the next comments. Egghead, that's true. Lee Charnley is a muppet, and John Bonds too. Right, let's have a look at the next one. I'm sure he's watching, but this is a comment for PD Prologue. Will Peter be in the live stream? I hope so. I mean, you never know. He might do. He might be busy. But if he's watching, he's more than welcome to join the live stream in a bit. Of course he is. I know. Okay, that's the next one. If anybody wants to join the live stream tonight, you're more than welcome to. Honestly, I don't care who you are. If you haven't been on before, make tonight the night. You know, come on and talk to us for even 5 minutes if you've got time. You know, let's have a chat about the takeover. You know, I want to try and keep everyone entertained. You know, over the night. I also like to know, what are you drinking tonight? Are you on the cans? If you are, let me know what it is you're drinking. Plymouth, Swindon, Crewe, Cheltenham will get promoted, and Stevenage will get relegated. Points per game. Barrow and Harrogate will get promoted to League 2 for points per game. Well, talking about Barrow, I've heard they're not getting their promotion. But there we go. I just wrote, let's have a look at some Arsenal vlogs. What have you said, mate? You've said that... I just wrote none of your business in Google. I don't think I put that. I just put any because that was the option I got given. So I'm not going to give away any business. League 1 downwards is just finished until the season. It will be finished through points per game. I think that's what's going to have to happen. I mean, the Premier League might have to go down that route as well, unfortunately. It's a case of just, like, listen, I can't put any dates on when the football's going to be. You know, if I had a May, we'd be back next week. But also, vlogs, Neymar would never come. I just want to see Newcastle United play again. It feels like it's ripped out of our lives. Yeah, it's been a long time, mate, unfortunately. But we will get it back. It's a case of just being patient. We will honestly get it back. Trust us. Let's have a look. Can I use Google Pay? I believe you can. Like I say, I'm sure there's different methods you can use to donate to the channel. Like I say, only if you want to. Nobody's obliged to donate. It's there if you want to. That's all I'm going to say. Newcastle should sign De Bruyne. I'd love to see it, mate. He's apparently there's problems at Manchester City. They're saying if Man City get that ban from Europe, he could, be moving on. So I would definitely take him if he came available. He's got so much experience as well in the Premier League, and for me, he'd be the perfect, signing to try and now to take over to move forward as a club. I was reading that about Swindon, Andy. Let's have a look at that next one. By the way, guys, thank you very much for the comments as well. If you haven't liked the video, please do subscribe to the channel. Help us to grow in 2020. I am trying to get to 3K. We're very close now. And for everybody who has subscribed over the past week, month, wherever you've subscribed, thank you very much. It is much appreciated. And like I say, it's free of charge. If Newcastle United do get a new manager, I would like to see Alan Shearer take the job. I just don't think he will, mate. Unfortunately, I don't think he's really cut out for it anymore. I think he's more, he's more as a pundit. You know what I mean? When you look at Shearer, I just don't think he's really got it. I would definitely give him a job in the background if that's what he wants, but I wouldn't give him the manager's job. I just don't think I don't know. For me, he has to try and get more experience down the bottom end of the league if he wants to take, a bit like what Lampard's done with Derby. Do you think Ashley's going to buy Sunderland if he goes? No, definitely not. I can't see Mike Ashley going back into football. I really can't. So we've had a message from PD Product in response. Is he joining the stream? He's definitely joining the stream. So it's a case of just sitting in, Peter, and we will get you in very, very soon, mate. Let's have a look at Arsenal vlogs. Or you say you're not drinking cans. Are you drinking anything good? Are you drinking water? Are you drinking Coke? Are you drinking juice? Liam NUSC and the relegated teams in the National League will be Chorley, AFC Fylde, Ebbsfleet and Maidenhead will get relegated to the National League South, North to points per game, like I said about the other leagues. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to speculate on what's going to happen to all these clubs, but I think you're not. Thing is, you're not going to please every fan, unfortunately. I've heard Sunderland will spend next season in League One. I've heard they got it in administration. That's what I've heard. Obviously, you don't want to see any club go to administration, but that's what I've heard, unfortunately. So it's a case of just watch this space. The next one is from Jody. Bundesliga back next week. It's something you will be watching. And so, which team will you be keeping an eye on? No, I actually won't be watching the Bundesliga next week. I'll watch the highlights, but I'll be doing this stream. So if you're around next Saturday at 8 o'clock, please join me in the stream. So I'll be doing that. Liam NUSC next season as Plymouth will be in League One. Imagine the journey Sunderland will have to make to home park. Yeah, we had to do it in the Championship. So Plymouth is a long way. It's a lot of hours. Will Peter be in the stream? Yes, he will be. He's actually confirmed that. So we'll be looking forward to having Peter on in the stream very, very soon. There's just a lot of comments to go through tonight. So like I say, if I don't get to your comments straight away, do bear with me and I will read your comment out. Andrew Johnson, hope you're well, mate. If they're banned for 2 years, he will move to Madrid. He's good enough. Yeah, he's good enough to play for one of the big clubs like a Real Madrid, a Barcelona, a Bayern Munich, you name it, PSG. Who knows? Don't rule it out. Sorry, my stream crashed now. I'll do it on Google Pay. Like I say, mate, you're not obliged to donate. It's just there if you want to. Owen Taylor, a dream Newcastle side I'd like to see is big investment in youth training ground and the stadium sorted out. And yeah, that's what I've always said. It's not about buying, the best players. As much as I'd love to see it, I think we need to build the foundation up. We need to build the academy. We need to sort out the training facilities for a start. We're not going to attract big name players with the current training facilities. I'm sorry. We've got a lot of work to do in order to try and bring in the better players. And you're only going to see that with investment from potential new owners because Mike Ashley won't give you that. Andy Lee, would you like to see little Eric Gates? Oh, let's move on. Which club should worry about most of Newcastle takeovers approved? All of the top 6. I think all those ones in the middle as well, like your Burnleys, all those teams who were in the middle, think, oh, well, Newcastle have taken over, we've got no chance. Gary Hopper, he's on the Stella, and for a snack, Bombay mix. Wow, good combination there, mate. Sounds good. When do you think the takeover will be complete? I've always said it'll be complete by the end of this, hopefully by the end of this month, but that's wishful thinking. But I think if you're being realistic, it's going to happen at the end of the month because it means that you've had over a month to try and sort this out. But moving businesses around, buying football clubs, they're not the most easiest things to buy. And when it comes to Newcastle, with our record, our history, and with Mike Ashley, we all know it does take longer than normal. But this one has definitely grown a lot of legs. And like I say, I think it's about time he just gives up the club. I'll join soon too if you'd let me. Yeah, I will, mate. But as long as your connection's good, because the last time it wasn't so good and I had problems with it. Jody, I've heard Sunderland are fucked with their owner. Using the parachute payments to buy the club. Yeah, mate. He was, like I say, Stuart Donald in it for the buck. He was never in it for the football club, in my opinion. My personal opinion, you might have different. I heard Sunderland will start the season with minus 12 points like Bolton did in 2 seasons, like Leighton Orient. Like I say, Sunderland has got nothing to do with me. I didn't like them anyway, so it's just a case of what happens with Sunderland. Let's have a look at the next comment. Liam NUFC, we won't attract any top players under Bruce regardless of our training facilities. Yeah. Exactly. Karen Davison laughing face. Let's have a look at Instinct Boss. I hope you're well, mate. Do you think St James's Park is going to get moved to the Town Moor? Nah, mate. I'd love to just see the stadium where it is. I think St James's Park, it's our identity, it's our home, it's where we make the most noise, it's where we've got our history. I don't want to go down a West Ham route if it's going to look dodgy, if it's going to look stupid. The thing is, as well, it's obviously owned by the Freemen of Newcastle, so it's a case of it's not an easy thing to do. If we can't build around the stadium, I think we just need to see where it goes. If we keep getting to the point where we're like Liverpool and there's too many people getting tickets and people can't get in and we're over the capacity, then yeah, maybe. But I don't think it's a case of moving just yet. Couldn't happen to a nicer club, Sunderland. Oh, I can't stand Sunderland, mate. Can't stand them. When the deal is complete, the first thing the new owner should do is upgrade the training facilities. Yeah, 100%, mate. They have to. It's the most important thing of any club. If any footballer is going to sign for the football club, we need better facilities. You can't just train in paddling pools. You can't just, you can't warm down in paddling pools. You can't warm down, in wheelie bins and all that. We're a Premier League football club, for goodness sake. We can. It really baffles me with the amount of money that comes in the football club from the Premier League's TV rights, from the fans that go in and buy the season tickets, that go in and buy general sale tickets, the merchandise, whatever. The fact we can't even afford proper training facilities really does baffle me. Guys, if you are in the stream, please don't forget to like the stream. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you turn your notification bell on for for more videos to be on the channel, all that good stuff. Do you think Poch will be a good manager? Yeah, I do. I think he's got a lot of experience in the game. I think he's a manager who would definitely take to the Newcastle fans. I think he would definitely take to us. He's got a good brand of football as well, which is attacking. And he's worked on a shoestring budget. Not that he'd have that under these new owners if they come in, but he would definitely play a better brand of football with more money. I think at Tottenham, I thought he was unlucky. I thought with him, he didn't do much wrong in the sense of that they don't spend a lot of money. It can't move to the Tamworth because of the Hoppins. Yeah, exactly. That's another reason why. Hi, mate. How's it going? I hope you're subscribed. Make sure you like the stream and keep commenting on the latest Takeover news. St. James's Park is the heart of Newcastle United Football Club. Yeah, exactly. It's where our history is. Unfortunately, I know we haven't won much to reflect it, but you don't just build a stadium in 2000 and decide, I want to knock it down 20 years later. What they've done is they've built on the actual stadium. So financially right now, it's not a case of moving. Not even League Two players training kids paddling pools and wheelie bins. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to read the last couple of comments out, and then I'm going to get Peter in the live stream, and he'll be the next to talk all things Newcastle. Owen Taylor, I'm not bothered who takes over asking as they're willing to invest in the club. Yeah, that's what we want to see, just fresh investment moving forward, not just neglect, which is what it has been for the past 13 years. The training facilities are the same, like the likes of Steve Howie, Alan Shearer, Kieran Dyer, and used in the early 2000s. Yeah, exactly. You've got to move with the times. It's a case of the owner has just completely neglected it. He's bought a good football club, but done nothing with it. To be fair, I miss the derbies, even though they embarrassed us for years. The feeling just before kick-off versus Sunday isn't there when you play the likes of Bournemouth. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I miss the derbies as well. Yes, they're horrible, when you lose, but at the end of the day, the derby is the biggest game of any season, unless we're in the Champions League or Europa League. It's a case of the two cities come together, and it's a case of two rival fans, and we miss all of that as well. So, right. Anyway, last comment. When do you think the deal will be done? I think, mate, it's a case of it'll be done when it's done. So I'm just going to grab a quick drink of my Coke, and then I'll get somebody in the live stream. A couple of you can join at a time as well. So 1 second. That was good. Anyway, I'm going to invite some people into the stream now. So if you want to join, do bear with me. I will be keeping people in for like about 15 minutes. So let's get out of that. Hi, Ian. I can't actually see your comment. I hope you're well, mate. And don't forget to subscribe to Ian Smith on YouTube. Like I say, if you want to come in the stream, you can right now. So that is in there for you. If you want to chat all things Newcastle, feel free. Make it the night. Make tonight the night that you speak to me on TOON Army TV. And like I say, this is your night to have your say on all things Newcastle United. So if anybody wants to join the stream, there is a link. So first come, first served. Let's have a look at Peter. Peter wants to join the stream. He'll be coming in any second now.
Hello.
And there he is. How's it going, PD Product? You well?
Oh, yeah, good, but I'm absolutely feeling the heat. Oh, hey, honestly, I'm absolutely baking off this sun. Oh, I've had to change me out me tracksuit bottoms into a pair of shorts, and I've had to change my t-shirt. My God, I'm just feeling this heat so badly, man. Oh, it's just unbelievable.
Are you not feeling the heat of the takeover? That's what you want about?
Oh, I'm still being patient with this takeover.
Yeah. Still confident?
Yeah, right, well, yeah, definitely. I thought you wanted to be a Newcastle fan. You wanted to happen at this moment of time.
Right, definitely, we're going to get into the comments here. We're going to get it in the comments straight away. Let's have a look. So, and you might be able to answer some of these with me as well. Guys, if you haven't subscribed to Peter as well, PD Prologue on YouTube, and make sure you get him along to 700 subscribers in this difficult time. He does a lot of content similar to myself. And also, Peter, thank you very much for the £5 donation. Really much appreciated.
Anytime at all, man. Anytime.
So, Instinct Boss says, do you think they will bring Kevin Keegan back in a different role?
You never know. It could happen. Never say never. Why not?
I think you will. I think it's important to have somebody like Kevin Keegan who knows the club inside out. You want somebody who's got that knowledge of the club.
Absolutely, yes.
Ian Smith, I think if I haven't said that already, welcome to the stream, mate. He's put in a comment, the Maccabees only embarrassed us under the Ashley regime before they had rarely beat us in any in my lifetime. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Do you agree with that, Peter?
Yeah. Oh, yes, definitely. What was that? Like 6 Derby defeats in a row in the Mike Ashley era. Oh, that's been utterly painful to witness.
Liam NUFC's put, I do miss the derbies because, to be honest, because we're more made like something like Bayern Munich or something like that. So he misses the derbies basically. Sorry if I misread that. It's just all these comments come through that just flying through, mate, flying through. Welcome to the world of YouTube, So I'm just going to read off. If I don't put your comment up straight away, it's just because I'm trying to flick through. So Jody put the deal will be done when the deal is done. Yep, I couldn't agree with that more, mate. I really couldn't. Jonathan Young, there's nothing like a European night at St James's Park, Champions League or Europa League. Peter, have you been in any Champions League or any Europa League matches in your life when you support Newcastle United?
Yeah, I went to Europa League when we were in the 2012-13 season against when we beat Bruges 1-0 at home when Obertan scored, and when it was called the UEFA Cup at the time, I was at a few of them games as well in like 2000.
Good old days.
Yeah,
good old days.
Yes, as well, under the Bobby Robson and the Glen Roder days as well. I was at a majority of them games as well at home. They were really good to go to.
He got with 7th, didn't he? Then he got sacked for some of the year later, didn't he?
Yeah, he left the second last game of the 2006-7 season, Glen Roder. I think. Well, I don't know if he got sacked. I can't remember if he just walked or something. It was something like that. And then Nigel Pearson took trouble.
I think he was on the verge of getting sacked. Let's be honest. I mean, the results were pretty awful.
It wasn't a great season.
Too many injuries. That was the problem.
We finished 13th that season. Yeah.
Dean's a man who's been in the stream before. He said he's going to be joining. Speak soon. Yeah, we'll speak to you soon, mate. No problem. If anyone would like to join the stream tonight, you're more than welcome. Peter, this question's for you. Do you feel like you're in Australia again, Peter?
Feels like it a bit, doesn't it? I mean, tell you what, the past 2 days I've been out in the sun pretty much. Been out for a walk. I remember just walking down to Tesco's yesterday, and my God, I could just feel the sun just coming right down. Oh my word! Oh, I think I've caught on my face.
We've got Quinny joining the stream. How's it doing, mate? You good?
All right, lads.
Yeah, all good, thanks.
Yes, not too bad, man. How's life? Is everything good?
Am I coming through all right or not?
You're a bit quiet. Is he a bit quiet, Peter?
It's just,
just a bit quiet.
The mic's a bit far away, that's all. It's a new mic and I haven't used it before, so...
Oh, sorry, mate. No worries. No worries, man. Let's say, guys, if you're new, please don't forget to like the video, subscribe. Help us on the road to 3,000 subscribers. We're very close. And barbecue weather, love it while it lasts. I do agree with that.
Aye, absolutely.
Right.
Some people try to flounder the lockdown rules as well.
Question for both of you. Which day next week is everyone going for? I think the takeover will be announced on Tuesday.
I haven't picked a date so far. I'm just going to wait till it gets announced on whatever day it takes, to be honest.
Comment.
No comment, yeah.
No comment.
I mean, just got to wait.
I think I'm,
Cameron Davison was about Keegan being stunned from Ashley and his cronies made my blood boil just reading the report. I can't wait till he's welcomed home. I know, like I say, guys, I think it's been a disaster, isn't it, with Mike Ashley? I mean, what he's doing at the football club. I'll go with you, Quinny.
I'm not. To be honest, I'm not that bothered as long as somebody just comes out with something concrete and verifiable, so we can just relax. Like, you can take as long as you want for the takeover. Because we're still all up in the air at the moment. We don't know if it's even going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've just got, at this moment in time, I think we've just got to be patient. I don't think we can do anything else apart from that. Obviously, with talks at the minute saying that the Premier League aren't blocking it, there's no red flags. There's nothing to say that, you know, the deal is going to be blocked in any way. I think it's a case of just sitting in, you know what I mean, and being patient.
Well, they still didn't email me back, the Premier League.
Oh, well, you were saying on mine the other day that I emailed them but got no response.
Emailed you back.
Nah, not a sausage. I mean, even if the Premier League were to come out with, yes, we're looking into what we're doing the test, that would be good enough. I mean, they're actually doing the test.
Question of obvious, have you ever seen a match Milan? Have you ever seen a match Milan?
No. Never. Oh,
apart from a friendly.
Have I fucked?
Apart from a friendly. Got loads of comments coming through. Tons of them. Let's have a look. I'm just also will apologise to anyone if I don't read a comment out or if I just bypass it. It's not a case of ignoring you. There's that many coming through. Do you think Newcastle will bring back Kevin Keegan and Alan Shearer in a different role? I'm going to start with you, Quinny.
I'm not sure whether Keegan could still cut it as a manager, whether he's still got the heart for it or not. But in an ambassadorial role or something like that, yeah, why not?
What about you, Peter?
You never know. It could happen. I mean, always the saying of never say never. So it could happen. And Keegan said, is he in his 70s or something like that?
How old was Alex Ferguson when he retired?
Oh, bloody hell. He's like 77 or something now? Or is he older than that? Can't remember.
And
he was in his 70s when he left United.
It all depends on whether Keegan's got the heart for it, you know, the passion for it. You know, he likes his golf and he likes his time away and stuff like that. Could he be bothered for it, you know? But it's an ambassadorial role where he didn't have to be at the club. You were 24/7 as you would as a manager. Yeah, I can't see why not.
I think with Kevin Keegan, I would definitely put him in the background somewhere. I just personally, I don't know. I think he's in management now. I think football's moved on along since the 90s. You know, I think his time was definitely around 2008 before he was obviously lied to, you know, by Mike Ashley. I think that was his perfect time. But he's obviously come in where the owner is tight and he doesn't have that ambition, Peter.
Yeah, that is the thing. I think he did say, Keegan, that he would like to come back one time as long as he wasn't there anymore. You know, I'm on about the fat Cockney, you know who. So, yeah.
Sorry, mate, if you want to swear, you get your swear words in. It's Mike Ashley. Right, so we've got a question here from George Walters, and I'll go with you, Quinny. Hello, will Newcastle be getting quality players, and who do you think will come in if a takeover happens? Who would you like to see?
Well, first of all, I'd like to see a good scouting system. I mean, if I could sign someone before I got these, I'd go for a good Premier League scout. I mean, I don't know any of them by name, obviously, but I don't want to be one of these clubs that sign £50 million players and put them on the bench and they didn't play a game. You know, I'd rather go for a good scouting system first, somebody who's a renowned scout, and then I think leave it up to them. You know what I mean? I think if they're a renowned scout, they don't make many mistakes. They sign good players and they do the research on the players. That would do me for a start. Yeah,
I agree, mate. I think it's a case of we need to try and build the foundation. I think it's not a case of going out and buying all the best players because, you know, if something collapses in the takeover and then, you know, all these big players leave, we haven't got nothing to fall back on. Like, you can't, these, you know,
buying the right
players
aren't really
going to perform other. Yeah. What about you, Peter? How do you see it?
Oh. Say it again, sorry. I couldn't hear you properly.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you now. What was you saying before?
I was just saying, how would you see if a takeover? Yeah, so obviously, if a takeover happened, what would you? How would you go about it? Would you like to build the foundation up, or would you see a case of buying some experienced players in? Like, how would you see it?
I think we'll look at what needs sorting out first. For example, take it like step at a time. Definitely. I mean, like for example, the training facilities they need changing big style first, and pods to the ground definitely need work on as well. And then you definitely look again some quality players in that will guarantee us to give us, you never know, possibly something.
I'd have a mixture, some young, good quality players with some proven Premier League players. Because if we do get taken over, there's going to be a lot of mercenaries out there that are going to want to come over for a quick buck, at the end of the career, that sort of thing. Yeah. And that's not what I want. Like I see, Man City, sometimes they had 200 million just sitting on the bench. And I don't want that. I'd rather have the nucleus of a good squad with a mixture of young players and old, experienced Premier League players, but still quality ones, who are in the prime. Sort of thing, like 28, 20 there, 27, 28-ish in the prime.
Yeah. We've had a comment from Patrick. He's asking what's going to happen to the Sports Direct signs once a takeover goes through. Do you think Mike Ashley will negotiate to keep them on the stadium? We'll go with Peter first. In my opinion, I think you'll get rid of them. These new owners are not going to keep Sports Direct on the stadium, surely not.
Oh, definitely not. No, I mean, just you wonder why you just look at it when it's being plastered all over the ground. And particularly, they've got it on the tunnel now where the players come out before game or come out just for a bit of a warm up. Yeah, but I'd expect them to definitely get rid of it.
Scrap them, scrap them.
That's what I'm saying. Guys, just let you know if it is lagging. Just say, guys, if the stream is lagging a little bit, I do apologise. There is actually work getting done in the area on the internet side of things. It's just the whole area. There's something going on, so I do apologise about that. So if it is sort of lagging in places, do bear with me. It's not my side. It's in the sky somewhere. Anyway, less of that. Let's have a look at the next one. And we're getting loads of comments, which is not helping. How would you feel if the Premier League had to go to Korea to play football, as Sky tweeted something about the Premier League being played in Korea last night? That's from Liam NUF. Start with you, and then we'll go with Peter. I can't see it personally.
No, I can't see it as well. But it got talked about. Could it go about it going to Australia? I mean, I didn't believe a word of that. No, I can't see going to Korea. Definitely not.
What about you, Quiddy?
I'm not sure. Somebody suggested this to me a few weeks ago. Why not play it in a neutral country that's not that are a bit further forward, with the pandemic than we are. But you've still got to travel, haven't you? You've still got to get on planes, and you've still got to go in hotels. I can't see what the difference is between another country on this one. Get this country sorted out and play it here. Play the games here.
I can't say it. Honestly, I just think it's a case of, yes, if they're going to play it behind closed doors. I'm also against playing at neutral ground as well. I think it's just, why play it like, say, Newcastle versus Sheffield United? Why play at Leicester's ground or play at Man United? It just wouldn't make any sense. You're asking for trouble if you do that.
Well, of course, the idea is to spread people out, isn't it? Not put them all together, even if it's neutral in the Midlands or something like that. There's going to be fans that aren't going to take notice, and still turn up. Maybe it's just a cheer outside the group. Why not spread it out? If you're going to do it behind closed doors, have some games in Scotland and some down in London. Spread it out.
Yeah, it's a case of you're not going to please everybody. That's it, because obviously everybody wants the football back. So I think the Premier League will do anything just to get the back. Ian Smith said, players are kicking up a fuss about playing on neutral grounds in this country, so no chance it will accept travelling across the world to play games. Well, that's what I'm saying, because the coronavirus is not just in the UK, but it's around the world as well. It's not just affecting England or Wales or Scotland or Ireland. It's affecting everywhere.
Obviously, you're going to have to test all the players. Where it's got to get done, because there's a lot of money there's a lot of money riding on it, and as we all know, money talks. So I think it has to get finished. I know the French league cancelled theirs, but I don't know how far on they won, how many games they had left. It has to get finished. So why not just, I don't know, test all the players keep them all in the same hotel if you are going to play in the Midlands or something like that. Get them all tested, put some sort of special mask on them, and like I say, get it all over and done with as fast as you can. Then give them a few months to recover.
When would you say, like, when do you think the Premier going to be back? Because obviously there's so many dates. I think, in my opinion, they've got to try and get it back by at least June. Have any chance of finishing it?
This one, the current one.
Yeah, I think with 9 games left, I think we've got to try and get the season done. You know, by at least we've got to get it started by at least a minute.
Yeah, I agree. They've got to get it sorted sooner rather than later. They can't afford for it to drag out because they've got next season to think of.
Yeah.
Maybe they might shorten next season, they might reduce the amount of games or something like that, you know, so it's not played over like the 8 or 9 months. They might shorten it, reduce the games. I don't know for next season, but this one, yeah, they've got to get the act together sooner rather than later.
It's hard to predict when it's going to come back at this moment of time, but I think if they want to get it completely, you're going to have to. You're probably talking about definitely June time, definitely to try and get it back up and running, because then you got to get prepared for next season, in particular as well.
So there's a question here. Do you think once this takeover to Newcastle and its surrounding areas on the River Tyne, who asked us, Jody's can ask how the new owners to invest in building a wall to keep everyone else out? So basically what you're saying is the new owners are going to build a wall to stop the Magnums from getting in because they want to want what big money is. They're going to build a wall? Like what they did
can't see them building a big wall, no.
Let's have a look. I'll just keep getting the questions in as well because I've got tons of them. Deep down, so let's have a look. So deep down, the issue with the Prem is money. It would be easier to use points per game and hand Liverpool the title as they would have won it. I kind of agree with that. I think Liverpool, they've done enough this season, 25 points clear. And it's evident, if they've done the same with PSG, they've surely got to do the same, with the Premier League. But the only issue I've got is I wouldn't want to relegate any of the sides at the minute because I've got that game in hand, haven't they?
Well, that's what it is. It's not just about giving Liverpool the title. You've got to think of the 3 relegation spots and then the 3 promotion spots, and then it just goes on and on and on. So I can't see any way out of it without somebody being upset, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I've always said,
what about the other positions who will finish like in the top 4 as well, or in the Europa League places as well?
Yeah, there's so much to consider. It's like a knock-on effect. You've got all the other leagues as well. I mean, this is going to hit these small clubs. See, a lot of clubs folding under this because the ones that rely on fans, the smaller clubs, I don't envy the Premier League.
I mean, I think obviously the Premier League, the clubs will be fine in terms of Prem, but I think obviously Championship downwards, they're definitely going to feel the strain because obviously with the money's not quite there, is it? Unless you're a relegated club like a Huddersfield or a Fulham. But I've always said if they're going to go that route and they're going to give Liverpool the title with points per game, I've just said, well, West Brom, Leeds have to be given their places, and they're going to have a 22 club league. What do you think of that, Peter?
I've heard that is a possibility, but it's not a bit sure because the Premier League's always been known for 20 teams in it. I don't think we've ever gone above that ever.
It used to have more than that. When it first started, it used to have more. It used to have 24.
Well, that's what I said. An extra 2 teams, but reduce the amount of games next season. I don't know if that would work out. I mean, I'm not very good on the old math side, but somebody's going to be upset.
I'll tell you what I've said. I've said basically going to the new season, don't the ones in the playoffs don't promote them up. Just give them some sort of compensation. But Leeds and West Brom, because they've been more consistent, you give them the promotion, so there'll be 22 clubs. And then what you do is you basically say, right, okay, we'll start the season again with, obviously give Liverpool the title, but you start again with those 22 clubs. And then what you do is you relegate 5 to get it back to 20, for the season after, to get it back to 20 again. And that's how you do it. But next season, I don't see how they can give out. Well, next season, I just don't see how UEFA can have their competitions going, like the Champions League or Europa League. I've always said it'll be the domestic cup competitions that are going to have to start again. I don't think you can get. There's too many games to get through. You've got 9 games, plus you've got FA Cup, you've got Europa League to get through, you've got Champions League to get through. Some leagues have already stopped, like Netherlands and like Italy, Spain. Like, how are you going to get all these games, to come to its conclusions? The league was the main thing.
How is this going to affect the game per se? I mean, the whole game overall, how is this going to affect it? I mean, I heard a rumour not so long ago that there was going to be no contact at corners and set pieces, and I'm like, that just isn't going to happen. That's what I heard.
There was something about apparently, which I was baffled by. Was it 45-minute games or something like that? I mean, last time I checked, the game was 90 minutes, unless you were playing on the street. What do you thought about that, Peter? 45-minute games?
Sounds a bit unusual, doesn't it? I mean, like, everyone's used to the 90 minutes plus whatever add-on stoppage time.
Not FIFA. You don't score 8 goals in 45 minutes. It does take time. It's not FIFA.
Definitely, yeah. Like, some games you're looking at least 20 or going into 20 minutes before a goal can be scored, definitely.
Do you know what it is, though, right? With what's going on at the minute, I just don't know how they can get the football back. It's like, the talk about, like, oh, well, there's going to be nobody in the ground, but what was it? Players celebrating, they start jumping all over each other, and they start, you know what I mean? This social distancing and stuff. But I just don't know how they do it. I think, you look at the FA
on the ball every time it goes out, and do you think they're going to come up with some sort of special mask for them to wear?
Yeah. Well, do you remember those snoods that they used to wear back in the day? They got banned. Remember Pogba used to wear one? He got banned. Was it Mancini used to wear it as well? Balotelli used to wear like a little snood thing over his neck. Remember?
Tell us what a snood is, because I won't get you now. So tell us what a snood is.
Basically, Balotelli used to have one. It used to go like over your neck. It was like used to like sort of cover your mouth in a sense.
I remember.
They got banned.
Yeah.
What were the banned for?
Because they didn't like the idea of it covering your mouth, because it's not like you're meant to be seen. You're meant to be known, like on the pitch. Like people, obviously everyone knows who Balotelli is.
Well, they could have a mask with a name on it. Instead of having it on the back of the shirt, they'll have the mask on the name on the front of the mask.
It's just a case of I would hate to be these people, at the top making these decisions when to start the league up, how they're going to go about it, the safety behind it all, and I just think they've got a tough decision to make, and I think they're not going to please everybody. What do you think, Peter? I mean, how would if you had the decision right now, how would you go about it? Like, what would you go with?
I would say so far, just void the season completely, just start again next season. That's what I've definitely drawn towards more now. I mean, like, it's not safe to return at all at this moment of time. This country's had over 30,000 deaths now, and that is very scary.
What about you, Quinny? Would you
I certainly don't envy them the decision they've got to make, but I can't see them. Whatever decision they come to, I can't see them getting it 100% right. Unless everyone's tested all the players. It's a tough one. I really don't
know. The thing is, it's so unusual because it's come at a point where, when 9 games before the season comes to conclusion, like we're so close to ending the season, Newcastle are obviously in the FA Cup. What does that do for us now? If we void the season, there's going to be a lot of, pissed off Newcastle fans. Obviously, thing is, you're not going to please everybody. Obviously, we're not favourites to win the FA Cup, but we're in it to win it. And if the season was to be void and we'll lose that chance of going to Wembley potentially, how do you see that, Peter? What's your thoughts on the FA Cup?
Again, if they have to avoid it, then again, it's for health and safety. I mean, like, you've got to realise this virus is deadly and no one is safe from it so far this moment of time. Definitely not. And some people have got to realise that this is a serious pandemic that we're under at this moment of time.
I think everyone's got something to lose. I mean, Liverpool probably, if they just voided the season, would be the biggest losers, obviously. But everybody and his dog knows Liverpool are champions this year. Nobody would deny them that. But there's not a single club in the league that wouldn't have something to moan about. I mean, even if you're middle with no chance of getting relegated, you could then foresee, well, we might have reached Europe in them last 9 games. And even if you're just above the bottom 3 and the season gets voided, well, you're going to be laughing, but the bottom 3 will complain. So everyone's got a point to complain, but I think Liverpool initially would be the biggest losers, obviously. You could just put it to a vote, and if it comes out of the whole 4 leagues, everyone decides to avoid it.
Right? You know what it is? It's getting to the point now where I was actually thinking that, but do you know what it is? Points per game might not actually be a bad decision in all of this, because we know Liverpool are the outright winners. They're 25 points clear.
On average, games played, that's what we're doing, I suppose, yeah.
How many games they lost this season? One. Was it Watford away? They've lost one game all season.
That's the only game they've lost. Yeah.
They lost one in the cup, but they played out of the kids. League games, one.
Yeah, I mean, they were pissing it, weren't they? I mean, everyone they were coming up against, they were getting hammered like 3 or 4-0. You know, I mean, even we got put to the sword. You know, I mean, you can't
Nobody
see
would
Liverpool.
argue Liverpool win the league. Nobody would argue against that. I don't even think Man City would kick up a fuss with it.
Yeah, I can't see anyone catching them.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest with you. I've always said it, I'm not even asked like what to do in a sense. Like if they come out and said, "Oh, we'll play on points per game," or avoid it, because you look at us. I mean, not being cheeky, but we're not technically not going to be relegated. I can't see we're fucking up a 7-point gap. You know, we've got winnable games. Like, if we're going to sacrifice something, it will be the FA Cup. But listen, I mean, what's the odds that we're going to win the FA Cup with clubs that are left in it? Yeah. I'd love to see Wembley, but we've been there before in the Premier League. Yeah, I'd love to see it in the Cup, but sometimes you're just going to have to look at the bigger picture and think, if we're getting into, like, say, the middle of June and we still haven't got the season completed yet, they're just going to have to go down that route. You can't please everybody. And I've always said next season, there should be no European football for anybody. And why would you want to give the current European spots to where the clubs are now? Because that could have changed. Clubs who are like 7th or 8th could have gone to 4th. Do you know what I mean? What do you think?
Shortly, where you mentioned the compensation, for the smaller clubs and the other 3 divisions. I think if you could put it to some sort of vote where everybody agreed, all the clubs had a chance to vote. Listen, look, we'll compensate you. Make sure that you're going to be all right. No one's going to go out of business and go into receivership or nothing like that. Put it to the vote. Everyone votes Liverpool get the title and then void the rest. Everyone's going to lose out. We're going to lose out. We might have won the cup. I doubt it, but we might have. This, that, and t'other. There's no way of pleasing everyone, as you've already stated.
I don't even think, as Newcastle fans, if this takeover goes through, I don't think we're going to be asked in any decision, because our biggest thing is just getting Ashley out of the football club, isn't it?
No.
Oh, definitely.
Everybody else will be crying in their teeth. There'll be bloody celebrations on Tyneside for a mid-table finish because we've got a takeover. Like as if we just won a league. Parade.
If the Football League came out and says we're going to award Liverpool the title, we're going to avoid the rest of the season because health takes precedence over like sport at the end of the day. If everyone agrees on this, we can get the league up and running again in a few months' time, and everyone would be much, much safer. I think people would agree, but people would obviously agree.
Do you know what it is, though, right? I just think the thing is, you're not going to please everybody. That's a problem. Like, it doesn't matter what decision you make. Like, for me, I think they've got probably the toughest decision I think they're ever going to make, like in football and history. You know what I mean? It's going to come down to this decision, regardless of what they say.
But people are going to know because it's sport and money at the end of the day. That's all it is, sport and money. So if they have to do it, they have to do it, and it's tough. People are just going to have to suck it up. Yeah, they'll moan for a few months, but once the season gets started again, they'll forget all about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just think it's a case of they obviously want to get the season up and running the Premier League because they know Liverpool are so far ahead. They want Liverpool to obviously win the league. I've always just said, and it sounds harsh to say, just give them it. Like, grow a pair of balls, and if you have to, if you have to avoid it, or if you have to like do it on points per game, then just do it. The thing is, if you're going to annoy some club, you're going to have to annoy them. Like, it's a case of next season, just put in the 22 clubs, and then just say, right, we'll compensate those who were in the playoffs, and say, right, unfortunately, this is the decision we're going to have to come down with. Nobody gets relegated from the Championship. Nobody gets promoted from all the other leagues. And yes, you might have some Sunderland fans, and that might say, well, actually, we could have got promoted out of League One, but like, it's a case of just give more compensation. Start again.
Yeah. And if it ends up being safer in the long run, just do it. Like I say, people are moaning, they'll grumble. I mean, what a way for Liverpool to win the league, Nobody'd want to win the league like this. In these circumstances, would they? You can't even celebrate or do anything really.
Look what the French league did, though. Like, they thought, right, screw it. Like, PSG are so far ahead, we're going to have to just give them the title. But like, I just think next season, I just don't see how any club can suggest that they're going to get Champions League or Europa League for finishing in the positions that they're in. I just think it should be every league should be a clear season where everybody just starts again. Liverpool given that title, there'll be 22 clubs, and all we can do is compete domestically in the FA Cup or League Cup, and then re-qualify again for Europe. I think because a lot of leagues have finished. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know I keep repeating that, but a lot of leagues have been finished. You can't just randomly start giving out European places because, you know, you could look at, like, for example, an Arsenal fan. They could say, well, hold on, we could have got Europa League. We're ninth.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you know what I mean? I just don't know. I just don't know how to do it.
It's going to be interesting.
You know what I mean?
Well, whatever they do is going to be interesting. I'm looking. It's going to be intriguing what they do actually come up with. I mean, they've had 4 or 5 months now to try and work something out, haven't they? How long's it been? For 4 or 5 weeks?
Well,
6 weeks.
We've been off for ages.
Nearly been off for nearly 2 months.
I'm sure they must have something in mind. I mean, of course, they've had they've had this fit and proper test to take care of as well as deciding what they're going to do with the Premier League and the remaining fixtures as well. So certainly don't end.
The thing is as well, obviously, I talk about like points per game. The thing is, the Premier League with these non-league clubs and obviously these clubs in the Football League, you know, I think they're going to have to compensate them. I think the Premier League are going to have to do their bit with the amount of money that's coming through the league. They're going to, if clubs are to not go bust, if they say the games aren't to be played, the Premier League have to, you know, put their hand in their pocket and start giving these clubs money because they're not Premier League clubs. You know what I mean? If you're going to have a competitive league system, if you're going to have a competitive league pyramid, you're going to the top league is going to have to help out the Championship, League One, League Two, non-league. You know, they're going to have to. It's not a case of, oh, well, that's it. Like, that season's done, no money. Look at Macclesfield, you know, they've just been given, is it a -7 points deduction or something like that?
Yeah, they have,
so, that's the warning signs are out right now. Like, continue, mate, go on.
This Macclesfield, I don't know anything about this. What was the points deduction for?
Failing finances. So are you doing the finances or something?
Failing to pay players, stuff like that. It's been going on for the previous manager wasn't paid his wages, so it's a case of, you know what I mean, what more can they do? Plus, with the no football, how do they pay off, you know, all the players that they've got at the minute? How do they get back to where they need to be? You know, I think every club at the minute, if you're like League One downwards, I think you should definitely be worried.
Aren't the players coming back for training? I know Tottenham's players were back last week.
Harry Kane and that. You see.
My point being, if the players are coming back into training, if the papers are anything to be believed, if the players are being slowly introduced back into training, they might have something planned already. The Premier League.
Well, players are not there. Some of them they don't even want to go back. Some of them just feel scared. Like Aguero, he come out in the papers and said, "I'm sorry, like, but I'll come back until it's completely gone." And you don't blame them in a sense, though, do you? I mean, players, yes, they're on a lot of money, but you know, what happens if they catch it and they pass it on to their families and stuff, and they're scared? You know what I mean? They don't want to.
The ramifications of this
deadly virus. I think it's a case. Yeah.
If that scenario did happen, I mean,
the
ramifications, I mean, they're just scary. What could happen? You know, I mean, yeah, you've got a good point. What if one of them takes it home to the family or something like that? Yeah. Another point worth looking at is match fitness. If these players come back,
they say it could take. Isn't it 3 weeks like that they were saying for match fitness? So yeah. Right. Anyway, guys, thanks for coming on this stream because it's sort of cutting out in a bit. So I might just have to restart if that's all right. But it'd be nice talking to you.
Yeah, of course. All right. Yeah, no problem.
It's good.
Stay easy.
Stay Shaggy. Right, so that's technical problems.
I was live. All right. I'm gonna tag in. I'm gonna.
Right, so let's have a look. Right, fingers crossed that's better. Hopefully. Sorry about that. Just having a few technical problems. So, Andrew, I think it's guaranteed that the Premier League will resume with matches being played at neutral venues. Yeah, I mean, I hope not. It's a case of I want to see, Newcastle against Sheffield United at St James's Park. I wouldn't want to see, Newcastle be played at a ground, where it's not really ours. And yeah, Michael Barrow said he can't hear us. Yeah, I mean, sorry about that. Had a few technical issues. Like I say, there's some work getting done in the area, so it might not be 100% up to scratch. So I do apologise about that. It's not my side; it's their side. So yeah, thank you very much for everyone who's still in the stream. I am going to try and sort it out. So do I sound okay now? Do I sound a lot better, or am I still lagging? Let me know. Let's have a look. So yeah, I do apologise to Peter and to Quinny as well in the stream. How will this affect the transfer? The transfer window. Yeah, it's going to affect it big time because I mean, no one's going to have the money. These clubs are going to be, financially worse off. So it's a case of, I don't know. I mean, like even with this takeover, I can't see them splashing out massive because it's a case of no one's going to have the money. There's everyone's saying it's all good. That's good. I do apologise if it's come off really bad. Honestly, it's really, really frustrating. Guys, if you haven't subscribed, please do hit the like button as well. Like I say, a big apology to Quinny and Peter. We did have some technical issues with that, so if it didn't come off good, sorry. Things sound better now. Thanks, Lawrence. Thanks, everyone. Sounds clear. Thank you. Lawrence Taylor, what have you said? Think Mbappe was supposedly just valued at 30 million speaks volumes. I don't think he's going to be at 30 million, unfortunately. I'd love to see it though. If we could sign him, I would love to see it, but for me, that's unrealistic. Jason Carter, what's the obsession with restarting the Premier League? It can't be entertaining reasons as there will be no crowd, so it must be down to money and money alone. Yeah, I agree, mate. It's just down to money, obviously. Liverpool are 25 points clear at the top. So they're obviously going to want to try and get the season done so that the season comes to its conclusion. I've always said, that you've got to try and get it to at least, the middle of June. If we can't get the season done and start it by the middle of June, I think the season's done completely. I think you've just got points per game, and that's it, and look to next season, because if you don't, you're going to fuck everything else up, and that's not what you want to do. Sharky, send the link. I will send the link very, very soon. I have missed a lot of comments out, so if I do apologise once more. We did have a few technical issues, so that's nothing new there. Lawrence Taylor, nothing to do with us being linked, just an example of how the market's going to be set back because of the virus. Yeah, but there'll be a lot of players on big contracts as well, so it's a case of they could ride the storm for a couple of seasons and then maybe try and get the value back up, providing that Neymar is still the same player, in a couple of years. Right, anyway. So yeah, just how your comments in down below. I do apologise that there was a few technical issues, but I've hopefully sorted that out, and we're back to some sort of normality. And they are doing some work in the area with instituting new internet. Not for me. We've got our internet. We're fine. But there's some people in the area want different internets and that, yeah. But yeah, if you are new and you haven't subscribed, please do. Please hit the like button. I will be getting more people back in the stream very, very soon once I've had a few more comments. Also, I am on the verge of 3,000 subscribers, so if you can go along and subscribe. If you want to donate, please do. And yeah, just keep doing the following. It would really help the channel to grow. Next one is from Karen Davison. I think it's not the case of having how we'd want. I doubt anyone would want games played on neutral ground. I guess it depends on what is safer for all involved. Yeah. My only issue I've got with playing games behind closed doors and playing at neutral grounds is what's not to say that the passionate Newcastle fan isn't going to go all the way down to Arsenal to watch Newcastle versus Sheffield United, and then it comes to a problem with the police. Do you know what I mean? Fans will travel far and wide just to stand outside of a ground. It sounds daft to travel miles to stand outside of a stadium, but the passionate supporter will do that. So it's a case of you can't rule anything out. The police will have a lot on their minds to think, is this possible? I don't think it is. Lawrence Taylor, there won't be a solution that pleases everyone, but if clubs go down and miss out on promotion in Europe through points per game, yeah, they should blame themselves rather than the decision. Listen, you're not gonna please everybody. People say next week for the takeover. I've just said wait and see. I think it's definitely going to happen at some point. It's a case of just waiting in and being patient. I really do think it's something that's going to happen. I've always said it's going to happen at the end of the month. Just given that if you're moving businesses or you're moving from one business to another, if you're buying a football club, especially a club in the Premier League with a financial fair play, I know it's going to be eased. It's not as easy as going in and just whacking some money down like what Man City owners did, and that's it. It's done. I think there's a lot more to it, and obviously with a human rights issue as well, I think they're a bit sceptical about it, but I don't see that being a problem, unfortunately. Owen Taylor, I've been so bored in lockdown, I've ended up making a Newcastle possible signing shortlist. Yeah, I'd love to see it, mate. I'd love to see it. Jason Carter, would you accept a stadium rename if the takeover goes through? The only one I'd accept is the Sheikh St James's Park. I think that's what's going to happen anyway. If a takeover happens, they're going to want to rename the stadium. It will always be St James's Park. I've said this so many times before. It's a case of if that name brings in more revenue for the football club, so we can get better training facilities, we can grow the club, we can grow the budget and getting better players, and why not? We all know in the background it will always be St James's Park, but look at Manchester City. They went from, was it the City of Manchester Stadium, the Eastlands? It might be the other way around. They're now the Etihad, and look how much that money that is bringing in for Manchester City. So it's just a case of just if it was to happen, I wouldn't be disappointed. But it would depends on the name of it. Obviously, when Mike Ashley called it the Sports Direct Arena, it wasn't for the sake of growing the football club or growing the name of the stadium. It was for his own financial gain. So he, made that money for himself. I think it'll be next week, but I'll wait as long as it takes. Yeah, that's all you can do. Wait as long as it takes, but it will happen. We're just going to have to sit in and be patient. I wouldn't give up. But either way, if it doesn't happen, the best thing to do is get behind the team. At the end of the day, if it doesn't go through, we can't blame Steve Bruce but Mike Ashley. We can't blame anyone but the media. Because, in a pandemic, it's not something that they should really be talking about if it's not true. The fact that nothing's been blocked and that there's no red flags for me. That gives me a lot of optimism. That's something that's going to happen. It says 17th of May. Like I say, May, take that with a pinch of salt. Just because it says the 17th of May doesn't guarantee that it's going to be, it's concrete that it's going to happen on the 17th of May. Do you get what I mean? Lawrence Taylor, Man City fans wouldn't have been bothered about the stadium renaming as they've been there since 2003. Well, yeah, but even if it doesn't matter how long you got your ground for. It's a case of if that money for renaming the stadium, if that brings in more revenue to make the club better, then it's not a bad thing. At the end of the day, you've got to remember, yes, it's our football club, we support it, but if the owners come in and buy the club, it's their club, they can do what they like with it. But obviously, rename the stadium within reason, but it'll always be St James's Park. Jonathan Young, City gets 65 million from their sponsorship, so we currently get 6.5 million. Huge potential with the new owners' increased revenue. Yeah, exactly. 65 million from sponsorship is a big deal compared to what we get. It's always the very cheap minimum. It's not enough to keep the football club competing with the very best, which it should be anyway, but it isn't. Jason Court, I read today that Sunderland in deep financial doodah. Do we hope they go bust or look forward to more derbies days in the future years to come? As much as I don't like Sunderland, I wouldn't like to see them go bust. I think we need the derbies back. It's important for the area. And they love their club just as we love Newcastle. So yeah, I wouldn't want to see them go bust. I just don't think that'd be nice. Adnan Supriya, I think I got that right. The sleeping giant is about to wake up. Fingers crossed that we get this takeover. I'm confident. Steve Cole, teams are where they are in the league because of the performances so far. So the safety of the players and the only fair way to end the season is points per game, in my opinion. I think that's the route they're going to take. If we get to the middle of June and they still haven't got the season started up again, then it's going to get to the point where they're going to say, right, Liverpool, you've got the title. You finish where you finish. There'll be no European football. You'll just be paid for where you finish. There'll be no relegations. Leeds and West Brom will go up on what they've done in the Championship. Those in the playoffs, like Fulham, Brentford, Preston, I believe, they'll all get compensation. Nobody will be relegated. There'll be an extra 2 clubs in the Prem next season. They'll be competing for the League Cup, the FA Cup, and the Premier League. There'll be no Europa League, no Champions League, and there'll be 5 relegations. So it'll be that little bit tougher. But then you need that to try and get the league back to 20 teams. So that'll be in line with after when the Euros are finished for the new 2021-2022 season. So it's a case of you have to try and get it in line with that season. But I wouldn't be surprised if it is an extra couple of fixtures on top. With the 2 extra clubs, I wouldn't be surprised. Thing is, you're not gonna please everybody. Now, I don't want a name change. St James's Park will always be the name to me. I don't think they'll take the name off the stadium. Like you got the letters like St James's Park. I don't think they'll do that. If they do, they do. There's nothing we could do about it. But the way I look at it is, yes, it will always be St James's Park. Of course, it will. It's the historic name of the football club. But if they change it to what they want to change it to, but it brings in better, what's the word? If it brings in more revenue and it helps the club to, reach its potential, bring in better players, attract better players, better sponsorship deals, then for me that's what they'll do. And I think the fans long term will accept it. If we're competing in the cups, say the League Cup, the FA Cup, if we're competing, for the title, if we're in Europe, like the Europa League or the Champions League, then I think fans long term will not be bothered. I think they'll accept it. But like I say, each to their own, when it comes to the rename. And I'll accept it. It depends on what the name is and how they go about it. But it has to be in line with trying to compete for, titles and competing for cups. That's what the club should be doing. Keith Rowe said, what do you think of the idea of Newcastle moving to a bigger ground, i.e. land near the arena? St James's Park gets redeveloped as the new training ground and then keeps St James's Park's name. I don't know. I just don't know how or where we're going to move to. And where we're going to move to. They talk about the town more, but you've got the Hoppins. Obviously, you've got it's owned by the Freemen of Newcastle, so it's a case of it's not our land, it's not their land. I think we'll just stay at St James's Park. Personally, I think they'll want to grow the stadium. They'll want to get the stadium back to where it was. I think there'll be a lot of refurbishments in the ground. I think you'll definitely see change over time. It won't be a quick fix, but it'll be something that'll happen maybe over a 5-10 year period. You'll see the changes as they come along. What would be your dream first signing if the takeover happens? Oof. I'd like to see Koulibaly come in. I'd like to see that partnership with Jamal Lascelles at the back. Two absolute tanks at the back. A bit like Vincent Kompany at Man City. You want to build from the back to the front, and I'd like to see someone like Koulibaly come in. But is that me being over realistic? I don't know. Sorry, unrealistic. I don't know. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see Dybala maybe as well up front, but again, that could be wishful thinking. Anonymous Jody, Leon are taking legal action against the Liga 1 for PSG being rewarded the title. Yeah, this is what I mean, mate. You're not gonna please everybody. That's the thing. It doesn't matter what decision you make. It doesn't matter if you go on points per game or null and void or the season continues. I would hate to be those at the top making those decisions, because I think they're in an impossible job at this moment in time. Jason Carter, the thing that actually took all the free advertising for himself. Any new renaming, would these be the owners, or would they be to benefit the club? It'll be to benefit the club, but then again, it'll be to benefit both, because they're generating money, but that money will then be regenerated into the club, where Mike Ashley didn't do that. It was a case of for himself. Make the stadium at 80,000. It's possible, but where do you build around? Because there's a lot of listed buildings, which is a huge problem in itself. If we do get took over, I will buy a season ticket, but until then, I'm never going to fund Mike's pockets. I think it's a case of it doesn't matter what you do. I think not every fan will accept what's happened. And listen, we can't go through many more years with Mike Ashley with just accepting what we've got. I always say each to their own. Every fan, you're not right or wrong or which way you go about it. If you want to support the club, do it, but do it with the interests of getting by in the side. Don't just do it because you want to make yourself look good. For me, that would be the wrong attitude. I think if you're going to boycott, then I wouldn't judge others for going to the games. It's a case of just go to the games if you want to support the team. But if you're not going to support the team, then obviously if you're going to do it from your chair, then just don't judge other people. That's what I'd say. I would rather turn St James's Park into a stadium that looks like the new camp instead of moving to the town where St James's Park is our home and has been from day one. Yeah, I totally agree with that, mate. I think it's a case of you don't want to lose your identities. St James's Park will always be St James's Park. If there's any renaming in the stadium, then it's going to benefit the club in the long term. It's not going to just be, for their own personal gain like what Mike Ashley's done. One of the players I'd like to see is unknown centre-back called Daniel Rugani. Yeah, I know who he is, who's been doing decent for Juventus, but isn't really on their radar for big European terms, so maybe cheap. Potentially, but you want somebody who's going to come in and want to play for the club. It's not a case of tempting them. You want someone who actually sees the potential of the club. That's why I think it's dangerous to go out and buy these huge names, because did they really want to play for Newcastle in troubled times? Geordie Saudis buy the listed buildings from Newcastle City Council, and they could do what they want with the land. That's, like I say, if the Newcastle Council do go ahead with the plans, but apparently there's flats and getting built around the stadium as well, so that might affect things. I wonder if these mega rich will buy the stadium from the council. People forget that the club don't own the ground. Potentially, I wouldn't rule that out. They might, buy it from the council. It depends on, what the offer is from the council. What do the council see in the stadium? Can Newcastle Council keep up? Well, I mean, surely they can, because they've been owning it for years. But yeah, we'll wait and see. Void the season so Liverpool fans cry. No, I wouldn't do that. I think Liverpool deserve that league. They've worked hard for it all season. 25 points clear, and it just would be wrong not to give them it. It's not like they're 10 points clear. They're 25 points clear, and they've been probably the best team I've watched in a long time, probably since Leicester, in terms of dominating the league. Bring back Rondon while in process of long-term building. Joe Linton must go as soon as possible. He's not been fantastic. I will give you that one. Would rather talk about signing new attackers rather than centre-backs. Yeah, but it's like anything though, Lawrence. You have to build from the back. If we're gonna be a good side, then you're gonna have to have it's all good having good attackers, but if you can't defend and you're leaking in goals, that could be the difference between earning 3 points and a point. So I think it's important as well just to build from the back. You have to, and that's what we're known for. Definitely not. It's the heartache of watching Brucey Ball. Yeah, tell us about it. It's not great. Geordie, Newcastle is not a stepping stone, so don't want to see players that don't want to be here. Yeah, exactly. You want players who want to play for the badge and want to represent the fans that are turning up each week. The new owners should buy the stadium. I think they will. There's nothing to say that they won't. It depends on what the council are going to offer, but listen, they've got millions, haven't they? I think the listed buildings by the club are owned by the English Heritage or National Trust. Is it? I have absolutely no idea. Liverpool deserve the title. Imagine if it was your team. Yeah, exactly. If it was Newcastle fans, we'd be livid. Yeah, there'd be demonstrations down at the Premier League's headquarters. Jonathan Greenwood, best game you've been to at St James's Park? Oh, bloody hell. In terms of a draw, I'd say Arsenal 4-4. I think that was a good game. Man United 3-0. That was a good one. Bloody hell. I've been to a few games back in the day, and I've seen we're beating the likes of Man United. I've seen beating Liverpool. There's so many I could choose from, it. Oh, there's that many. I've been to Europa League games, UEFA Cup games. Oh, there's so many games I've been to that they just some of them just stick out, some of them don't. It's just let's have a look. Liverpool must be crowned champions, best team over the last 2 seasons by a mile. Like I say, 25 points clear. It's not a case of let's not give them it because it wouldn't be fair. But listen, I don't make the rules up. Kevin Keegan, Alan Shearer, Laurent Robert to have roles on the board would be great. Yeah, I'd love to see it, mate. But like I say, I don't make the decisions. It'll be up to the club and up to the board how they go about it. It's all about getting Mike Ashley and Lee Charnley out of the club to begin with and see where we go from there. I see the Chronicle have a piece on PIF looking at buying a team in Brazil. It would be great if we could get a top South American talent on the cheap from them in the future if the PIF own them. Yeah, I was reading about that this morning. I was actually interested. That's what makes me more confident that a deal could go through because they're not just looking to buy Newcastle, but they're like the Man City owners. They want to try and grow their business. They want to not just buy Newcastle, but they want to be successful in sporting terms. So I think it would make sense. Jose Rodriguez, Roblox and more. If a takeover happens, Newcastle will no longer be a team that fights for relegation. We shouldn't be anyway. We should not be battling relegation every season, I'm sorry to say. We are leaking in goals because Bruce is clueless. Listen, when defence has been decent, don't get us wrong, but because our attack's not so good at times, we haven't got what it takes to score maybe more than 1 or 2 goals a game, and then we're struggling big time. We're trying to make up for lost time. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. My best games were Man United 5-0 and Barca 3-2. Great times. My dad was actually at the Newcastle Barcelona game back in '96. I would have only been 3-year-old. So to have watched that game back, wow, what a good time that would have been. I mean, in fact, now we're looking at it's just complete dross. Man United 5-0. Yeah, that was a good one. I wasn't at that game, unfortunately, too young. My best games were the 5-0 against Manchester United, 3-2 against Barcelona. Yeah, the Barcelona one's going to stick out, of course, because you're beating arguably one of the most successful clubs in the world. Geordie, we are linked with one of France's hottest prospects, Thomas Robert. Yeah, he's the son, isn't he? And I think he's called. Would you take him? Yeah, young talent. Why not? You build. It's not just about buying like all these expensive players. These big names. Even like some of these youngsters who have got a real potential. Why not? Of course, you would have been spoken about. In terms of what it means to play for Newcastle. So, yeah, why not? Anonymous Geordie, Newcastle versus Juventus. I wasn't at that game, unfortunately, but I'm sure they were good nights in the Champions League. Back in 2003-04. Best game I've ever watched was 2 versus Leeds, where the mighty Mick scored 4. Where's his statue? Leeds United used to be a very good side. I remember 2001. They won the Champions League semi-final. Glad the teams are looking at buying outside Europe, like Man City's owner, so that it doesn't lead to European bans. Yeah, I think it's a case of you've got to be what's the word I'm looking for? You've got to be careful when it comes to buying football clubs. Doesn't matter where they are. Daniel Wick, hope you're well, mate. Or you welcome to the stream, mate. If you haven't subscribed, please do it. I'm less than 30 subscribers away now from 3K. And that if I could try and hit that would be amazing. And he's been smashing it out of the water as of late as well. So all the likes, amazing. We're on 28 likes. Can we try and get those likes up as well? And like I say, we've got the live super chat as well. If you'd like to donate anything, you don't have to. It's there if you want to. If you're new to the stream, Pochettino or Benitez. I've always said Benitez, but listen, if Pochettino was to come in and he was to be given the funds, I wouldn't argue with Pochettino coming in. He'd be a breath of fresh air, new start, good brand of football, attacking football. He wants to win. He's young. He's got the European experience. He's got the pedigree to get Newcastle to where it should be. If he's back correctly, of course. But I wouldn't argue either. 5-0 against the Mackhams. 4-1 as well. I was at that game as well. Albert Luque wrapped it up. As long as I can remember, there's always been links to building a stadium near the old Vickers site down Scotswood to right on the river. Massive infrastructure changes coming to Newcastle. I didn't know about that, but I just don't. I just don't see the idea of wanting to leave St James's Park. I think at the end of the day, that's what home. 5-1 against the Mackhams. I was at that game. That was a good game under Chris Hughton. Good game that was. I remember that for a lot of reasons. Worst game I went to Charity Shield at Wembley in '96 against Manchester United. Terrible game, but great weekend. I tell you what, it must have been frustrating when we went to the cup finals in '99 as well. We lost against Arsenal and Manchester United, losing the cups back to back. I mean, how unlucky can we be? Was it the 5-1? Lol, my knowledge is useless. We've had some good games in the past. It's just a shame under Mike Ashley that they've not been remembered for anything apart from when we came fifth. Newcastle 4, Sheffield Wednesday 2, 93. I'm sure nobody's mentioned the 8-0 against Sheffield Wednesday. Shearer, scored all them goals. Was it 5? I think it was. Can't remember. Lion King said Poch. What's your favourite Newcastle United player of all time and current squad? Your best player at this moment in time? I'm quite impressed with. I like Kabay. I thought he was a brilliant player. I liked Demba Ba. There's a few previous ones for me. Be Shearer. In my time, watching Shearer was just amazing. Like, you just knew where the goal was. If only he'd won the Premier League with Newcastle instead of Blackburn, then that would have been great. But listen, you can't just pick your career. You go where you need to go. Another game that needs mentioning, our favourite game was the win versus Man City last season. Yep, the 2-1 win. I was at that game as well. I had no hope that we were going to win that game. Just the way they were playing, but the fact when was it 1-0 down after 24 seconds, and then we pulled it back. Just absolutely amazing scenes. Once the takeover happens, should we help Sunderland by giving them our paddling pools to improve their training facilities? If I'm not wrong, I think they've already got decent facilities. They just don't have the squad. They just don't have the correct ownership. Yes, the Champions League was magic. Let's have a look. Poch would be miles better than Rafa. I think obviously if you're going to put Rafa in the past and move on with Pochettino, it wouldn't be a bad move, I think Pochettino would do a great job at Newcastle if he was given the right funding, if he was backed correctly. I don't see why not. Who is the worst manager in Ashley era for Newcastle United? Steve McLaren. For me, he sticks out. 80 million and just absolutely clueless, just all over the place. Didn't rate him. Keith Rose says 1-0 Sunderland at the Stadium of Light. Ryan Taylor over the wall. You're gonna miss, and it went straight in the top corner. Oh, it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Next comment is from Jason Carter. Pochettino will be a fresh new manager as opposed to Rafa's constant negative defensive style football. I'll back Rafa up and say I don't think he was backed correctly. I mean, what could he do with a squad that doesn't really have the Premier League experience? I don't think he can do much with it. But if he's backed, I think Rafa Benitez will play attacking football. I do believe that. Everywhere he's been, he hasn't really been given a proper budget to work with. Wasn't able to go to the matches when I was a kid because girls weren't allowed to go. Only boys to go to games. If that was the case, that's a real shame. I think everybody should be able to go to the games. It doesn't matter what your gender is. Both Pochettino and Rafa are better than the fat bitch and Lady Bruce. I think anybody's better than Steve Bruce, to be fair. But to be fair, he's not done awful. He had a bit of a dodgy start, but then he started to pick up the results. Gary Hopper, you mentioned the 8-0 against Sheffield Wednesday. Yep, I remember that one. That was a good game for a lot of reasons. 27 years ago to the day that we beat Leicester 7-1 to gain promotion to the Premier League. And then look what Leicester City have done, in those 27 years. They've gone on to win League One, the Championship, I believe, or for the playoffs, and then they went on to win the Premier League. So a lot can change in 27 years. Peter Robson, let's have a look at your comment. Best goal I've seen was the Toyota equaliser against Arsenal. Yes, God rest his soul, rest in peace. Fantastic finish. I mean, to be honest with you, he was denied a goal against Manchester City, which I thought was a legit goal as well. But there we go. John Carver, yeah, he was pretty awful, to be fair. I mean, Pardew, left him in a very good position when he went to Palace, but he lost 8 games in a row. And if it wasn't for Gutierrez, for me, I think we're relegated. I really do. We should have been relegated this season. Well, we got relegated the season after, but we should have been relegated that season. We were awful. Let the Mackhams take Ashley. He wants the Prem love. Listen, I just don't think any club should, put up with Mike Ashley. I think he's just not the right owner for us. He's not right for football, if I'm honest. He doesn't like football. He doesn't have the same love, for football than what he would do in his business. Saudi Public Investment Fund will be like 2 trillion over 5 years. Newcastle United will be the richest club on earth. Like I say, yeah, it's all good being rich and that, but you've got to get the balance right. You've got to try and build from the bottom up. You can't just go out and spend, a ridiculous amount on players. You can't just go out and spend on this, that, and the other and get it wrong. I want to see Newcastle, build the academy, build the training facilities, work with the local lads, try and get them good, with better players. That's the way I look at it. It's not a case of just, messing things up and doing a Man City and splashing the cash. If they do, they do, but it's not something I'd like to see. We've got to do things the Newcastle way, not just go out and, buy our way to success. Rafa with Saudi funding would do great things. Yeah, we just need general investment. Plus two League Cups. Yeah, as well. Yeah, if you talk about Leicester, yeah, they did. They won the League Cup. The Premier League quality was probably the worst then in 14-15. That's why we survived that season. But like I say, if you employ McLaren, you know exactly what's going to happen. Carway, fingers crossed, missed the excitement. Yep. Best goal I've seen at live at St James's Park was Hatton Ben Arthur running through the Bolton team. I was actually at that game as well. That was another good finish. How could I forget that one? The one he scored at Goodison Park, I thought, was another good goal as well. Just from outside the box, on stoppage time. We beat them 1-0 the season. We just got promoted back to the Prem, so that was a good one. Cisse goal against Chelsea, that was amazing. People will say, it was the wind. I mean, to be fair, the way the ball just sort of like, the bend on it was just ridiculous. The wind on that ball as well. You couldn't have hit that any sweeter. Owen Taylor, would you rather Steve McLaren to manage Newcastle for the rest of his life or Ashley down in Newcastle for the next 50 years? Neither. I just want to see new ownership. I want to see a new manager. I want to see a new start. I want to see progression. I want to see the club reach its full potential, not just stagnate and accept what it's got right now. Jody Ben Arthur versus Blackburn is my favourite goal he scored. That was in the FA Cup, wasn't it? We scored a late goal, I remember, and then we're done now after that. Guys, if you are new and you haven't subscribed, please do drop your comments as well and let us know if you have subscribed. Like I say, we are less than 30 subscribers away now from 3K. We're getting very, very close. Fingers crossed we'll get there soon. And I'll be celebrating 3,000 subscribers very, very soon. I've just missed a comment. Let's get back to that. If any club take Ashley now, they've seen what he's like. They deserve all they get. Yeah, exactly. Like, why would Mike Ashley want to get back into football? I think he knows he's fucked up. He knows he's screwed up. He knows he's chosen a really good club in Newcastle where he could have progressed the club. A football and Mad City, a football and Mad support, and he's just basically creamed off the top for the past 13 years. Anything from the TV rights, from the merchandise, the buying of the shirts, etc. He's creamed off the top. He's basically looked at the 52,000 fans that turn up to the ground, and he's like, you know what, 52,000 fans, great, I'm in the money. Give little very back, to the club. Give very little back to the fans, and you've seen it. Look at the mess he's created at the club, man. Sports Direct, all over the stadium. You've got, you've got Sports Direct in the club shop. You've got Shearer's Bar being renamed. Listen, he's just one jealous motherfucker. Laurent Bears 2 goals against Spurs in the same game. I remember that. Fantastic. Next comment is from David NUFC. Cisse goal, hands down, watched on loop many times. The one against Aston Villa, do you remember that one? Against Shea Given at the Gallagate. He must have been absolutely devastated when he seen that go past him. It just would have been a bit unusual. What's better, Sharky, the home top of this season or the away top of this season? By far, this one. I don't like the home top. I think it's pretty tacky. I don't like the idea of having the badge sort of in the middle and the sponsor. It's not worth 65 quid. I'm sorry. If anyone's bought it, fair play, but it's not worth 65 quid. Took Man City 4 years to build their league winning team. Yeah, the Premier League is not a walk in the park. It's one of the toughest leagues in the world. You've got Wolves, Leicester, Sheffield United. They're all competing, to do good things. And some clubs are falling away, like Man United, Arsenal. Man United are slowly coming back with Bruno Fernandes. Who would you like to be the new manager? Does Bruce deserve a chance? He deserves a chance until the end of the season. If he wins a cup, then you'd take your pick from there. But I think for me, either Rafa or Pochettino, I think has to come in if we get this absolute, load of money that we're meant to be getting. Do bear with me. There's a few comments coming in. Just need to try and get back to the right ones so I can shout you out. Only clubs that would allow Mike Ashley in would be the clueless owners just wanting the cash or desperate the owners needing to sell in to keep the clubs alive. Do you know what it is? I just can't see, Mike Ashley walking back into football. I think once he's left Newcastle, that's it. I can't see it. He's already fucked up for 13 years. I mean, why would you want to go and fuck up another club? If you've realised what he's done in the past 13 years, I think if anybody had half a brain cell, any current owner, they wouldn't want to do that. They wouldn't want to piss the fans off either. You don't want to be known as that owner who gave the club to Mike Ashley. Okay, fair enough, you could say Sir John Hope, but he didn't think that Mike Ashley was going to be as ruthless as he has been. Both Cisse goals against Chelsea were class. I think we forgot how good his first was because of the second goal. Yeah, he scored a few, to be fair. Next comment is from Riley NUFC. All right, mate, I'm good. How are you doing? I hope you're keeping well. I hope everyone's feeling good in the stream. I hope everyone's keeping well. How has everyone been over the week? And what's your thoughts on the takeover? Do you think it's going to happen? Do you think it's going to get blocked? Let me know about the current football situation. Do you think the Premier League will be back, or do you think it'll be null and void? Do you think there's going to be a points per game system? Let me know all those down below in the comments. If you haven't liked the stream, please do. If you haven't subscribed, please do. It's free of charge, and it helps the channel to grow, and that's what I want to do. I want to try and get the 3K subscribers. Shira's volley versus Everton all my days. Yeah, mate, what a finish. I could watch that on loop so many times. Shira! I could watch that so many times. Oh, yeah. Take a bow. What a finish. He had the Everton defence on toast. What's better, the green or the orange top? I like the orange top, but I think the green one's better. I like the pattern on the top. I think it helps the kit to stand out. I like it. But we might not have Puma next season. We might have a completely different sponsor. There's going to be a lot of change in the summer, I'm guessing. If a takeover does happen, I hope they keep Alan St. Maximin. I think they will. Alan St. Maximin will not stay here if we've got Mike Ashley, because if the big money comes in from another club like a Man City or a Liverpool, he'll be away. Simple as that. You can't get excited anymore with big players, under Mike Ashley. The man has played Adam Johnson after knowing what he's done. They deserve Ashley. Yeah, I thought some of them were wrong to do that. Tier guess who is ready to join? Andrew Archer. Yeah, mate, I'll try and get you in soon, mate, but we've had a few technical issues, so it might just be slowing the stream down with what's going on in the background. Shearer versus Aston Villa was a good goal against a great keeper in Peter Schmeichel. Yeah, he was good. But we always say 5 past Schmeichel. Let's have a look at the next comment. Bruce can go with Ashley to the kebab shop. Yeah, enough said on that one. Let's have a look at the next comment. And this one is from Christmas 365. Hey Sharky, I have a good feeling that it will be Cannes sometime this upcoming week. I hope so. I hope you're right. But listen, I'm just going to sit in there and be patient. I think a deal will go through. But I've always said at the end of the month, and we'll go from there. If we don't hear anything, then yeah, fans can be, concerned, frustrated. But until now, there's plenty of time not to get too excited. But, you stay grounded. I think stay level-headed. Lawrence said, I think they'll try and restart, but the Premier League will be in an awkward position if a player tests positive. Well, haven't a few players tested positive already in the Bundesliga? I could be wrong. Kabay versus Everton away, absolute belter. Yeah, I remember that. Good player back in the day as well. Might sound daft, but I think Alan St. Maximin hasn't reached his potential. Yeah, I think he needs better players around him. He needs a striker who's going to, put himself in the box, who's going to make himself a presence. I think Joe Linton just isn't that man, unfortunately. You see him when you're watching him play, you're seeing Almiron, you're seeing Alan St. Maximin getting the ball down the wing, and they're trying to cross a ball in, or they're just trying to feed somebody through, and Almiron's either feeding somebody through, and there's no striker, there's nobody there, because Joe Linton's either on the sidelines, or he's somewhere in the middle of the pitch, and say, what? Steve Bruce will be remembered for how was the bacon? One of the famous comments. I remember that. I think we'll never let that one down. Bruce will be. No, sorry. Ashley is losing a lot of money because of the pandemic in both his retail businesses and tens of thousands unsold season cards. Yeah, exactly. I think if he's going to sell a club, it's definitely now. Correct, Damo. Dresden are already back in self-isolation. Didn't know that. See, I don't really watch a lot of European football, to be fair, but I would like to see a lot of European games in the future. Shearer's goal versus Chelsea at the Gallagher in 2004, the 2-1. Yep, I remember that one. Can never forget Shearer's goals, or can you? Build a team around Alan, the Saint, Lascelles, and Shaw. Sounds like a good idea, but the thing is, what is Shaw's future at the football club? I think Jamal Lascelles, for me, I think he's got a bright future, but I just can't see the defence being the same. I think they'll change a lot of stuff. I think only 5 or 6 will stay at the club. Was watching NUC versus oh yeah, the 3-0. I remember you saying it earlier on in the comments. I was at that game actually when Cabaye scored that free kick, and Fergie just it was like, sit down. News about Dresden only broke last tonight. Like I say, I'm streaming, so I wouldn't know anything about that. But yeah, I just want to get the bloody football back, you know. Anyway, next one. I live in Germany. I'll let you know how it goes next week. Yeah, greetings from the UK. How is I say in Germany, I think right now, if I'm not wrong, the number of cases, they're not as strong as what they are in the UK. I think they're on 7,000 deaths, but listen, 7,000 deaths is 7,000 deaths. It doesn't matter if it's 7,001 deaths, 10 deaths. Listen, this virus is killing people, and we shouldn't underestimate it. And I think the Prime Minister needs to make the right decision, not just on. For me, it's not about money. That's the way I look at this government. It's about money. It should be about the health and safety and the well-being of the people that live in this country. Listen, I've got 31,000 deaths, but I don't make these big decisions, unfortunately. Like I say, if I made the decisions, I think we'd still be on lockdown. I wouldn't go as strict as what Spain and Italy have been, but I certainly wouldn't be letting people out unless it was to go, for food shopping, or if it was to be a case of, getting your medical care, going for a walk. What we're doing now, I think, is fine, but you still see a few idiots going out and about and, mass gathering and chavs and all that, If you don't know what a chav is, the local idiot who, go around in the parks and try to be something they're not. Let's have a Christmas 365 said, I think we should wait and see how the German league does when it returns next week before bringing the Prem back. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. I think you can't just suggest that, because the Bundesliga is coming back, that it's all going to run smoothly. It's not. It's a case of watch this space and see what happens. There's still people testing positive for coronavirus in Germany. There's people, who big players, and that they're all. There was an incident, I think there was with was it Solomon Kalou? I could be wrong, but there was an incident, and it's definitely put people into doubt that that the season should go ahead. But it's a case of whatever decision the Premier League make, they're not going to please everybody. That's what we need to understand. They're not going to please everybody. They're not going to please every supporter. And it's a case of just, watch this space. Right, I'm going to try and put the link in again. Let's hope. I'm going to just get one person in the stream for now and see if that changes anything. I do apologise to everyone tonight if the stream has been a bit laggy in places. Like I say, it's got nothing to do with my internet. It's actually to do with the full surrounding area. There's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, so it's definitely slowing things down. But I promise you, it's not my side. It's definitely what's going on in the area. So the link is in the comments if you want to join. It'll be one person in for about at least 10-15 minutes, and then I'll drop another link in, and yeah, we can just keep chatting. So who is in first? First come, first serve. The next one is from Lawrence Taylor. Continue lockdown for now, but we could probably reopen pubs and restaurants for deliveries only, like McDonald's. I think it's a massive risk, unfortunately. I think with 30, what was the death rate today? Was it 31,000? But there was around. I don't want to. The figure was something. It was quite big. Probably not as big as what it has been over the week, but at the end of the day, man, it's people's lives you're tampering with. And the country, for me, I don't want another second wave of this. I don't want to be sat here, for another 6 months and think, what did we do wrong? I heard that the garden centres and disposal centres might be opened as well. Well, I've got a few things I could be dumping in the wastage area, so I would welcome that back. But the garden centres, hopefully, fingers crossed. The next one is from Jason Carter. If I can put your comment in there. When can do most normal things now here in Germany as well as we can wear a mask. Anyone without a mask is soon reminded to put one on. Yeah, I think it's because you've got less deaths as well. I think there's only like a few people dying each day of it. So it's not a case of like the UK, we've got a few hundred dying of it every day. So I think unless it's going to go down and down and down and down, it's going to decrease. Then we might be able to. But I wouldn't be surprised if he, sort of extends the lockdown for another 3 weeks. I think it would make perfect sense. I just don't think we can take that risk. They think they should end the season with the top two going up and the bottom two going down and no playoffs. I know what you mean. Like in the playoffs, it's extra games as well. I've always just said, if you want to avoid the season, give Liverpool the title. I know that you say you shouldn't just give out titles, but if they can give it out to PSG, then surely you can give it out to Liverpool. 25 points clear, and then obviously don't relegate anybody because Villa have got a game in hand. I think just have a 22 league system where you've got 22 clubs, battling it out for Europa League, Champions League. Don't even have the Champions League or Europa League next season. Just go with what you've got and compensate clubs where you need to do so. The Premier League are donating money anyway, so it's a case of you just have to, just sit in and be patient. It's the same with the takeover, really. We don't even know what's going on. All right. Sure. Right, I'm going to record a shirt and I'm going to go. Right, well, we've got a visitor coming into the stream now, and it's Archer.
Yeah, mate, how are you doing?
Yeah, how's it going? Are you good?
Fine. It's been a while since I've been on your channel. It's been
well.
When we went to Leicester.
Well, we all know what happened down at the King Power Stadium.
Yeah, I do.
The 5-0 defeat.
Yep.
But I went down with Peter and we won 3-2 at West Ham, so it made up for it.
Yeah.
So, Archer, what's your whole take on the takeover then? Do you think it's going to go through? Or are you one of those who are impatient? I'm thinking it's a case of we don't really know. Like, there's been nothing from the Premier League or from the.
Yeah. I'm 50-50 at the minute. My heart is saying that it'll go through. And then my head's saying the other.
Yeah, I think it's for me. I don't want to get sort of too ahead of myself. I'm confident that's going to go through. I just think it's a case of the Premier League haven't blocked anything. There's no red flags. There's nobody come out and said, "Oh, there's no deal to be done." I think if there was no deal to be done, it would have been blocked or cancelled weeks ago.
Yeah, but
I think
it's tough. I would we're just basically gotta wait and find out and see what happens, because you know what Mike Ashley's being like. He's let we're down really with the other takeovers like from last summer, and obviously Amanda Staveley tried to get it as well.
Well, she's been trying to buy the club for the past 3 seasons, hasn't she? I mean, Mike Ashley. Mike Ashley's known for pulling out, isn't he, at the last minute?
Yeah, yes, he always does it every time.
I don't think he will though. I can't. I can't see Mike Ashley pulling out this time. I just think too much has gone down the road now. With the Premier League, I think the Premier League I think that they know that a deal will be done. I just don't think they want to announce anything until the lockdown's done. I just don't think they want Newcastle fans, go to the ground and mass gathering, and because obviously you're breaking rules by doing that. It's banned obviously in the UK. You can't mass gather until we've been told otherwise. But that's the way I look at it. I just think there's been talk of a second bid as well from an American consortium. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think we should really ignore it?
I've never heard of the I've never heard about the second bid. Like all I've heard about is Amanda Staveley and the Saudi or who Saudi owner who wants to get the club, but I've never really heard anything about a second offer.
Yeah, apparently if this deal doesn't go through, they're saying that potentially these could be in for the club. to try and compete with the likes of Liverpool. They're on the same par as their owners. Like they want to compete for honours. They want to grow their business. They want to grow the club, and they're willing to reinvest in the training facilities. But the thing is, obviously, we're all for the PIF. We're all for the Saudi Arabian owners. But if I don't want to discard them, because I think if they've got serious money, and say this deal doesn't go through, fingers crossed, it does go through. If you can say it, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
We can't discard them. We can't sort of say, well, actually, let's ignore these potential new owners because, we could fall back on these, couldn't we? In the end.
Yeah, we could but we just have to see what happens because people are saying that could be done by there could be announcement by next week or something.
Do you know what it is? Right, it's like anything in life. Just don't get too ahead of yourself. Just be level-headed. I'm sort of level-headed. I'm like not at the point where I'm getting super excited. I'm at the point where I'm quietly optimistic. I'm not one of them that likes to put dates on things. They were talking about, the end of April. I thought that was unrealistic. The start of May, I thought that was unrealistic. Maybe it's the middle of May, if this month, or the end of the month. I think, you could be talking, okay, it's a month and a bit in the line of the takeover. I just don't think it's as easy as moving. It's not easy to move businesses around when it comes to buying a Premier League football club. That's where it's got financial fair play in it as well, and there's a lot of ramifications. You look in the background checks. Obviously, there's the human rights in there as well. I just don't think it's easy as the Premier League. Giving the club, to them that quickly because they don't want to damage the reputation of the league. Of course, I just can't see the deal. I can't see a deal not going through. I think it's a case of just waiting patiently. I just keep thinking now. If there was any problems, it would have been pulled a long time ago. And if there has been a £17 million deposit, paid to the Premier League by Amanda Staveley and the Public Investment Fund, then I just don't see Mike Ashley can really pull out. I don't think he will pull out this time. I think he has to accept it.
He's got to accept it because his time is up because we have literally had 13 years of absolute carnage with Mike Ashley. Two relegations, and
Sports Direct Arena.
The Sports Direct Arena. He changed Shiva's Bar to 9 Bar.
Exactly.
Which you shouldn't have changed that. It's always been Shiva's Bar in my eyes.
If you want to watch a full video of so many mistakes that Mike Ashley's made, go and check it out. I mean, I've done was it 20 mistakes that Mike Ashley has made, owning the football club. But for the duration of the video, I could have brought out many more mistakes. I could have announced them, but
the train the youth needs to be changed as well because we need to give the youngsters a chance because we've got Dummett, the Longstaff brothers have came through the ranks, obviously Andy Carroll, and Zamiobi brothers as well.
I think we definitely need to improve on our youngsters. We definitely need to build the future. I've always said it's not a case of if the owners come in, let's just stop splashing out on all these big name players. You've got to grow the foundation of the club. Most important bit.
I was busy watching the potential signings that we could sign. Cause I was looking on YouTube while before I came on here, and and I'm thinking to myself, the players that were actually linked with, and I'm thinking to myself, do you really think we would actually sign these players for big money? You like Coutinho has been mentioned, Cavani, right? Vidal, then you've got that young Napoli defender.
The thing is as well, it's not that it's the training facilities. Do you really think you could picture Vidal, Cavani, Coutinho training and warming down in paddling pools and wheelie bins? You just can't see it. I mean, they're too They've been on the ball. They play for like Liverpool, Barcelona, Juventus. Like, why are they going to want to make a step down to Newcastle, where Mike Ashley's neglected a club for 13 years? But even with the new owners that come in, right, that's their whole idea of buying the club is by reinvesting, in the training facilities, getting them up to scratch, and then we can start attracting the big name players.
Yeah.
Geordie's got a Archer. Which player who has played in the Prem in the past would you like to have seen at Newcastle? For me, I would like to have seen Van Nistelrooy, Shearer, a strike force in the early 2000s. Who would you have liked to have seen? Like right now, who's on Newcastle in the past? Who would you have liked to have seen?
Like literally right now?
I would say Shearer and Aguero for me up front. Put them up. Shearer and Aguero would be a perfect
definitely
partnership.
Definitely Shearer, and probably someone like Rooney.
Yeah, Rooney was a clinical finisher back in the day, wasn't he?
Aye.
There's a comment here from Owen Taylor. I hope that we don't get plastic fans. That is my only real concern with a takeover, is that like fans are going to be denied to go into the stadium because we're going to start attracting plastic fans who wouldn't have supported the club any other way in these times of like Mike Ashley.
Aye, I totally
I think we'll be priced out. I hope not, but I could say it. Like when you got those plastic Man United fans who you see a match of the day and they've never been to the game in their life.
Aye.
I hope not. Then again, no, we're a working class city. Do you know what I mean? We're a hard working club. We go to work for 5 days a week and then we'll go and support the team. I don't think I like that really, but I'd hate to say it. Jody said, create a youth which allows top class talent to come through, because there's many which have been allowed to go by the club, such as Michael Carrick. We've all seen, and look what he's done in his career. Yeah, exactly. You could say the same for Andy Carroll, but he didn't really do it for Liverpool. If he'd stayed at Newcastle, I think he could have potentially won a League Cup for us, or a Premier League. I was about to say a Premier League, a League Cup or an FA Cup. I could guarantee that.
Yeah.
Next comment: Bergkamp with Shearer would have been amazing. Yeah, I remember Bergkamp scoring that fantastic goal against us. Don't remind me of it. Good finish that was back in the day. Ryan Sweeney, you watching the UFC tonight? Are you watching the UFC tonight, Archer? Do you watch that?
I probably will.
I don't watch UFC, so not for me really. I'm not really into that sort of stuff. But like I say, I'm not against it, just not for it. I just don't really watch it. Let's have a look. Geordie put which all the Liverpool and Manchester United fans living in the northeast turn into Newcastle fans. It'll be the same with the Mackhams. Once we get bought out, they'll go from red and white to black and white because they'll want to see talent. They'll want to see a team that actually starts winning stuff, not just a League One side. And that's just a comment to Lawrence Taylor. I did actually see his comment. I do apologise, Blue Star. Can't wait for people to call me plastic. Yeah, bring on the plastic comments. I mean, like I say, I'm a Geordie. I've got the accent, so people can say what they want to me. I mean, I've been supporting Newcastle through the bad times. He was saying, "Did my dad tell me off?" No, he didn't. Wouldn't let my dad tell me off. You joking? Dad would never tell me off. Lawrence, it's because yeah. But yeah, like I say, what's your thought, Archer, on the football potentially coming back? But it's meant to be getting played behind closed doors, but it's true grounds.
I think it's it's a good idea, but like obviously with it's a bit odd that St James's Park's not being mentioned.
North and South depending.
Aye. But obviously the other option was like to basically just scrap the league and obviously give the title at Liverpool, because that's what I thought. Obviously with the virus still going on, and obviously the FA don't really see it that way, do they?
I just don't see the idea of, like, say for example, our next fixture was meant to be, we were meant to be going away to Brighton today, our last away game of the season. But realistically, our next game was meant to be Sheffield United at home. Why would we want to go all the way down why would we want to go all the way down to Manchester United, like Old Trafford or or the Etihad or Chelsea, for example, to play Newcastle versus Sheffield United? It wouldn't feel right. Also, why would fans want to go all the way down there? Like fans would travel. Trust me, the Newcastle fan will stand outside the stadium to try and get pictures with the players.
I know. It's a bit odd, like, but just have to see how they're gonna deal with it. And obviously, then you've got the transfer window. That's gonna like probably extend a bit, and then you've got the
Well, that could have a massive Newcastle in the takeover as well. Like, we don't know like what's going to happen to our summer window. If we've got Mike Ashley in charge, for me, I just don't think we've got a transfer window. He's not going to spend. But if we've got these rich owners coming in, then I think we've got a bright future in terms of bringing players in. But it might not be they're going to come and splash straight away, because for one, they'll have a plan and they'll build the training facilities. But we'll have to try and get rid of some of the current players that we've got. So that might also affect a few things.
But we need to get rid of Jack Colback, Sarve.
He's gone anyway. His contract runs out at the end of the season. Sarve is the same.
And obviously, is it that Morocco left back? Is he still at Newcastle, or is he on loan?
No, I think he's still on the contract, but I think he's out on loan at the minute. He hasn't got a future.
He needs to go. Trying to think. Elliot could go.
I think there's a few, to be fair, though, when you think about it. I mean, you could just rip off the whole team, though, couldn't you? When you think about 6 players. You've got like you keep Dubravka, you keep Lascelles, Fabian Shaw, you keep the Longstaffs, Alan St. Maximin, you keep Almiron. The rest of them, I think, have all got question marks.
Yeah.
On them.
They have like.
I think did that cut out for a second?
You did. You did.
Anyway, Archer, we've got Dean coming in the stream, so I'm gonna have to wave goodbye to you, but I'll definitely speak to you soon.
Okay, no bother. See you in a bit.
Speak to you soon, mate. Take it easy.
See you, bye.
Right, we're going to read a few more comments and then we'll get Dean straight into the stream. So, Willie Banks, I hope I've spelled your name right there. I do apologise if I haven't, mate. He's a Rangers fan and he said, you'll enjoy being Ashley free, just like us Rangers fans. Hope the TOON go on to lift some silverware. Yeah, I'm in total agreement. I think now that he's left Rangers, that again feeds me with optimism that he could be finally off and that he's going to leave football and never come back. Neutral ground won't work. It's not fair. Yeah, exactly. There's clubs who, like Aston Villa, who have a lot of home games. It'd be a case of, I just don't know how they'll do it. I think they're asking for trouble. Imagine you're at the bottom 5 of the last 9 and are at home, and then all of a sudden you have 9 away games to stay up. Exactly. And plus, play behind closed doors, it just wouldn't feel right. Let's have a look. The next one is from Geordie. He said, now we go to the Amex where we have Cammy announcing Newcastle versus Sheffield United. Yeah, exactly. Or Manchester United versus Manchester City. It's Stamford Bridge or something. I just don't know how they're gonna. I don't know how they can go around doing that. It sounds daft. Christmas 365 said, I think the only players that stay after the takeover will be Dubravka, Lascelles, Shaw, Almiron, the Longstaffs, and ASM. Pretty much what I've said. Yeah. I can't see many more of them staying. I think they'll have question marks over them. Matt Ritchie potentially could stay on, but where would his future lie? Savier's contract runs out in 2021. Same with us, or is it next season, is it? But they'll be out the door this summer. I can guarantee you that. Regardless of it, they'll be gone. Just catching up on the comments. Sad thing about me is I've never seen like a good Newcastle team, and all I've seen is Mike Ashley running the club. So hope there's new owners and will bring fresh air into the club. Yeah, exactly. You've got to feel sorry for those fans who have only known Mike Ashley. Again, I'm quite fortunate. I was watching Newcastle before Mike Ashley, so I've seen some of the good times. But shame we just didn't get a trophy to replicate it. But you know, I've seen the good old nights in the Champions League, and you know, when I was a younger lad, and I've seen in the UEFA Cup as well. So you know, I've managed to see that. I was one of the lucky ones. Colbert, Elliott, Sterry, Atsu, Kraft, Mutu, Carroll, Gale, go 100%. I think my full attack has to go, if I'm honest. I don't think any of them have got futures at the football club, and that includes Joe Linton. Build the team around Shaw, the two long staff, St. Maximin and Miggy. I think Miggy and in ESM, they'll be the main lads to build around, especially the long staffs. Matty needs a new contract, big time. Hopefully one step at a time, two big club with fantastic fans, not to be competing at the top off. Yeah, exactly, mate. We've just been fobbed off by the potential, well, Mike Ashley. And Aaron's from Lawrence, yeah. I think Aaron's just done. I think he's playing, is it in Scottish League now for Motherwell? So I would like to see the new ownership create a feeder club with the local non-league sides and allow the under-23s to gain a lot more experience. If I had it my way, I'd like to see some of the younger lads go to somewhere like Gateshead, you know, help out Gateshead, maybe give them some players. You could say maybe Blythe, you know, help out the lower league sides there, definitely. The next one is from 80s Gamer 1982. The season needs to be void, simple as. It's either that or they're going to have to do points per game. I just don't think you can fully cancel it. John Sinclair, mate, I hope you're well. Also subscribe to John Sinclair on YouTube. Fantastic YouTuber, Newcastle fan. Does a lot of Newcastle previews, reviews as well. So if you can go along, drop me a subscription. I think he's got over 100 subscribers now. So if you can help him out, help out a fellow Newcastle United supporter, and I'm sure he will appreciate your support. So yeah, John Sinclair on YouTube. John, if you can actually put in your link in the comments, people will be able to find your YouTube channel, and I'm sure they'll subscribe to you. He said, "Evening, Sharky, big up great show. Staying confident the takeover will happen next week. I know it's happening, so we can celebrate Norway. The Premier League, see them will block this, or they'll face the lawsuit by the Saudis. Yeah, I can't see why a deal wouldn't go through. I think, you know, if the deal was in danger of not going through, if there was to be any like sort of blocks or any flags, listen, I think the deal would have been scrapped weeks ago. We've been talking about this for 2-3 weeks. You know, it's been building my excitement. We need to get a young but promising striker. Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, we can do that through the academy. I mean, we thought we had that with was it Adam Armstrong, and then he ended up leaving. He had a few loan deals, and then he ended up going to was it Blackburn, where he is now. So he sort of made his name at Bolton and then moved across. So Johnny said points per game is the way forward because there's no way matches would be played behind closed doors if it wasn't about the money. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Dean, if you are in the stream, mate, I will be leaving a link now. So if you see this link, Dean, please accept it and we'll get you into the stream. Like I say, I do apologise to anybody if it is lagging in places. It's just due to what's going on in the area. I can't stress that enough. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Please hit the like button. And also, if you'd like to donate anything, please do. If you don't want to, it's fine. But just keep commenting, all of that good stuff, and help us on the road to 3K. We're less than 25 away now from 3K. We're on 2,975. So if you can go along and subscribe, that would be amazing. So yeah, there's less than 25 away. The next one is from, let's have a look. Jody, the deal doesn't go through, then surely the UK government needs to be questioned over why they are doing deals with weapons. Yeah, exactly, because the UK have got a very good relationship with Saudi Arabia, so it's a case of I don't see why not. But like I say, mate, stranger things have happened. Keith Rose says, why do you think Ashley's taken TOON's head off recruitment? Steve Nixon's off furlough recently. Do you think Mike Ashley knows the deal is not happening? I don't know. I have no idea, mate. One more before we get Dean in. Any ideas what's going on to happen with Lazaro, Rose? Loans due to expire. I think they'll go back. I can't see them having futures at the football club. Possibly Lazaro, but I just don't think, for me, that Danny Rose has any sort of future, personally. How's it going, Dean? You good?
Yeah,
welcome
I'm good.
To the stream.
Thanks for having me, Sharky, again.
No problem. Can you hear me? Am I good?
Yeah, I can hear loud and clear, even though you had a bit of trouble.
I'm not lagging. Am I good?
Yeah, Nate, you cut a little bit, but I didn't quite get it.
Yeah, but is it good? Yeah, is the stream good? Are you good?
Yeah, it's okay. I can hear you. I can hear a bit, but I'll understand it.
But can you see us? Yeah, can you see?
Yeah, I can see you fully well.
No problem. That's absolutely fine. So, Dean, takeover. Are you still confident?
It looks like it. The reports of saying that we might have an announcement by next week. Then, if it's too good to be true, then yeah, I'm confident because the Saudis, even though I don't know heard much about it, Manastef is being in the media, but like, because the first time she tried to put a bid in, Ashley said it was a waste of time. Then she's come back with a better consortium, and plus with the Saudi prince and also the Rubin brothers. So that's like a good backing, and plus with many people on board, and plus I do hope they'll look into like bringing a few legends back like Keegan, because I think Keegan will be a great idea for Newcastle for like a backroom like an ambassador, and also Shearer and Robert and a few other former players who played and know how the experience of Newcastle United and how Newcastle should be run, like they've experienced. I'm not getting my hopes up yet because it looks like it's going the right direction where it is, and looks like the Premier League are saying that they're not going to, there's no red flags or anything like that, because if Premier League do reject it, the next minute to block it, so like they said, Saudis might end up taking a lawsuit against them and lose a lot of money out of it, because they're already losing money with this pandemic. So either way, if there's no problem or anything, yes, there's been reports about the poor record of human rights. It's just, then it is just want to make sure in case the new owners are legit, and plus also they can run the club probably. Like Mike Ashley, for the 13 years he's done at this club, is absolutely awful. Like the name changing stadium, like to Sports Direct Arena, that was shocking. Because then to my heart, it's like to James Park, all thick through and fill. Changing the 9 bar to changing like Shearer bar to 9 bar, that's just shocking as well. Because I think it was over Shearer's criticism or how Ashley was running the club. Because at the end of the day, Shearer has his own pay, and that's his club because he's played for that club for 10 years. He's all-time goal scorer. He has every right to opinion at the end of the day. And the players that he saw is on, God, he saw a lot of players for like 32 million for Carroll. A few others, there's been reports that he might sell one of them again. I'll be shocked if he sell Longstaff brothers. That'd be another stab in the heart, because he's already stabbed in the heart, got rid of Perez, because Perez was like unbelievable for last season with Rondon. And the day they didn't offer Rondon that much because at the end of the day actually doesn't like old players, he just wants younger talent players. It's just that. So, and Steve Bruce's situation, I will give him 9 games to prove himself. If he wins the cup, that'll be fantastic. But with the 2 managers that have been linked, like Pochettino and Benitez, I would love to see Brad Benitez coming back and try have unfinished business with Newcastle. But Pochettino, I'll give him a big shot, because how he's done with Southampton and Tottenham, it's unbelievable. It's just like, I think if he has the full back end, then he'll bring some players that can help Newcastle United to achieve great things. But it's going to take like small steps, because I know they'll be saying, oh, we're going to be new, but no guarantee or not. But at the end of the day, it's just baby steps first before things can happen.
Yeah, I think it's a case of we can't get ahead of ourselves, but we can definitely be optimistic. Like you were saying, obviously there's been no red flags. There's been nothing to say from the Premier League that there's been a deal that's going to collapse or anything like that. I think it's a case of we now know Mike Ashley, we know where intentions lies. It's not obviously Newcastle, it's Sports Direct, House of Fraser, and we need. I
know Mike Ashley tried to buy some businesses between. He was trying to make it like mix them with business with football. At the end of the day, it doesn't work like that. I know he was trying to buy other like businesses like House of Fraser. He tried to buy HMV one time, because I usually love going to HMV. And he was trying to buy other sorts like House of Fraser's and Metal Center. That didn't happen. I'm glad they've seen sense. And he's with the club he's done. He's just, end of the day, it looks like it's going to decline at the moment, because look at the stadium. It's not at what it used to be and all that. But yeah, he's done something better. Yeah, it's not up to scratch. He's done better on the front of it, but he's left it far too late, because at the end of the day, that's going to be there, but we don't know about the other side of it. That's going to be there. It's just needs to be. Is
that not his good night present to sort of say, yeah, I've done a little bit on the stadium. Now I'm going to leave. That's what I've left you now. It's up to the rest of the new owners to potentially come in. He should
have done more than enough to it, because at the end of the day, he's left it far too late. Because he should have done that from the beginning. If he'd done that from the beginning, then we might say, well, he's at least doing something from his wrongdoing. That's what I would have said. But oh no, I got no to say him. I hate him ever since when Keegan left, because when he first came out, I thought, we'll give him a chance, because let's see how he can get this club in the right direction. But when he broke out Kevin Keegan, I thought, oh, at least he's doing something to bring back what Newcastle should be. And then all of a sudden, he has these back people that are yes man, like Dennis Wise. I don't know how they put him in the board. He doesn't know nothing about it. Yeah, he's played football on the field, but business-wise, he's got no experience whatsoever.
Well, that's not
And
the thing is that's not a problem to Mike Ashley though. He's brought in these guys like Chris Moat, Derek Lambias, and they're meant to be guys who are meant to be advising Mike Ashley to try and run the football the way it should be run, but they've obviously let him down. But at the end of the day, I don't have any sympathy for him. He's made so many mistakes.
I have no sympathy whatsoever. He's just a short guy. That's Dennis Wise. Because at the end of the day, Dennis Wise, I respect him on the field, but when the back board, the way he did in Newcastle, I have no respect for him because the way because he won to imagine anything.
Who gives Joe Kinnear a job? Who gives Joe Kinnear a job on the board?
Joe Kinnear has already had a heart attack from his previous manager that he had, and he had a heart attack again when he was managing Newcastle United. How can he going to do the back board? And there's a slight possibility he might get another heart attack when he's at the board. So
yeah, exactly.
How can he? It's just really Mike Ashley should have think about his health and his health, because at the end of the day, having 2 heart attacks, that's bad. But there's a possibility he might have a third one. That would be the end of him.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been given the job to start with, to be fair, as manager. I mean, I think obviously he was...
No, I was shocked that. I was shocked that Ashley was just given back, even though he was left the job for personal reasons by his health, because at the end of the day, he did the right thing, leaving the job because of his health. And now going back, even though I was saying, Howie, family would have said something, are you mad? Because Howie, you nearly almost died doing this for Newcastle. Why are you thinking, what made you want to go back? What, just to prove yourself that you were... If you had unfinished business, I understand that. Yeah, if you want to finish what you should have finished a long time ago, I understand that. But going back to the job, that may kill you. It's just really not. I wouldn't go back if it was my health on the line. No, I wouldn't do that, because at the end of the day, because my family would have been strongly against it. But I was a bit surprised, like the family just said, "Are you mad? Go and do that again," even though after what they'd done to you and that. But it's just really. But I'm glad he left it, because at the end of the day, we thought we just don't want him. I don't say I don't want him in the club. I just don't want him to see another death in this situation. Yeah,
like I say, Mike Ashley's made so many mistakes. Obviously, I think the biggest one for me was letting Rafa Benitez go, and it's not just the fact of Bruce coming in, just the fact he got rid of Perez, Rondon. He's sort of stripping the club.
Yeah, it was. Perez and Rondon were like, yeah.
I was just saying, sorry.
Perez and Rondon were like the best. It's coming up again.
I was just saying, it's a case of he's made so many mistakes. He's let Rafa go. He's cut the squad back so many times. We've had to restart so many times. And it's a case of, we're never, ever going to progress. And he now knows with the current situation of hiring Bruce, he's not really known for, the best football. He's not everyone's cup of tea, and he's a cheap option. I'm sorry to say he is. And I think he knows to give him a free contract, he can't sell the club.
Yeah, and then did the unthinkable of trying to sneak their way, like try and sneak and grab the manager without having Sheffield Wednesday the compensation that they deserve, and that's really not on. And plus, so I'm glad Sheffield Wednesday just took action against it, but I heard no about it if they're going to take action or not. It's just really because Mike Ashley, at the end of the day, he really gets it from through that time. It's just really. It's just short. But don't get me wrong, Steve Bruce when he first came in the club, I just say he's got no chance. I said to you from the start, I'll give him 10 games to prove himself. And yeah, he had a bit of a shaky start and all that, but he's starting to win a few fans around. Like the last game we had before this pandemic happened, one-sided, and we thought ourselves, he might get us a very good goal. To be fair, he might give us a very good. And plus, he's determined to win that cup, because he came close with Hull City to win it, but this could be a chance for him to prove himself that he can do it. But I would give him 9 games to prove himself. If he wins the cup, fantastic. That'd be, if it was his last hurrah, that'd be fantastic for him. At least he's proved something. At least he can leave Newcastle on a head held high. At least he's done something to, like, from came into the club, like they don't want him or anything like that, and then go on a high and end up winning the FA Cup that we've been desperately winning it for, like, since 1955 to win it. It's just like might happen.
So, like, obviously talking about the cup competition, the FA Cup, there's been talk games being played behind closed doors, as you know about, but then there was talk this week of football potentially getting played at neutral grounds. Now, my opinion is I don't agree with being played behind neutral grounds. I think yes, play behind closed doors by all means at the stadium where it should be played. But I think if you play it at neutral grounds, then I think you're defeating the object of social distancing. And secondly, you're causing trouble because what's not to say that there won't be any fights from fans. Or fans won't make the journey just to stand outside the ground.
Oh yeah, true. You look what PSG when they've closed behind closed doors. There was like a group of PSG fans waiting outside the stadium, and neutral ground is a big mistake because imagine if some fans come to behind the stadium watching the players playing and they were cheering for them outside the stadium. I would say it's wrong because I think if you want to do it behind closed doors, just keeps the home and away stadiums. Yeah, it's gonna be not fair on the fans, but at least they're playing where they're supposed to play. But neutral grounds, that's like, I understand they're trying to make it like safe as they can, but I think it's wrong really because at the end of the day, you're supposed to play where you're supposed to play, like home and away, regardless. And yeah, it's gonna be concerning for the players and staff. That's gonna be a big concern. But and also worse as well, if you go on neutral grounds, there's gonna be trouble because what happens if police have to like guard around the stadiums, not letting the fans in, and then next minute there's gonna be like a fight or riot. That's what's gonna happen. It's just really because at the end of the day, if you're a Newcastle fan, you will go to the neutral grounds regardless of your health. But for me, I won't do it because regardless of my health, as long as I watch it, as long as we watch football, like even if the program decided like, oh, we should let the fans watch it for free, so that'll be great because at least the fans can see the game even though they can't watch it.
Yeah, I think the way I look at it is, the games, if they're going to be played behind closed doors, by all means go down that route. But I just don't see the idea of Newcastle and Sheffield United down at like Chelsea's ground or Manchester United's ground. I just wouldn't feel right.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Yeah, and the worst thing about it had worse hits for areas. But I thought it would have done like either the Midlands area or parts of the northeast. That would have been not fair. That'd be good for us. At least they look at that. But I'm a bit surprised they didn't look at us straight away. And yes, we have had the worst hit of the case, and even though when we started it didn't do bad, but now recently it's been a bit worse, and that's. But at the end of the day, the Premier League's doing the best they can. At the end of the day, you can't please everyone. That's what it is. At the end of the day, you can't please every club because the clubs have different agendas, different opinions, and all that. It's just really, I don't want to see the Premier League. I want the Premier League to just put none away from the start because when I looked at it, I thought the situation, I thought there's no way they can do it. There's no way how they're going to possibly do it because honestly, they've never done this kind of thing before. If it was a world war, yeah, I understand that. But this is a pandemic. It possibly can risk players' livelihoods and possibly, if they have the disease, then pass on to their family. And I don't want that. That's the problem. What are you thinking? I don't know. It's just really, I just want to run away from the start.
Per game then?
What?
Would you not say points per game then? Instead of just voiding the whole thing?
I would say points per game. We'll save regardless. End of the day, points per game. End of the day, Liverpool's going to have the title no matter what the situation. And they even said like it is Liverpool don't deserve. They went how 25 points in the lead away from Man City. It's just really not fair on them because how we look at Liverpool. Liverpool waited 13 years to win that trophy. 13 long years.
I would give them, if it was my decision, I would give Liverpool the title. I've always said, just give Liverpool the title. Everybody finishes where they finish. Don't give them any European spots because who could have actually got there. Don't relegate anybody.
Yeah.
You bring up Leeds merit, and then you have a 22 club system. 5 clubs will get relegated. I think those who are in the Championship, I think you just have to give them some sort of compensation, sweeten them over a little bit, and that's just the way you're going to.
The ones who are in the playoffs, for the ones who are in the playoffs, like Brighton and a few other clubs, like it's just really not fair for them because they had a good, decent start of the season, and then next minute having a pandemic like that, and then possibly they might not get promoted or get in the playoffs. It's just really, I think the Football League should give them compensation. If they're in the playoffs, give them compensation. It's not fair. And even if Sunderland, they were in the playoffs, and give a compensation that because then there's been reports like Sunderland's having a bit of a financial trouble it is and trying to find new owners. For me, I want Sunderland to come back in the Premier League one day. Not now, but probably they try and find some solution or rebuild somewhere to try and get Sunderland where they should be. because at the moment they are like struggling to find new owners or investments. They were on the verge again of one of the American bids, and then everything was going well until they pulled out for some strange reason or circumstances that they couldn't open to what Sunderland want. But they are looking into other investments, see if they can try and like salvage, because at the moment they're not in the position where they are. Yeah, League One is really that's to say you can walk over League One, but League One's got a few teams that could possibly can go to the Championship and probably go beyond in the Premier League. I can see a few other teams can do it, like Fleetwood. Fleetwood look like they can have, with Joey Barton in the side and he can believe the players, I think they will go forward. If they get to the Championship, 100% guaranteed they will, because how they believe and how they is unbelievable. I'll see that, and plus Wags might be there in the League Championship. It could happen. Anything's possible. So there's a few other teams in there who were in the Championship before, came down a notch, and they could possibly go to the Championship, possibly in the Premier League in the future. So that's what I'd see there.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that potentially some League One, League Two, even non-league clubs could potentially go bust. You were talking about Sunderland, of course. Yes, I don't like them and they're rivals, but never would I want to see any club go bust. I think the derby means a lot. To the city, it means a lot to the fans.
Oh yeah,
but
definitely that.
Of course, you don't want them. Obviously, you don't. You'd hate to say it if they got a takeover and they were better than us. They would say the same. Never ever would you want to see a club go bust, whether you hate them or not.
Nah, even though I would love to see it, but for me, I would rather see a derby, because at the end of the day, we got unfinished business with Sunderland, because having 6 games in a row, we lost them. Then it's been 4 years since we last played them. We want the derby back, because really bad, because how much atmosphere is that? And yeah, there is a bit like crowd trouble and plus extra police who have to separate them, because at the end of the day, it's for their safety, for their own good and all that. But derby is the most main attraction for the beast, and plus we haven't had a derby for a very long time. We've only got the closest one, probably Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough's at the moment in the Championship, and they're struggling at the moment. So it looks like we might not have any derbies where the situation is now. So,
do you know what I think of Middlesbrough team?
Yeah, repeat that. What?
Boring, like everyone talks about Middlesbrough.
Yeah,
like if Middlesbrough beat us like 3 or 4-0, I wouldn't really care, because I find them very irrelevant. Like they talk more about Leeds as being a derby than what it would be in Newcastle. I wouldn't really give 2 iotas about Middlesbrough personally. I mean, got another club, but just wouldn't really be that interested in that club in that sense for a derby.
At the end of the day, it's your opinion. It's just sometimes at the end of the day, it's like 2 derbies we'll enjoy the most. If you have Sunderland and Middlesbrough and Newcastle in that
derby, too far away. But we're like an hour and a half on the train away from Middlesbrough.
But for me, it's interesting, because at the end of the day, I love watching the Newcastle and some derby more than Newcastle versus Middlesbrough. But at the end of the day, it's just a derby, because at the end of the day, we want to see something that gets the fans excited, and plus something to look forward to in their games. And even though it's like something like 2 leagues below us and Middlesbrough 1 above us, so one day when they sort the situation out with ownerships and everything like that, they'll get back to where they should be. It's going to be a long time before they can get back to where they are. It's just the situation of this pandemic, and plus this possibly close my face unimaginable like Burnley did, because honestly I felt sorry for really Burnley, because they've been there for a very long time, and then this owner came along and they just destroyed every inch of Burnley's history and destroyed everything what Burnley believed in. And it's good now at Burnley next season, if there is going to be a next season, going 6 leagues below, and they're going to be called a different name. It's going to be a long time before Burnley will be back to where they're going to be. So, and also not only like Burnley was gone, but Bolton Wanderers were almost going to be gone as well. But thank God, like the new owners now came in straight in before the deadline was going to be history, and they're building back up. It's just going to take a long time. And yes, they got very young players. I mean, you've brought some of the players back who used to play for Bolton. It's going to take a long time Bolton to be back where they should be for Bolton. I believe they will. Yeah, they're going to be going. Well, the pandemic, they're lucky they're still where they are, because honestly, that would have been a little bit of gone down to League Two. And if they did go down to League Two, then at least they can get a chance to rebuild the squad, get the squad better, and get them where they should be and all. And probably one day down the line, if they have like a manager who has passion for Bolton, then at least they can go further, and plus probably one day in the Premiership in the future. Because at the moment, the new owners is going to say they're going to take a long time to build. So it's going to be like, see what the structure will be and see how, if the youth system is better.
When you buy a football, it's when you buy a football club, it's not a quick fix. You know, there's a lot to try and sort out at this football club, from the very bottom upwards.
It's not a quick fix at all. I know fans want this to happen. I know fans want this quick fix that they're going to have the great times back.
100% of Newcastle all want this takeover to happen. I think we're all, we'll let you there. Fingers crossed. Everything's crossed. Well, done, dusted.
I'm still keeping my fingers crossed that it does happen, because I believe it will happen, because this is going to be closest than we ever had could happen. Because honestly, we waited 13 years to this happen. Because for me, it's 12 years. Because the first year Mike Ashley had us for, he was going to bring something back where to keep the tradition going. And then also when Keegan left, I just hate him ever since. He was not shown.
Like after he gives something a Newcastle United football club. Oh, honestly, it's one lie after another. One lie after another. That's all it is. Anyway, Dean, it's been nice talking. It's been nice talking to you. We've got Lawrence coming into the stream now. We've got a big night, so we'll definitely get you.
No worries. No worries, Chalky. Great to have me, and I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, stay safe, mate, and I'll definitely get you on next week. Okay, just when it sorts itself out. Hopefully, good news. Stay safe, mate.
Yeah, so the things out. Take it easy. Bye. Bye.
Bye, mate. Right, Lawrence, we'll get you in now. I'll put another link in. There he comes. Lawrence is coming in.
Hi. Hey, guys. Hey, Shorty.
Mr. Lawrence Taylor. Here he is. Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
Oh, hi. Is that better?
Can't hear you.
You can't hear us. Right, let me I'll test it.
Yeah, it's a bit jummy.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, so Lawrence, take over. You still confident?
Yeah. Just gotta be patient.
There's a lot of fans obviously doubting it, but I don't think there'll be any fuck ups now. I think it's gone too far down the line, especially with the Premier League. They've never come out and said, do you know, for me, the response of do you know when the Amnesty International put that statement out in the sentence of the Premier League? I generally thought there and then if the Premier League was going to, they would have done it there and then.
Oh, yeah.
So do you think now that it's just a case of what's going on now, this current time, that it's a case of, just sitting and being patient and that something will happen, but there's no point putting sort of dates in it because we know that it's not going to.
Yeah, 100%.
Lawrence, you're a little bit behind the stream. I don't know if you want to leave and come back. Okay. If you just leave the stream and come back in, thanks, mate. Much appreciated. So Lawrence will sort himself out. Dylan A, I hope you're still in the stream. He said hello. I hope you're good, mate. Peter, if you're still watching, if you want to come back into the stream, just let us know down below in the comments. I do apologise that I couldn't get you in the stream for long because you were in with somebody else and it sort of lagged a little bit. But if you're still watching and you want to come back in the stream, just put your comment in the box and we'll get you in about 10 minutes, maybe about 11 o'clock. We'll get you in for about 11 o'clock. Can you? What's it like now, Lawrence? Are you good?
Yeah.
So there's obviously been talk of potentially being played behind closed doors, but at neutral grounds. Now, what's your thoughts of that? Do you think are you for or against it?
I'd rather cancel the remaining games, do what France have done, and do like points per game. So you give out European places if there are any, league titles, promotions, relegations. Like if clubs miss out on promotions, relegate, or go down, or miss out on European places if there are any, then they should have done more on the pitch. I mean, if they decide to cancel European football next season, which I can't see them doing, then extend Man City's ban till 2023.
Do you think they're going to get banned from Europe though?
Wait, haven't they? Do you mean like the ban like upheld?
Yeah, like, do you think they're going to lose their appeal? Do you think Man City will generally get that ban that they've been given?
Probably, but it wouldn't surprise us if they were let back in.
Money plays a huge part in football, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I think what might be putting pressure on Premier League also is UEFA. It's the same in Germany, Italy, and Spain, like the main 4 leagues.
Yeah. I think it's a case of they've got to do it carefully. I think it's not a case of, making rash decisions. Obviously, certain players have gone back, to training, but some of them just don't want to go back, like Aguero, because they're scared. And, I totally sympathise with that. It's like me getting asked to go back to work, and we're in a pandemic where we've got 31,000 people dying, and there's hundreds every day of dying of it. I don't think I'd want to go in until I'm fully 100% sure that it's safe to do so. Do you see where Aguero's coming from and where I'm coming from? I don't think I'd want to risk my life to try and pass it on to somebody else if I catch it. Fingers crossed, obviously I don't.
Yeah, the Premier League just got to understand, concerns like Aguero. I mean, in Germany, I think there's been 10 players, and their situation's no one near as bad as the other 3 leagues that were mentioned. But they've already had 10 players, I think, testing positive, Kalu breaking the rules, and a full squad going into self-isolation, and they're supposed to be starting next weekend.
Yeah, I heard that. I mean, obviously 10 people, catching it. 10 people is 10 people at the end of the day. 10 footballers, 10 coaches.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? The Premier League, they're gonna have to monitor the Bundesliga very, very closely, because if there's one hiccup, that's going to affect how we go about our business in terms of how we start the Premier League and the EFL.
Well, yeah.
There's obviously talk of the EFL. There's clubs in potentially Championship, League 1, League 2 potentially going bust. If the season doesn't get up and running. I've always said just set a date by the 15th of June. If they can't get it done by the 15th of June, then I've always said, and I think you said it as well, points per game. Give Liverpool the title. You're not going to beat anybody, but
points per game regardless. If players are fearing for their safety, because if you're playing the games whilst players are fearing for the safety, the risk is like a lot bigger than the reward.
Yeah, I think the Premier League need to be very careful, because you can put at this moment in time, I think they're putting money over health and safety, and I think at the end of the day, you don't want anybody catching it. It doesn't matter who you are. This is a deadly virus that should be taken seriously. Obviously, there's been talk of the Prime Minister tomorrow giving out a speech. Potentially, that there could be sort of with a lockdown, they want to try and get certain things back up and running. But I think they've got to have to be very careful, because one hiccup, it just means we're defeating what we've tried to do for the past 5-6 weeks. We've been on lockdown for so long. I think we've been doing so well. I think it would be a shame if we were to all start, mass gathering again, and it was to happen again, and then we're back stuck indoors for another 3 months or something like that. I wouldn't want that. I mean, who would?
Exactly.
And obviously, there's been talk of 45 minutes games. I mean, something else I don't agree with. Neutral grounds, again, something I don't agree with. There's been talk of apparently no football until 2021. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't think that will happen. I think it'll start.
I will.
Sorry?
Yeah. No, I was just about to say 2021, but behind closed doors. Apparently another season, but what's your thoughts?
We'll kind of see what happens on that one. I think it'll be October at the latest for coming back.
People are asking how long am I going live for. I'll go as live as long as you want us to go live for. I think I've always said between 8 and 12, but if it dies a death, then I'll start winding down. But if people want to continue talking and being part of the stream, if anybody wants to come in the stream, just let us know down below in the comments, and I'll get I do apologise if it has lagged in places. It's just what's going on in the area, but I'm sure I'll rectify that very soon. It's out of my control, but yeah, like I say, Lawrence, I think it's a case of just watch this space. We've still got I think with the pandemic, I think that's getting put over what's going on. I think that's bigger than the takeover. Would you say?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, is there anything else that's crossed your mind this week then in the football? Is there anything you'd like to talk about? Anything you'd like to get off your chest?
I think I did hear that earlier today. I think UEFA are trying to finish the Champions League and restart in August.
But then that's when the new season technically is going to start. I think I just don't know how they're going to do it. Like, there's no guarantees that this current season is going to actually start. There's no guarantees of when it's going to end if it ever does start. How a club, how a player's going to go about it. If players say, I don't want to play, then I think it's going to fuck a lot of things up. And I think players are well within their rights to say, I don't want to play. As much as I wouldn't condone it if it was during the season, but in a pandemic, I can kind of understand why they wouldn't want to play, and that would fuck a lot of things up. But like, if I was a footballer in this case scenario, I wouldn't be asked about wanting to play. I'd be wanting to make sure that my health and safety is first before anything else.
Yeah, I mean, we'll come to games. Well, when we're going to games, whether you're playing or watching, you're not really thinking too much about your health and safety usually. But if I'm fearing for my life for a match, then I'm just not wanting to play.
You won't have the same motivation levels. It's the same, like, playing behind closed doors. If you're playing with no fans, you're not going to have that 100% energy to want to go out and, give 100% for your club that you're representing. Whereas if you've got the fan base behind you, you've got that extra buzz.
I think so, yeah. And I think an example of like a fearing for health, which affected the team, I think, was it Ronaldo in the 98 World Cup, but he was just forced to play out of Nike, just being arseholes. They just feared for his safety. They were nowhere near the best, and they got hammered by France.
I just think it's just mental, really, when you think about it. If the Premier League, are putting money before health and safety, I just think that's wrong on all levels. I just don't think that's right.
Yeah.
I just think that my personal decision would be, do you know what? The FA Cup, as much as I'd love to see Newcastle win the FA Cup, I'm willing to sacrifice the FA Cup if it meant the whole season is completely, I would just stopped and given on points per game. That's the way I look. That's the only way you're going to settle it.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta think: would you kill like 100 of people just to see your club win the cup? And obviously, the answer should be no.
The problem is, though, we're not guaranteed to win the FA Cup, though. Like,
exactly,
the clubs are. Yeah, we've got a chance. Of course, we'll have. We'll beat Man City. We'll go to Wembley. But the point is, like, the Euros have already been pushed, haven't they? You've got to try and get next season started. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just don't know how they're going to go about it.
I think if you cancel the remaining games, then next season could go back, could like be like a lot safer to play and probably more enjoyable.
I just think they've got a tough decision to make, and it's whether they can get the right decision out there. Because I think whatever decision the FA make, the Premier League, EFL, it's not going to please everybody. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, I think there's going to be, don't want to say it, I hope not, but there's going to be a lot of clubs at the end of this will have financial difficulty. They're going to go bust. I think there'll be another bury on the route because, listen, like 2 months of no football. If you're a club like in the EFL, let's say you're like League 1, League 2, or even non-league, and you're relying on fans to come in where there's no TV, how are they going to make that money when there's no TV deal for them? Like, how do they keep the stadium going when there's no money coming in? How do they keep the facilities going? How do they pay the player wages?
I think the FA have got to help them out. Well, not just the FA, but the Premier League and even the EFL.
The thing is, what have they donated? Was it £1 million or something they donated?
Yeah.
How is that enough? Is that enough though to suggest that it's going to cover every single club with their financial background? Obviously, I don't know what the club's financial backgrounds are in League 1, League 2. I'm sure they do rely on some revenue, but some clubs will generate more money than others. For example, a Sunderland would generate more money than a Burton Albion or an Accrington Stanley, for example. I'm just comparing League 1 sides, but I just don't know how £1 million is going to cover all these clubs from the Premier League.
Exactly.
I'd love to hear anybody's thoughts in the comments. If you're a fan of another club, if you're a supporter of a Championship, League 1, League 2 clubs, non-league, I'd like to know, do you fear for your club? Do you fear for the rest of the season? Do you fear for its future? I think they've got a huge decision to make, and in a sense, it'd be great for us to have a takeover. But just imagine if you were one of those League 1, League 2 clubs who could be, in desperate need for some reinvestment, and we're like sort of complaining about Mike Ashley.
Yeah, and I think we've had this discussion quite a few times, but I'd love to see us bring back the friendlies against Gateshead. Maybe it's like a midweek when both clubs can do it.
Yeah.
And then similar,
like obviously,
in other parts of the country. Then just
I think there's obviously with Gateshead, obviously they need the money. They get about 1,000 fans, I'd say. Most games average about that, especially a Saturday game. But I'd like to think, back in the day before Ashley came in, I mean, we did have a few games with Gateshead, but it sort of went from like our first team to like their reserves. So like to our reserves, do beg your pardon. I think I've always been a big fan of going to the international stadium and, trying to pack out the ground, and trying to do a bit more for them. But then again, maybe try and bring Gateshead to St James's Park, generate maybe like a 15,000, 20,000 capacity, gate attendance, and then because we've already got the money, give that money to Gateshead. Imagine what that gate receipt would do for them.
Yeah, potentially. If say it happened in like the FA Cup, I kind of hope it doesn't, to be honest, though. But I do think.
What's the odds? What the Gateshead are going to get Newcastle in the FA Cup though? What's the odds?
I don't know if it's like the third. I mean, if it's like the third round, like what? 1 in like 100, 1 in like 64.
Yeah, honestly, mate, I do fear for all these non-league clubs. I mean, you gotta feel sorry for like a club like a Fleetwood who have been trying to get into the Championship, at Portsmouth as well, who are a big club in League One. Trying to get into the Championship, and that season should be halted. Apparently, League One, South Shields are another one, but apparently League One and League Two, their seasons are, for me, I've heard their points per game. But you've got to feel sorry for like a club like Portsmouth who could think, hold on, we win a couple of games, we're in the automatics. Sunderland, we win a couple of games, we're in the Championship automatics. Sorry, the automatics for the Championship.
Well, I think if they're doing points per game and clubs miss out on whatever the goal is, then they should have just done more on the pitch. Then fair enough.
Yeah, you could say that, but then nobody would have been sort of expecting what's happening now. Like, I mean, it's like Newcastle being, sort of second in the league, competing with Liverpool. We're a couple of points off. I mean, even, let's just say we're 5 points off, and they just give the title to Liverpool. We say, well, hold on, like we could have had a game in hand, or we might have had it easier running. Not to suggest you're going to win those games, but it's a case of, well, hold on, like what's going on?
I think it's kind of why, to a degree, the Dutch league null and void it, like didn't give a title out because they were level on points. So neither side could really complain.
That makes sense. Like that for me makes perfect sense because you just don't know who was going to win the league. You got to kind of feel a bit sorry for AZ Alkmaar though, because that would have been their first title. Would have been in about 17 years or something like that. But they're not bothered. They win it every season. But but if you're like a PSG and like a Liverpool, like obviously PSG have got it, but because the Premier League makes so much more money than Liga 1, surely like Liverpool have got to be given it. Like I just don't think it's a case of avoid the season, that's it, done. Like, I just don't think that. If I was a Liverpool fan, I'd be raging if I didn't get given that title, being 25 points clear. You only get 10 points clear. You know what I mean? You're 25 points clear, and they're going to win most of their games.
I think the money's why I can't see null and void. I mean, it's probably not even going to cancel the remaining games.
Well, somebody's relating to this, about the human rights and all that. You'll probably see in the comments, but apparently Steve Ray has just tweeted that Newcastle are sold on Tuesday. But we've been down this road so many times before. It's no guarantee that we're going to be bought out on Tuesday, is it? I'd love to see it, but you can't.
No. I'll just kind of like I might. Who's it from again?
I don't want to really say the name because he was part of the human rights thing, but yeah.
Aye.
Do you know, I don't really want to mention it just for the sake of the stream, the YouTube and that. But I don't know. I'm a case of just wait and see. Like, there's no point putting dates on things. That's why people, doubt the takeover because they keep putting dates on it and then they get disappointed.
Yeah, it'll just happen whenever it happens. Whatever amount of time we've got to wait, it's nothing compared to 13 years.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I think Mike Ashley now needs to go because, 13 years is a long time. If that's 13 years, if your life gone, that you're not going to get back, that's over a decade. A decade is a long time in life. And I don't really want to go through maybe another half a decade, with Mike Ashley in charge. I don't want another, 6.5 years, 7 years with Mike Ashley. I think now he just needs to take the money and go. If the money is on offer, and that is the deposit, and that is the real offer of 300 million, I think he's just got to take it. I mean, he's only paid, what, is it 134 million pounds for the club? Something like that. And it's all, anything he pockets now from this deal is profit. Imagine what that's going to do for him right now, especially in a pandemic. Do you agree?
Yeah, and I think that's why that's probably why like he put his asking price down because of the pandemic.
The thing is, I just don't know how he runs Newcastle. I don't know how he runs Sports Direct. I don't know how he runs House of Fraser. I just don't know how he runs all of these businesses at the same time, especially when in a pandemic where he's losing money. You'd think his baby's his business, surely.
Well, I think so, yeah. I mean, it's just because like he's kind of like buying failing businesses. That's why.
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's why I want the takeover to happen like now, because I want to see the club, reach its full potential. I want the club to, progress. I want to see the club, winning trophies. I don't want us to be the laughing stock, that we have been for the past 13 years. I don't want to see we're selling with better players because we need to generate more money for his business. I don't want to see, we're missing out on players because we're not willing to pay the extra couple of million quid. It's really frustrating.
Yeah.
Why can't these like big games not mean something? So say, for example, this season, we beat Chelsea 1-0 at St James's, we beat Manchester United 1-0 at St James's Park. Why can't these results not be remembered for like doing well in that league, like finishing 5th like we did one season, or winning an FA Cup or a League Cup? I'm not demanding that we should win it, but at least like not think, oh well, actually it was part of the season where we just finished mid-table. Just accepting, what we've been given for the past 13 years. I just don't want to. Yes, you get behind the side. It's not the players' fault, but the players know they could do better with fresh investment in the squad being improved in key areas of the pitch, especially up front.
Yeah, I think games in like say the 3 years when we finished in the top 5 under Sir Bobby Robson, or even the games in Keegan's first spell, they will get remembered more than the recent games.
It's a lot because of what. Continue.
Like, say, the 3-0 win against Villa, that has probably been remembered more. I mean, partially because of the cracking varnish from Shearer. That's probably remembered potentially more than, say, when we beat Chelsea 3-0 on the last day and finished 10th.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because that's the damage that Mike Ashley's done to the club. He's ripped the soul out of the club. Fans we'll go back because we're a passionate bunch of fans and we want to get behind the club, which is the right thing to do. I've said that so many times before. But, like, you just look at the decline, like the players that have come through the football club, they've just got worse and worse. And no offense to Joe Linton, they might have been a bit more expensive than what they were previously. That's why football's gone. Where players been so much money. But it's a case of like, why have we not been allowed? Why is Mike Ashley not allowed the club to compete, knowing that he's got the club on the cheap? I still think 134 million was a steal.
Well, he's just trying to run it like a business. Now, you can do it with like actual business, but you can't do it with sports clubs.
That's the thing. Like, you know what, right? He couldn't have chosen a better club to own. He's just fucked the fans off so many times before, and he's just made so many. Yeah, you can make mistakes, but you can make basic mistakes, and you could improve on that. But he hasn't. He's said so many lies to the media, and he's trying to cover up all his crap, that he spouted off to the club and to the fans. And I just think he's been poorly advised as well at the same time. That obviously hasn't helped, but he hasn't helped himself by not having any care in the football club. Not trying to help the club reach its full potential as it should do.
I think in terms of advising people, you need to hire people who like actually know football, and then treat them with the respect they deserve. Not just Lee Charnley, Justin Barnes, like Derek Lambias. Like, nobody would know who they were if they weren't associated with Newcastle.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, when Mike Ashley came in the football club, right? Yes, Keegan will know he loves the club. He knows the club inside out. I mean, there's no better man, right, that I'll give, a director's job to or a manager's job to if he wants it than Kevin Keegan, because he knows it. But if Mike Ashley wants to build relationships, with the fans, right? Yeah, fair enough. He never wanted to come back to the club after the way he was treated with money and stuff like that. But you could try and smooth things over surely and say, right, okay, maybe I didn't back you with the money as manager, but we could try and maybe create a relationship and get you, on the board somewhere, and you can help advisors and bring players into the club, that know the area, know the fans, want to play for the badge. And yeah, okay, things have been said, but apparently there's been no apology or anything like that. You might have said something in the past. Question is if I'm wrong, but it's a case of, you look at people like Derek Lambias, Joe Kinnear. For me, they're the two biggest mistakes. I think about Lee Charnley's another one. He's been here for years, hasn't he? Is it 20 years he's been here for? Lee Charnley?
Nobody knew who he was until 2014.
But I didn't know who he was.
No.
Mr. I will only speak when I'm told to.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. That he's been poorly advised, and obviously that's another thing that really bugs me is if you're a season ticket holder at the football club and you have all these fan forums, I think they're the most important, evenings of any club. Like, you need to know what's going on. You need to know the direction. Where the club's going. Are you looking to progress, or are you just looking to stabilise a club? Or a club like Newcastle shouldn't just be looking to stabilise; it should be looking to compete.
Like, don't get me wrong. Statements like the cups aren't priority. I will judge that on how we've done in the cups. So I'd probably more blame the players because because most of the games we went out in the cups, they were like winnable games. But I do think fans forum would probably maybe look to have it maybe every 2 months.
Lawrence, there's a question coming from Jody, I believe, and he has said, what marquee signing would you like? I would like to see Morelos from Rangers. So if you're sort of announcing a signing, it doesn't have to be a big name, but it could be maybe some average, someone like a Morelos from Rangers. I'm not saying he's an average player. I'm not about he's come from like a Rangers, they're not like a Barcelona or Real Madrid or like that. But who would you like to see and why?
I think I'd see what the next manager would have in mind. I think it would be someone from abroad, someone I haven't really heard of. I think Morelos, I would probably take him maybe just like a squad player. If we're going to sign players from like Scottish, Dutch leagues, for example, I'd prefer to see them as the squad players, especially if they're young. Bordeaux has come to mind from AZ Alkmaar, actually signed him to replace Muto on my FIFA career. But I think because these lads could turn out to be like Afonso Alves, for example, or Jorgensen if we signed him, because he hasn't been the same since World Link. But then have more proven strikers as like your main man. And
what about Jovic from Real Madrid? Would you take him?
I'd prefer a loan deal for him personally because things haven't worked out for him in Madrid. And if he does well with us, then we'd probably buy him. Because I think Madrid, they're kind of like, I don't know what you call it with players.
Do you know who I'd like to see?
What Louis Van Gaal's like. Yeah.
I'd like to see somebody like an Edward or something from Celtic as well. I think he'd be another one. I know he'd be good. But
yeah, he'd be like a good squad player as well.
Let's have a look, see if there's any more comments coming in. I think there's a couple of more. We'll read them out. Newcastle are reportedly targeting Benfica goalkeeper Odysseus. I don't think we need a goalkeeper though. Do you agree or disagree?
I think Colin Elliott will go. I think New Magic could look to bring in as like a backup experienced goalkeeper. If Freddie
do you mean he's going to be a goalkeeper?
No, I'm not saying like new goalkeeper in place of Dubravka, but maybe still want a second choice. But I think that's unless Woodman's happy to stay. But I think he might want to. I think he's got a year, but he might be wanting to go for first team football. And if he does, then I'm afraid we'll kind of guarantee it.
I said it with Freddie Woodman. I think he needs. I think he needs game time as well. I think Swansea's the perfect club there. I think they're looking to buy him as well.
Make Jake Turner third choice.
David Hume says, "I think in 3 years' time we will win the Premier League with some world-class players coming."
Well, you never know.
That's difficult. We don't know where we're going to be in 3 years' time as a club. We don't know if we're still going to have. We don't even know if we're going to be linked with a different owner. We don't even know who the manager's going to be. We don't even know like who's even going to be in the squad. We don't even know what we're going to look like in 3 years' time. Never mind. You know what I mean? Next comment. Have a look. if it decides to load up. It's from Andrew NFC. I would like to see Cavani up front. For us, he's 33, but still playing at the top level. I would personally have him for a couple of seasons, but he wouldn't be my go-to man for like a marquee signing.
Maybe, but that's if he's not just going to be here just for the money. Because I'd rather have players who are just going to come here, buy into the project.
I think it's obvious, though. You'll come to me. Like, there's no. Why else would he want to leave? PSG to come to Newcastle when you know the south of France. You've got the best beaches, you've got the best training facilities. Why would you do that?
Well, in fairness, if he's going to come, if he comes, he gives 100% for a couple of years, then I'll be happy with it.
Do you know what it is, though? It's difficult to say, like, right now, if we get a takeover, if it goes through, like, who would actually buy, who would go through first? Because, like, we are all, like, blast off all these players, but we wouldn't know, like, what the owners are intending. They might want to keep the current squad and just sort of dismantle it bit by bit, like window by window. Yeah. I don't think they'll just have a case of like, oh, actually, with what's going on right now, the thing is, I don't understand how we're going to get rid of these players that we've currently got because no one's going to have the money to spend.
I think you'd have to probably put prices.
Where's the magic money coming from these clubs? We haven't had a game for about 2 months.
I think that's a good point. It's kind of why Gail will probably have to send him out on loan for his last year of his contract because Championship clubs aren't going to want to pay the wages for him.
Andy Lee said Newcastle United's new owners, Saudi owners, want to make Ajax and Netherlands midfielder Donny van der Beek their first marquee signing. I've heard about that. Thoughts?
I've heard good things about him. And yeah, probably a good signing. I mean, we've heard reports again about Hayden being unsettled. I think he'd be like a good replacement because I know Hayden's coming into the last year of his contract. I think there's actually quite a few players, partly because Rafa brought them in for the project he wanted to have. Whose contracts run out next year. We need to think: are they going to sign a contract? And if not, then we need to probably try and get rid of them.
Well, I didn't mention in the stream, actually, I would keep Isaac Hayden. I didn't mention it in the players I keep.
I would.
I just think he's good. I think he's playing better as well. I don't know what it is, but he's sort of found his mojo again, and Hayden's a quality player on the day. The way he just, he shields the defense, the way he just gets forward. I mean, look what he did against Chelsea when Bruce said, you know what, we need you to get back, but he committed himself and he got that late goal. Little things like that make a difference, like taking risks, and he takes a risk in a sense that he wants to do it for the badge. He took that risk against Chelsea, and what happened?
I think we need to see with this lad. Does he want to sign a new contract? Hopefully, the answer is yes.
Do you think Hayden will stay?
Hopefully, I think if he wants to stay, he'll stay.
I think he will. I think he will, unless we do get the takeover, and obviously then he's sort of been told, actually, you're a good player in that, but you're going to be like a squad rotation player. You're not, guaranteed, first team action anymore. You might just come off the bench, maybe make an impact in the last 15 minutes. And I would hate to say that because I think he has turned a lot of fans' heads, when they're like, you can just leave. And I'll not lie, I was one of them. Like, well, you know what? If you don't want to be here, then quite frankly, just go and fuck off. I want people who want to be here, who want to play for the football club. And for me, players can turn fortunes very quickly, and I don't think he'd want to leave like after having 1 year in his contract. I'd be amazed if he doesn't sign a new deal, or if he doesn't, it'd be down to Mike Ashley not paying him his wages because he can't afford it.
Yeah, probably.
But I don't know that we've got some. It's deep down we've got some very good players. It's a case of with this takeover, we know we could do better. Though that's the thing. Like, I keep saying it, and I used to say it in every video before this pandemic. We have got a bunch of grafters. We've got hard workers that'll come in. They'll do a job. But for me, yes, it's all good having that, but I don't think it's enough. I know we could do better with better players, and the squad need help. Like, we're not going to achieve any higher than mid-table until we improve the squad and we start getting, proper investment, not just like, Mike Ashley creaming off the top and just giving with very little in return. I just don't think we deserve that, as a football club. I understand if we're like a Bournemouth or a Burnley not making the financial money that we make, but we make an absolute fortune. Probably more than what some of the top 10 clubs actually make. That's the sad thing.
Well, exactly. Bournemouth, like what is there same? Isn't it like a fifth of our stadium? And
We'll pack it out every game.
I think but
Continue.
until we signed Almiron, they'd spent 20+ million on 2 players.
The thing is, it was good that we signed. It was good that we signed Almiron, granted, but still, like, I still think there was more money to be spent. Like all that money that he's just creamed off the likes of sales of Andy Carroll, Kabay, Ben Arthur, even Perez. I could go on.
Yeah, and even Almiron, I'd say, was probably signing in like a desperate attempt to try and keep Rafa beyond last summer.
The thing is, as well, that he didn't want Joe Linton, did he? And I think I could trust Rafa. I knew he was correct.
Yeah.
Go on, Lauren. Continue. Were you going to say something?
No, not really. We'll just move on.
So Barry said, best wait until we know the outcome of the director's test before we start buying players, etc. Yeah, well, exactly, because financial fair play as well. That comes into it.
Yeah.
Especially with the pandemic. If we get a buyout, I just don't think players are going to. Well, the clubs will be willing to sell, but they'll not. Some players will go cheap, but the majority of the players, they're like big names, who could easily get money from.
Need to get rid of the likes of Colback and Servette. Yeah, and they're not the only two. And to be fair, it's easy to forget that we have them at the club.
Question that's just coming from William Brown. What do you think? Is Matty Longstaff staying or not? I think he is. I think he'll definitely sign a contract.
Yeah.
I think it's just a case of I think if a takeover goes through, he'll be one of the first people, one of the first players at the club to get his contract. Mike Ashley, for me, probably just doesn't have the money. But if he does stay, I think he has to give him a contract. He's one of the future players. Why would you want to see him go away from the club for silly money?
Well, yeah. And even if Ashley was looking to sell him, then, why just wait for him to go and just get what? A couple of $100,000 when, you can sell him to get millions for him. But I think he'll sign after the takeover happens, and I think they'll announce it alongside Sean Longstaff signing.
You know what it is? I just don't think for the club's financial future, I just don't think it would make any sense to let him go for cheap money when he's going to be worth anything up to 50 million in the future.
Exactly.
Same with like Sean Longstaff. Like I know he's not had the same season as last season, but like I wouldn't give up on something like Sean Longstaff because again, yes, he was linked with Man United and it didn't go. Whether that was true or not, but the point is, though, like persist with them, and I do believe both of these they've got bright futures. It would even help them develop within a takeover.
Well, exactly, and get better players. They'll just keep getting better.
Super Red Fan 15, welcome to the stream, mate. And just before I read out this comment, if you haven't subscribed already, please do. I am less than 25 subscribers away from 3K. Please like the stream if you haven't already. If you'd like to donate anything, you're more than welcome to. If you don't want to, it's fine. Anyways, but hi, I'm a Man United fan and happy for you Newcastle fans. Wish we were getting taken over like you guys. They've got the Glazers, not to forget as well. They're in loads of debt. Your thoughts on Man United? You got any thoughts on Man United fans? Anything against them?
Not really.
Joel Linton stinks of money laundering.
I think. He's not the first, and he probably won't be the last person to say something about Joe Linton deal being dodgy. We've seen reports of the club actually spending 40 million on him, knowing he wasn't worth 40 million, knowing they use a winger rather than a striker. And I said, a new manager could look to play him on the wing, but if not, then they can get rid of him.
What was your thoughts when we signed him?
I didn't think he was worth the 40 million, and I wouldn't have been excited. And I think fans just got excited because the suggested price tag was 40 million. I think there's even been Drew Joy was suggesting we haven't spent 40 million on Joe Linton. Even with
what happened? When Perez was sold for 30 million quid, and then that money would have been transferred over to the bank for Newcastle. And then we'd only have to pay like an extra 10 million for him. So technically, we've only paid 10 million for Joe Linton. If he goes for 15 million, we've made profit. Well, he has.
Kind of, but I thought Joe Linton was more Rondon's replacement, and St. Maximin was Perez's replacement.
David Waller, Newcastle monitoring the progress of Lauren Robert's son?
Yeah, we've seen that.
I'd love to see that. He's definitely a young, up-and-coming prospect. He looks really good. I've watched him play. He's a good player. So I'm glad we didn't get Sean Longstaff. Well, I think obviously now that you've got Bruno Fernandes, I don't think you're going to be that first. Obviously, Man United can attract some big players, of course they can, but that debt will always continue to rise. But I don't know. I think with Joe Linton, I think we've got that marquee signing because they wanted to get bums on seats. Obviously, they wanted to try and that they spend money.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Let's have a look at the next comment from Super Red Fan 15. I can see Newcastle playing in the UEFA Champions League before my club United win the league.
Probably.
That's difficult to say right now because we're not in a moment where someone's taken over the club. Like we're in talks, as far as I'm aware. But even if we get a takeover, nothing's guaranteed. Like so many clubs have been bought out in the past by owners, but never has it like
Blackburn
been
Rovers for one.
Sorry,
Blackburn Rovers for one. I think their owners had ambitions of the Champions League. They got rid of Sam Allardyce, brought in Steve Keeves. Their equivalent of when Pardew left. All right, he was not hardly the best manager ever, but then to bring him as assistant, I mean, how is he going to be any better? And
Steve Keeves,
they got relegated the following season. Yeah.
Andy Lee said, won't be long before you reach 5k. Yeah, your channel is the best TOON channel. Well, I wouldn't say I'm the best. I'll just be myself, I just try and grow the channel naturally how it grows. But no, I'll never try and be somebody I'm not. I'll always just be myself. That's the most important thing, and keep working hard. But I appreciate the nice comments, and plus I like all the other Newcastle YouTube channels as well. I think they're all interesting in their own ways. So yeah, thanks for the comment though. We've got another one, and it's why is it showing? I don't know what. I don't like when it does this. It tells you can show a comment, and it just clicks on a banner. I wonder how long us true fans have to wait. Well, I've always said, Lawrence, at the end of this month. If we have to wait a few more weeks, we'll have to. Beggars can't be choosers. The thing is, right, if we wait right until the end of the month, and we're going to get frustrated, but it's the best thing that's ever happened to the football club. This could be like the next best 2 weeks I think we'll ever have as fans.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, however long we've got to wait, it'll be worth it.
A lot of fans, or I don't want to speak for every Newcastle fan because there's a few that just say, we want to try and. You could speak for a lot of fans as well. Like, oh, Newcastle want to buy this, they want to buy that. I don't think we do. We just want to see, some sort of progression. We want to see steady progression, not selling with better players and building the academy up. We're a Premier League football club. We're not like an EFL club where we've been staying there for so many years. Look at the state of the training pitch.
Yeah.
Rafa was never happy in there. He was, he said, I got one lick of paint in 3 years. One lick of paint.
Yeah.
Pardew got Manager of the Year award for finishing 5th, but Bobby Robson gets sacked for that achievement. I know it. I think what we do now for finishing 5th every season.
It shows the ownership, really.
But then again, though, I think back in them days, though, as well, like I think back then, like when we had some sort of ambition, that was classed as underachieving. Like that was my thing. That even though it wasn't, like 5th place is fine. Like yes, we used to have like regular Champions League, but like I think us fans now, we'd accept just finishing anywhere in Europe, to get the European football back.
I think with Bobby Robson, I think he was due to leave at the end of the season. We should have just let him stay till the end of the contract.
Yeah, I agree. Jody says, how long you left on the stream? Well, I did plan to finish at 12 o'clock, but if people are going to continue to talk, I'll go for as long as possible. I'm not fussed, not tired, so yeah, we'll just keep it going. Like I say, Lawrence, let me know when you want to leave the stream, and we'll let somebody else in. But nobody wants to come and just get you're safe. The Zookeeper said, "What's your thoughts on Bruce keeping him or replace him?" I'll let you have your reply about Lawrence.
I think if they do play the remaining games, then let him have that, and then replace him with Magic. Because if we keep him, it could be like when Mark Hughes was at Man City, just in 09-10. It was kind of like inevitable he was going to go, and even if he was there under Ashley, then potentially it could be a bit like when things fell apart under Pardew. Managers had that good bounce, and then things have went wrong. Because I think things went wrong in like the 3rd season at Sunderland. And and with Hull, they got relegated in the second season back in the Premier League. And that was when quality was poor. I mean, we stayed up with what? Colbert, Riviere, Gouffran, Williamson, Stevie Taylor, Colaccini.
Just watching that every season, man. I don't know. Like, I mean, what was it? Bruce wins the FA Cup. I mean, does he buy a bit more time? Does he buy another month in the job? I mean, what was it? If that's the thing, Bruce was never wanted at the club, but the man who was never wanted, a local lad, wins the FA Cup. If the season gets its go ahead again, does he get time, or do you think he's? I'll probably, if I'm being fair, I'll give him 6 months. Just the fact of winning. I think you've got to be fair.
He might get time.
Why not back him?
I think he might get time potentially.
I think it would be daft not to give him any time if he wins the FA Cup. But be on to think, if we win the FA Cup at Wembley, there'll be no fans, because that's the way it's going. All right, so Andrew Johnson said, I'm sure the government and the Premier League have more important things to deal with than the Newcastle United deal. Yeah, that is true. Like I keep saying, there is bigger things going on right now than the takeover, but it is the dominant talk of football. You can't get away from it. Fred Matthews said, hi mate, welcome to the stream. If you want to be part of the conversation, please get your comments in. And if you want to like the stream, please do that. If you haven't liked the stream and you're all watching it, please give it a thumbs up. It would really help the channel go a long way. It would build more of an audience up as well. And if you haven't subscribed, it is free of charge. I am trying to get a 3K subscribers. So, yeah, it will go a long way to supporting me as well and the channel going forward. Jody, I'm not bothered if we sign Coutinho or non-league player, as long as we have a club that wants to compete to be the best in Europe. What do you think of that, Lawrence?
Yeah, I agree.
I think at the end of the day, I think it's...
Yeah, I think yeah.
Continue anyway. What are you going to say, Lawrence?
Well, yeah, just personally, I prefer to buy players who are like going to like have interest in the project rather than just being there, like not being bothered about being on the pitch and then just picking up their 300 grand a week or whatever.
Well, that's the problem. It's going to be with Newcastle again as well with a takeover. That's why I don't want to go in with big players straight away, because if we sign a player and they're not good enough, like if we go out and pay 50, 60 million on a striker and it turns out to be another Joe Linton and they're not good enough, we're wasting money. Do you know what I mean? Like, whereas if we build our economy and we'll start getting players that worth like maybe 20 million, 30 million, build them up. You know what I mean? Sell them on, make more money, generate money. Being sensible.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to red fan?
Yeah.
Continue. Go on.
No, just you want to read out next comment.
Yeah. So Super Red Fan 15 said, Bruce is a legend for my club. Of course, he was a good player for Manchester United back in the day, great defender. But Newcastle should replace him with a better manager. Yeah, I think if he doesn't win the FA Cup, I think, yeah, you definitely give him the last 9 games. And, of course, you bring in someone like a Rafa back who, has got unfinished business, or a Pochettino, somebody who, if you back him with money, because for me, you could have achieved something at Tottenham Hotspur, if he was given that money. So, yeah, I do agree. But, if he wins the FA Cup, for me, that buys him automatically 6 months at least. That was it from let's have a look at the next one. Jody says, hell no, he wants Pochettino. The zookeeper, I work on the front line for the NHS and was surprised by the gift from Newcastle United free stadium tour. It makes me so proud to be a Geordie. Well, photo with you, mate, and I hope you're staying safe. I hope you're keeping well. And first of all, keep up the good work. And for anybody who watches the channel, if you're on the front line, the NHS, you just want to say big up, and I'll always support you. And keep up the fantastic work that you're doing. But that's good. I mean, if the club actually have given him a free stadium tour, I think that can only be a good sign. I mean, hopefully it wasn't from Mike Ashley. It was from the potential new owners. What do you think?
Yeah.
Anyway, the next comment. We need to be signing players who want to be here for the long haul, like Man City did with Zabaleta, Silva, Company, Aguero. And that's why I think it's important to build from the back. I know you say obviously we need the strikers and stuff. I know that, but we do need to show up at the back. We're still leaky at times. Yeah,
I think Zabaleta, Company, the one as heard of as Silva and Aguero, and Man City. That's why they kind of like signed them before they got into the Europa League in 2010.
Yeah.
So we might be like going for like lesser known players, but have the potential to be like pretty good players. I mean, in fairness, Lascelles could be like our company. As Silva and Aguero, well, Silva was signed when they got into the Europa League. Aguero was signed when they got into the Champions League.
See, you know what? We were kind of doing that with the French players. Like, you know, we went through the French system, and you know, we were starting to build a team with like Johan Kabah. You know, we've got Remy, we've got Cabela, all these players. The only problem we had was we kept ripping them up. They keep ripping the sides up, and we're just never competing and go to its full potential. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a bad thing. You know, went for the Dutch route. You know, with with De Jong, he didn't quite work out, but you know, I had Ronaldo, and he was good. Look what he's doing now with Liverpool. He's doing bits.
Well, yeah.
Ronaldo was unheard of before he came to us. Look at him now.
Yeah.
So
I think.
go.
Yeah. Well, in fairness, Wijnaldum scored in the World Cup, and he was assisted by Tari Amrat.
Fred Matthews said, I don't think they should carry on the Premier League because the depths are still so high, and they should just give Liverpool a title to be safe and stop the spread of the coronavirus. I actually do agree with that.
100%.
You know what? Now the 9th of the 10th in a few minutes, but I've always said, you know, if we can't get the season done or we can't get it started by at least the 15th of next month, then I'm sorry, but they're just going to have to make that decision. They're going to have to grow a pair of balls and say, right, the season's done. As far as I'm concerned, give Liverpool a title and we'll start again for next season. Because to push the Euros, how far can they push this season? For me, they can't.
Yeah.
This is a good one from Georgie, and this is what I keep saying all the time. We can't be looking at Manchester City as an example because their new owners are different people who will have a different approach of how they want to run the club. You know what?
Yeah.
What 12 years on, they're still building the project. You know, it's taken them so many years to get them to where they are now, attracting all the bigger managers, the bigger players. I think I've always said, and I say it again, we need to go our route. We need to do things the Newcastle United way. That might sound boring. By Newcastle United, we have our own identity.
Yeah. And just don't break the FFP rules. Yeah,
exactly. Well, that's the thing. That's the only worry I've got. Like, I just wouldn't want we're breaking those rules and potentially, you know, like penalties of fines and points deductions. The Zookeeper, no problem about your comment before. You're welcome. We need to clear the defence and keep Rose, but a decent left back would be ace. Sorry, would be nice. I don't mind Jamal Lascelles, to be fair. I know he's got a few mistakes in him, but you know, imagine getting like a good centre back. You know, like a Koulibaly or something, or somebody who's like half decent.
I think the defence is all right, but I think we could do with some new fullbacks. I personally prefer Williams overall.
We've never had one for ages.
Sorry?
We've never had a good fullback for years.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind getting rid of 2 new right backs. I think Mankiogo, Yedlin Kraft, I wouldn't mind selling.
That Super Red Fan 15 said, would you take Phil Jones from us? Definitely not. He pulls more faces than he does defending. I don't think I'd want to. And plus, we all know what happened in the 3-0 win when Phil Jones was playing. We all know what happened there. Let's have a look. So, I think our first signing should be a Koulibaly type figure, a leader as a talisman. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't. I know he's been linked with Liverpool and all that, but if we have the money and we've got the fan base, I know Liverpool got a good fan base, but like if we've got a project in place and there's a chance of winning something, I don't see why I'd say no. The Phil Jones own goal. That's what that's. Go on, Lawrence.
Yeah. Think I've said quite a few times. He might be like, say, Federico Fernandez's replacement in a year's time.
I do think we need that marquee signing, though. That's going to like kick things off. You know, I mean, you're not just going to come in and like, obviously, you want to build the foundations, of course you do, but you're going to bring that one key player. You know, that's going to be worth some money. You know what I mean? That's going to welcome himself to the TOON and the fans, and maybe hopefully kickstart something. David Waller, confidence on the takeover. Desire to see Rafa Benitez back at NUFC. I think a lot of fans would like to see Rafa back, to be fair. The next one is from Blue Star Shaw. Miles better than Jamal Lascelles. He's not. I mean, his finish against Burnley was great.
Yeah.
The next one is from. Let's have a look. The Zookeeper, I would welcome Rondon back anytime. I would welcome Rondon if we didn't have a takeover, but if we have a takeover, I genuinely think we could do better. I like the lad. I think he's fantastic, but
Yeah.
What about you, Lawrence? Would you welcome him back, or would you look elsewhere?
I'd have him back, maybe as a squad player.
No problem. Next one is from Jason Harwood. Thank you for a great show tonight. I enjoy watching your live streams every week. No problem. You're more than welcome. I will be back next Saturday at 8 o'clock. If you want to join me, feel free to do that, and we'll get talking more about Newcastle. Hopefully, we've seen some sort of movement, but that isn't guaranteed. And guys, if you haven't subscribed, please do. I'm on the road to 3K. Also, like the stream as well. We've hit over 40 likes, so if we could try and get that over 50 likes or more, that'd be amazing. And just keep showing your support for the channel, as you've been smashing it, out the water for the past couple of weeks, and I couldn't thank you all enough. It's a Jody said question. I just joined. It's went all quiet, so this takeover happening. I think it's common that a takeover is going to go quiet, especially in a pandemic. Do you agree, Lawrence?
Yeah. I mean, potentially they might be waiting because they don't want people just breaking the self-isolation, the social distancing rules, just to have their own celebration.
Jody put, what about Joseph Martinez from Atlanta? Will you take him?
I think Martinez obviously had a good friendship with Almir on Atlanta, but his goal scoring record, I think, was it at Ball, was absolutely terrible.
Yeah, I think you've got to be careful when you're getting players from the MLS, because there's no guarantees that they're going to hit the ground running. You know what I mean? They might not be at the level of the Premier. Well, it's not. I'll call it the retirement league. It's not. Yeah, it's improving in parts, but it's not really up to standard of the Premier League. I mean, look how long it took Almiron to really settle in the Premier League.
Oh yeah, but he was doing good stuff beforehand. But I think it was always going to be a case of he'll do better in the second season. Though I think you could probably have questioned that when he wasn't getting goals or assists in the first part of the season, Bruce. But
Super Red Fan 15. I'm sorry for legend. Rio Ferdinand saying that Fat Man Ashley is a good owner. He's not. It's all right, mate. It's not your problem. It is. Nathan Clark, would you bring back Rondon? If there was a takeover, no. But if there wasn't a takeover, then yeah, why not? But is Mike Ashley going to get Mike? Is he going to get him back? I can't see it. And the only reason Rio Ferdinand praised Mike Ashley is because it does business with Ashley and the brand. Yeah, that's true. The Sports Direct stuff, wasn't it? And let's have a look at Fred Matthews' comment. If a takeover does happen, I would just be happy that Mike Ashley's gone. That's the way I look at it. Like, I'd just like to see a new owner come in with fresh ideas.
Even if it was a rich businessman.
Even if they're not like rich, like I just want someone to come in who's just going to put enough money in to see the club do well, like see it not fall on its knees, because the club, it's got real potential. I've said that so many times. I wouldn't want, like I say, I don't want to buy success. I just want to see the club, have a good reputation, not be given a bad one. It's not our fault as a fan base that we're getting made, to be absolute mugs by Mike Ashley. We're giving him bad press because the way he treats and runs the club on a on a season by season basis.
Aye.
The next comment is from, is it Mark Redmond? Yes, it is. The silence is deafening. It's a good thing. Yeah, I totally agree. Now, this is a good question. The ex-Mag, James Tavernier, who's currently at Rangers, would you bring him back?
Maybe. But I think we could probably get someone who's proven like in a better league.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a few. I mean, obviously, there's a few players, that got away. You could talk about, obviously, Shea Given was sold when he didn't want to leave. There was talks of was it Ryan Taylor was a good player for us back in the day. He was told he shouldn't stay. Good
he was past it by the time.
I
think Ryan Taylor passed it when we released him.
James Tavernier
after the injury against Toronto.
I remember him back in the day. Right. We've had some more comments coming in. I'm going to try and keep up with the comments just so I'm not falling behind. Jack Calvin said, I think Bruce needs to go. A lot of talk about him seeing out his season, but I honestly don't see the need to keep him on the books. If there's a chance to get Pochettino or another world-class manager, yes, I do agree with that. I think, if there is an option there to bring in a Pochettino. I mean, I'm being nice. I would definitely give him the 9 games. I know what he means, but listen, I'm not the one who makes the decision. You know what I mean? I think personally, you know, if I'm being harsh, then yeah, you're bringing him in. But for me, I would definitely give him the last 9 games because it's his season. Let him see it out. I think it's only right. But good question, though.
I think for transfers, maybe I'd confirm, you know, before the end of the season, we're going to get this manager in. Don't do it behind his back, Steve Bruce's back, and then just part of a statement saying Bruce will leave, he'll be replaced by this manager, and then that manager can then maybe watch us if there's any more games this season and see what players he might want to keep or sell.
Andrew NUFC said, how about Danny Carvajal from Real Madrid or Hakimi, the future right back at Real Madrid? They're good options, aren't they? I mean, you know, they're steady players. I do watch them on a week.
I think someone made a joke actually, Carvajal in Newcastle, because I think his girlfriend was at St James's Park. Well, just to watch Hoslu, but to be fair, she should probably be in every game because Hoslu actually scored in that game.
Yeah, that's it. The bar change from Shearer's bar needs to be renamed back again. Yeah, like I say, mate, they're just small mistakes. The basic mistakes that he's made. You know, he's trying to cut the identity away, and that's something you shouldn't do. That's a reply to Jack Calvin. And the next one, let's have a look, is from Nathan Carrick. What would you want the new owners to do first? I'll give you mine. I'd like to see better training facilities.
I'm the same because we need these better training facilities if we're going to attract the players and managers that we want.
The zookeeper said, "Well, heading off. Need me bed. Great stream, lads. Much respect, however, lads. Yeah, no problem, mate. All the best and stay safe. Keep well. Thank you very much for supporting the channel and the stream tonight. I hope to see you back next week, God willing. And thank you so much to everyone who's been part of the stream tonight. It is much appreciated, and especially in these difficult times. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Please like the stream as well. We're trying to hit over 50 likes or more. That'll be amazing. I do apologise if the quality hasn't been great due to what's been going on in the area with the internet service, and not just for me, but for many others who are affected in the area. It's meant to be going on for a while, but listen, we'll get through it. Jody said there's been some decent players in the Scottish leagues. Look at Andy Robertson and Virgil van Dijk as prime examples. There's some decent players that can do a decent job in the Premier League. I agree with that.
Yeah, potentially it's down to coaching. I think Tavernier, he could be a bit like Moussa Dembele if he was going to come back to the Premier, because he didn't do so well for them. Looked really good at Celtic, got his move to Lyon, and it wouldn't surprise Dembele came back to the Premier League.
Van Dijk was ready made though for a top 6 club. It was which club was going to put them. I thought Liverpool. The fact they fought everything to try and get Virgil van Dijk, because he knew, for me, he's one of the best centre backs in the world. He's up there with Ramos in my eyes.
Yeah.
Jason Harewood, I'd like to see Gareth Bale at the club. Can't see it. Couldn't see it.
No.
Next one is from Mark Redmond. I'd love Timo Werner. That's possible. It's definitely possible. It's not Gareth Bale, is it? He's still in the trade.
I think it's a 50 million release clause he's got. I don't think they're going to sell him unless somebody activates that.
The new owners, potentially. Jody says communication is key. Yep, spot on, mate. Couldn't agree more. The next one is from Fred Matthews. And if the takeover does happen, at least we won't see players in kids' pools and any more. Yeah, like this situation regarding the paddling pools and training down in wheelie bins. It's sad to see, isn't it, for a club in Newcastle stature? Let's have a look.
Like, I wouldn't even be happy with wheelie bins at my team.
Sorry, but I'm sure Gator have even got better training and they used the college.
Yeah, probably.
It just makes us laugh, man. Honestly, it does. Super Red Fan 15 said, "Would you reappoint Keegan as manager?" Like he once said, I would love it if it happened. I wouldn't rule it out, but it'd be a case of I'll give him a job, at the back, to sort of, because he's got the experience, he knows the club. If you're going to come in as a completely new owner, you've got to come in with someone who's got a mindset of the club, who has a direction for the club to go in, and I think Keegan's your perfect example. I think as a manager, he can
I don't think he'd cut it, especially after 12 years out the game, and he doesn't have any intention of coming back into management. I don't think. But if a game say around the board, he knows what to do.
Sorry to interrupt, but the thing is, the game has moved on a lot though since the 90s. You know what I mean? Like obviously, Man United,
Exactly.
they've always competed, but like you see, Man City have entered the fray, Chelsea have entered the fray, Arsenal. You know, obviously they've dipped obviously in the last few years, but you know, Liverpool have been up and down, but you know they're looking like a real force again. You've got Leicester City who've won the Premier League. Now they've not just like accepted winning the Premier League and going back in their shells. They've accepted now that they want to be, you know, a regular top 7 club because of their owners. You've got Wolves now, you know, having a good go. Yeah, they're not going to win the league anytime soon, but who knows? With the thing is, with the money in the Premier League now, it's making even those average clubs even more competitive with other like top 6 clubs, like with the money that's being generated. Do you know what I mean? Like I think Wolves and Leicester are a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
And it's the thing is with Newcastle, obviously Mike Ashley said in the past he hasn't got the money. That's why we need him out, because we shouldn't be just accepting mid-table. You know what I mean? Like we've gone from being a regular top 7 club to not even mid-table anymore. You know, that's nice.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Super Red Fan 15 said you should watch the video about Newcastle on HITC Sport. It's like a skit. I've seen them. He's a good YouTuber. I definitely recommend you subscribe to HITC. He's really good. Let's have a look. I'd love to see Algira in the number 9 shirt. Well, I would definitely take the old Chira in the Monday now. Like I think you'd blow a lot of strikers out of the water, to be honest. Yeah. Next one is from Mark Redmond. Sorry, mate. Do beg your pardon. I'm getting a bit tired. 50 million spends on a holiday. Take that as you wish. Next comment is from Super Red Fan 15. Sheffield United are competing too. That's what I'm saying. Like, look at all these clubs now. You know, who are coming out of the Championship. They're not just looking to stay in the Premier League. They want to start doing bits in the Premier League, like Wolves. You know what I mean? Doing bits in the Europa League this season. You know, you've got Leicester. You know, they've done bits. You know, they won the Premier League, and then you think in the Champions League they're going to go straight out. They didn't. They could have actually went on and won the thing. Look how far they got.
They got further than Man City, further than Arsenal, further than Spurs.
Bring Gareth Bale to the club. I'd love to see it, mate, but honestly, realistically, can't see that happening. I think Gareth Bale, I know he's getting mugged off at the minute with Real Madrid, but he'll be on far too much money. I wouldn't be surprised, I wouldn't be surprised if the Spurs go back in for him. I think he'll go back to Spurs.
Potentially.
Jody said, how much transfer budget do you think we need? I say we need 200 million, and a striker is a key because we have none. I think John Anderson on the radio, he hit the nail on the head on Radio Newcastle. If you don't listen to it, he said, we'll need the takeover for whatever the club's worth, and we will need a couple of 100 million on top just to get the squad competing at the right end of the league. I think that's true. Like, that's not me being unrealistic. I think that is what we need. Like, we need to stop, like, you know, accepting all loan offers and all that stuff. We need to get genuine players who are going to come in and help the club. I don't know what you think. What budget would you say?
I don't know about budget because it depends if player values are going to drop right down because of the pandemic. As for strikers, I said all along, 3 strikers. Get rid of Carroll, Muto, and Gale if you can.
I think all 4 of them are shite. Honestly, I think Gale done, Muto done, Carroll done, Joe Linton just bollocks. I just think the whole fucking strike force. I think it's a pile of shite. Honestly, for me. You know, I'm that raging over our strike force. I'd even take Shola back. Honestly, justice, right? I would get Shola back from return and say, do you fancy a roll up front?
I think HITC said picked like Shola as like the bad player that would still get into our team.
What's Hoslu doing? Is he still available? Is he still actually he's doing well in the Spanish league now, isn't he? I mean, I've criticised Mitrovic now in the past. I don't think he's that good personally. I don't think he's Premier quality, but honestly, you didn't think you'd hear this, but I'll get Mitrovic back right now. He's probably better than what we've got.
Yeah, agree.
Rondon as well, man, 16.5 million, and we didn't go for him. Like half the money that Joe Linton was worth. Mike Ashley, right, might not have spent another penny, but you know, he would have. If you saw Perez for 30 million, right, you would have had about. Let's do the maths. You would have had about £14.5 million for himself if he just bought Rondon.
Well, yeah.
14.5 million profit. I tell you what, man, whoever advised on signing Joe Linton, I think they need sacked.
Aye.
Imagine if Newcastle signed the targets like Schweinsteiger and Modric for Keegan in 08. They were big targets for the club. I remember that.
Modric definitely, but obviously, was it Jimenez who just said he's not Premier League quality? And I mean, yeah, he struggled at first, but when he got good coaching under Redknapp, he showed his quality. And as for Schweinsteiger, that wasn't realistic. So I think Bayern were asking for like 50 million, more than 50 million euros, as Terry McDermott described in his book, because I think they just accepted the bid for Milner, which Keane didn't really want. So they thought, all right, we'll just go and try and get Schweinsteiger. And once that happened, it was obvious he was going to walk. Well, especially once they signed Gonzalez.
Apparently, Modric was too small. I mean, what a lame excuse.
Yeah, that's it.
But the thing is, we were linked, right, with so many like top quality players back then in Keegan, right? You just wanted a bit of backing, like any manager that comes in. If you come into Newcastle Football Club, you're thinking, hold on, right? Big stadium, passionate fan base, football in Mad City. You back me, with the correct funds, and you back me with the players that I want, and I'm sure to promise you're going to get the results. Imagine if Keegan was actually backed and he was given the players that he wanted. Imagine where we could have been in the Premier League, and let's just say we got into the top 7 or top 4, whatever, if we got that lucky. Imagine what the relationship could have been so much different with Mike Ashley and the fans.
Exactly.
I think once he let Keegan go, because obviously he technically was pushed away, even though this guy, but I just think it's a case of once you do a thing like that and you burn the bridges with the fans, you're not going to win a Newcastle fan base back. We're too passionate to care about the owner. We care about what's on the pitch. We care about the future of the club, not the owner.
Well, yeah, exactly. And seeing, the way Keane was treated, I mean, yes, it was kind of forgotten about 7.5 years later when we spent like a lot of money and then hired Rafa when things were going right under McLaren. But, again, he was treated unfairly, and that's probably what's keeping any top managers away from St James's Park.
I think Jason Horwood hits the nail on the head, and I keep saying this. We will never attract any of the big name players, and this is a fact, until we sort out the training facilities.
Exactly.
I mean, who's going to? I mean, imagine Cavani walking in and looking at Benton's training ground. Like, what the fuck's that? Like, I've just come from PSG, with like state-of-the-art facilities that walking in to Newcastle United. Then let's just say he doesn't know anything about the wheelie bins or the paddling pools, and he's just finished his training session, and he sees bloody Joe Linton in a wheelie bin. Like, what the fuck is he doing?
Exactly.
We're not. That's what I mean. Like, that's the most embarrassing thing. That's why straight away, when a deal goes through, if it does go through, fingers crossed, by the way, that's the first thing that we need to do. They need to look at is the training facilities, because that's the only way we're going to attract these big players. That's why I keep saying, in the short term, we're going to have to try and buy small and progress little by little. That's a good song, that little by little. But anyway, it's a case of just like we need to. We're not gonna get the big name players straight away. I can guarantee that. I mean, I'd be amazed if we do, but with the facilities, you can't attract them. Let's have a look at the next comment. You can get sacked even after a year, after your biggest rival 5-1. Yeah, I remember that against Mike Ashley sacking Chris Hughton. I was devastated after that when he won.
I think so many people spoke out against it, even like Lord Sugar.
I'm still sacked now. I'm still sad now about Chris Hughton sacking. 10 years, I'm still absolutely fuming about it. Like, I can't even believe what he's done. Yeah, a guy who stuck around with the club when we got relegated and he brought it back up. Same with Benitez, but I thought Benitez 2 years really, because he got with the 10th place and the 13th place finish, and then he was fobbed off last season. At the end of the season, fobbed off 4-0 against Fulham.
Right.
Mental.
Right.
This Saudi tweet has basically confirmed our takeover. It seems we're just waiting. I think. Next comment is from Super Red Fan 15 after beating our biggest rival. Yeah. And then I think this is a follow up from David Waller. He's basically said this Saudi tweet has been. I think it's the same thing. I don't know. Like, the way I look at it is a case of just wait and see. We can't like predict, what day it's going to happen, what week it's going to happen, what month it's going to happen. If you're being realistic, I think it'll be the end of this month because that means it's been over a month since it's first come out.
Aye.
My only
The good thing is,
go on.
like, the good thing is we're not going to have all these people saying, "Oh, me neighbour like does this and that at the training ground." He says it's going to happen like in 2 weeks' time. At least we're not getting those people.
That really did bug me, when they're like, "Oh, my neighbour knows about it. Oh, they've seen them. Oh, my gosh, he's been walking out the building." So I'm like, what can you take from that? Do you know what I mean? Like this one, with it going to the Premier League, nothing's come out and said that that they're going to block it. We've just had a comment from one of my favourite YouTubers, and Lee Charles TV. Guys, if you haven't subscribed to Lee Charles TV, he's a Blackpool fan. And his, I think it's his girlfriend. They basically they do a lot of like match day vlogs from Blackpool. They do a lot of videos from around Blackpool. Really good content, really good guys, really good people. Go and check them out. Previous reviews, I think they do all of that as well. So try and help them on the road to where I think they're at the minute on 1,700 subs. To try and push them on, to 1,800. Drop your link down below in the description of the comments. People can go along and subscribe to your channel. Thanks for popping in. Your stream was very good, by the way, this afternoon. I really enjoyed it, and thanks for being good company for the last couple of hours. And he just said, fingers crossed it happens soon, Sharky. Yeah, like anything, mate. Pray it happens. Anyway, that was it. But anyway, we really just do hope that it does happen. But like I say, go and subscribe to Lee Charles TV on YouTube. Super Red Fan 15 said Guti Air's treatment he got from Mike Ashley was disgusting. I mean, your thoughts on that? I thought that one.
Well, and he played. What is it? I mean, I just looked at some of the plays he picked over him. Say Carver picked over him before the Spurs game. I think they're just trying to do a lot of stuff like make sure he doesn't play enough games to trigger like a 1-year extension. And I mean, Fran and Ami will be playing over him. What's that about?
Crazy, innit? That's what happens when you got an owner like us. David Waller said, even though our takeover announcement has been delayed, there's nothing. Listen, I just think it's a case of just wait and see.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, that's all we can do. There's been no red flags. There's been no blockage. So, listen, I understand right now there's bigger things going on than the takeover, and that's probably what's delaying it. And I do think legit he wants to sell up, but I think if there is money on the table and it's 300 million, take it and run. And do you know what? It's not about being filthy rich or anything like that. It's just being, brought into better hands with an owner who's just going to put a little bit in the pocket and help the club, reach its full potential. That's what I want to see, personally, in my opinion. Super Red Fan, it's the same thing. Jay said, you haven't subscribed to Retro NUFC, go along and drop them a subscription. Tell him get a bit tired now, but go and subscribe to him on YouTube. The next one is from one of my other mates on YouTube. He is from NUFC. Go on, Lawrence.
There was a comment about best signing under Mike Ashley. For me, I'd say Demba Ba.
Yeah, I thought for me, if he didn't sell him to Chelsea in that Europa League campaign, I think we could win that. I really do. Once he'd left in that January, for me, we've done quite well to get to Benfica, and we obviously were unlucky in the end to go out in the quarters. But the damage was done in Lisbon. But I think that season we could have actually beaten Chelsea in the final if it panned out that way.
Potentially.
I legit do think if he doesn't sell Demba Ba, I legit think we win that Europa League. I think because Chelsea under Benitez they went out special that season. They went out special. Andrew NUFC says Jonas' goal against West Ham was epic. His celebration was unreal. I've actually got a signed photograph of Jonas Gutierrez. I have spoken to him before. He's a nice guy. I've got a lot of time for him on Twitter and that. Fantastic. Got it. Like I say, he had a lot of time for the fans. We used to call him Spider-Man, but then they stopped the celebrations and that. It was a bit annoying. What would be the best signing under Mike? Oh, right, that's the one you just said, Demba Ba, isn't it? Didn't say that. You were ahead of me, Lawrence. You could do this job. You could do my job. You got a quizzes. You could do my job. Christmas free says, I would love for us to get Dembele from Lyon and Tammy from Chelsea as a strike force. I don't think Tammy Abraham would leave Chelsea. I think he's definitely found his moment with Lampard. But in terms of Dembele, that's a possibility. What about you, Lawrence?
Yeah, potentially with Dembele. Like, even when being mid-table, we managed to sign players who have looked really good in France. So I don't see why we couldn't get them over this summer. But I think for Abraham, he'll stay at Chelsea.
We've been down before. We've been down the French route before.
Yeah.
The next one is from, let's have a look, is from, we've got a few comments coming in now, so it's good. Guys, if you haven't subscribed, please do. Please hit the like button. It's free. Subscribing is free of charge as well. I am less than 20 subscribers away now from 3,000. So if you can go along and help me out, that'd be amazing. And I'm sure we'll hit it very, very soon. And thank you very much for your continued support on the channel. For everyone who's been in the stream tonight, live, and everyone who's been in the comments, all your comments are much appreciated. I will be back next Saturday at 8 o'clock. So turn your notification bell on. I'm sure we'll improve the quality if I can, if the whole area is not surrounded with work. David Waller said, I can't wait for the future of our club, and Saudi Arabia is going to be epic. Well, the thing is, Lawrence, for ownership, though, we always get promised so much, and then some clubs it just doesn't deliver for. Like Blackburn, for example, was a big one. I think Everton are the end of one as well. Would you say?
I mean, they're still all right, but have to really progress. That's the thing.
I think it's like I keep saying, you have to.
Yeah,
you have to build from the bottom. That's the way I look at it. Worst signing to Mike Ashley, in your opinion, who's your worst signing?
There's so many. In terms of like the money spent, it's 100% Jordan.
Revier was fucking horrendous.
Aye.
Who else did we have? We had Cisco, he was shite. Who else? What of a shit we have? I'm going to start calling out shite now because that's what it is. Joe Linton, shite. Fucking yeah, I mean, there's probably a few, but at this time it's a case of my brain's a bit frazzled. Gavin Harwood said, you can leave Tammy Abraham alone. Well, to be fair, that was like you saying taking Dubravka from us, so yeah, you can leave Dubravka alone as well.
Yeah,
he's not going to
I can't see any of them leading their clubs.
Tongue in cheek. Ryan, sorry, NUFC Ryan 2006 said, I'm a bit late. No, you're not late. We're still going. I mean, I was going to end the stream now, but everyone's still chatting, and if you keep chatting, we'll keep the stream going for a bit longer. But while there's still comments coming in, like I keep saying, subscribe, hit the like button, and I'm sure I'll get back to you at the end of the stream as well for more comments and that. And one for Obertan, Squidward, remember him? Signing for Man United.
Because I think there was actually a bit of a debate on the Black and White show. Like, it's been like Football Republic's 30-second debate thing, where it was like you have to pick one of the other goes for the other one, even if they both agree which player was. I think there was like Marvo against Obertan. Obviously, Marvo was the better player.
What scored against? Who was it now in the Europa League?
Arsenal and Maritimo. Yeah, and Arsenal in the Premier League in the 7-3.
Carver one. He would love 11 Jack Colback. Maybe I should just end the stream on that comment and just say, right, I'm not doing any more live streams. No, I'm only joking. I wouldn't have one Jack Colback. You might be a nice man to speak to in the training ground, but I would not have one Jack Colback. Yeah. Never mind the full squad. If we had a full squad of Jack Colback, we're going to the National League. Sorry.
Yeah.
The worst thing Sir John Hall and Freddie Shepherd ever did was sell the club to Mike Ashley. In a sense, in their defence, I don't think they really knew what Mike Ashley was about. We knew he had.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like anything we could sell to these Saudi Arabia owners, right? And these might not be who they say they are. They might be worse. Yeah. We don't know. We can't predict.
And I think.
Can't blame them for it.
Yeah. I think at the time when they sold the club, Freddie Shepherd was suffering from pneumonia. So, and I think there were protests during the season to get them out. So, but I feel like because of his health, he had to sell.
There were honest people. Like when there was problems with the club, like for signing some big players off or spending over whatever, right? There was loads of problems. They would often come out and speak to the fans. Yes, actually doesn't do that, and you get a copy and paste statement from Lee Charnley at the start and end of the season, right? But the thing is, at least to come out when they were honest owners, they were honest.
Yeah.
Up front. That's all I can say on that. Next comment. To be fair, Obertan scored a few important goals for us. He did, to be fair, but when you've got a player but they stay on far too long, you knew he should have got rid of him.
Who's
He
in?
was
He
one of
scored
them.
against Bruges. Leicester 1-0 wins. I mean, Leicester was actually the first win of that season.
I thought we had a piss easy group though. Like, I mean, what us, Bruges,
Still finished second.
Who came top again? Was it
Bordeaux.
Leon?
Diabate, I think,
Bordeaux,
scored twice in the league before they played us. Scored twice in like that one game.
Why did Leon? Did we play them in a friendly or something? I can't remember. I don't know why I said Leon.
Who?
But anyway,
who?
I said Leon instead of Bordeaux. I'm trying to think. It's been that long now since we did Europe.
They beat us to the top, but we got further than them in the competition.
Overtime was horrific for my club. Yeah, that's why we bloody bought them.
Hi.
Because we always buy the rejects, the ones who don't do quite well.
If he was any good for Man United, we wouldn't have been able. They wouldn't have sold him.
Andrew NUFC, the Ginger Pirlo. A callback. But to be fair, I'd rather have 11 Pirlos on the side rather than 21 Jack Callbacks. Otherwise, 11 Jack Callbacks. Otherwise, I'm going to scream.
Or 11 Pirlos now when he's retired. I think
I would take retire over half the squad that we've got. A retired Pirlo could do a lot better than half of our team.
Yeah. Could you
Absolutely
imagine?
mental. Anyway, next one we've got from Christmas 365. Could you imagine if we would win the race for Haaland? I mean, he's just got a Borussia Dortmund, hasn't he? So I can't see that happening anytime soon.
Exactly.
Surely not. He's doing bits over there, and plus they could probably make a bit like other clubs. Borussia Dortmund, they're very good how they operate as well.
Yeah.
They could make a good deal off him. Haaland, I could see at Liverpool, to be fair, in the next couple of years. I really could. Retro NUFC, I hope the takeover gets announced soon. Yeah, like I say, mate, it gets done when it gets done. It's literally just stick in there and wait, and we'll get final results. Lee Charles TV said totally agree. And the next comment is from, and decides to pop up, Jason Harwood. If you could sign Jamie Vardy from Leicester, who would you partner him up with? Well, for one, if we're going to get Jamie Vardy, I'd only keep him for a couple of seasons. I think he's starting to get to the point now where he's losing that ability. He's a great striker, but I keep him for a couple. A bit like you have to compare him with Cavani. Like he's at that age now where he's starting to get to that point where he's going to have to not play as regular as what you would expect at Leicester. What he's been doing the last few seasons.
Yeah.
Go on, Lawrence.
I think in terms of the partner, I'd still keep with I'd play 4-2-3-1 formation. I think that's like the modern day formation nowadays.
So, say if you could have another, even if you had like a partner alongside him, who would you choose? Like if you could choose another striker?
That is a difficult one.
I think Miggy, behind them would be fantastic.
Because in 4-2-3-1, Miggy would do better in the 10, as we've seen against West Brom.
Let's have a look. So another of Mike Ashley's mistakes was shutting Alan Shearer after the relegation in 2009. Yeah, he wasn't given that chance really to.
Yeah.
He wasn't. I mean, whether he offered to come back into the Championship, I don't know. But then again, Chris Hughton, fair play. He got given the chance in the 08-09 season. He didn't do too well. And then obviously, Joe Kinnear obviously messed up in Ireland. Obviously had that heart thing. But at least he came back anyway to Chris Hughton. We made Chris Hughton what he is today. You know what I mean? He took that chance when he got promoted. And to be fair, I think Chris Hughton was a bit more experienced than Shearer. I think he's been, around the game, hasn't he? Especially best manager under Rafa Benitez. The best manager under Mike Ashley, in your opinion? Well, if you're going to go on a European run, you'd say Pardew. But then, for me, for stability, you'd say Benitez. Just big name manager. But he was a man of his word for the money he was given. What about you, Lawrence?
I'd say Rafa, just for the squads he worked with. Like, if Pardew had kept up with the 11-12 season instead of just going downhill afterwards and being happy to sell players like Kabay, then maybe he could have been that. But he took it down to 16th. I've just got to say, Rafa, just the ridiculously little amount of money spent and still getting mid-table.
Jason Harwood said, I'm really looking forward to the happy days return to Newcastle United. I think we all ought, to be honest with you. It's a case of which Mike Ashley just drains you, doesn't he? And he's in his team. Let's have a look. Clueless Clampets, that's what I like to call them. Super Red Fan 15, would you guys take Morelos? Yeah, I would, to be fair. Like if you're gonna, for a couple, maybe 2-3 years, I mean, yeah, he may have
Yeah.
a disciplinary problem, but I think once you get him going and he's rapid on the ball, I think he's a danger to any defense.
Yeah. For me, I would rather have him as a squad player. Gets on more proven, but yeah, as a squad player, good.
If Jamie Vardy was to leave Leicester, his next move would be America, as he's getting to that age now.
I think I got.
I don't know. Do you know what it is? I couldn't see Jamie Vardy go to America. I could see Jamie Vardy going full circle, going back into non-league. You imagine that?
That's been ridiculous, but
he won't need the money. He won't need the money. He'll just play like for the sake of the love of football. Or he might just, or what he might do is he might start trickling down the leagues into like League One, League Two, and then when you just fizzle out, I think you might just do something like that. So I can't see that personally. I might be wrong, but what about you?
Or because
Where do
maybe
you see him?
because he's been because he's been like a late bloomer, I could probably see him retiring at Leicester City.
Yeah, sort of fizzling out a little bit. Pardew is a one-season wonder. I think he done quite well given the circumstances. I thought okay, Graham Carr was a scout. Fair enough, he scouted some good players, but not all were fantastic. But listen, you had players that were brought in behind his back. They were sold behind his back, and I thought he got he stabilised the club until all the players started leaving again. Like once we started selling Demba Ba and that, and Cisse was not as good, he started getting some obviously criticism, and we start losing, against Sunderland and that. But like, I think that once you left Demba Ba, that leaves. If you knew we were going to go down at one point, I'm surprised it took as long as it did for it to get relegated. I don't know about you. What do you make of Pardew?
For me, I think he should have done what Rafa did and stood up and said, I want more money, or done more to keep our best players.
Christmas 365. Who would you like to see as our next manager? I've always said either Rafa or Pochettino. Rafa first choice,
Same.
Pochettino second. You've got the same as well. So that's an easy question to answer right now. But other fans, let us know who you'd like to see down below in the comments. Super Red Fan 15. Best game in the Premier League for you, Newcastle fans, during that Ashley era. I have to say the Arsenal game, just for the fact that we could have actually won it. I think that was a big game. Huge.
I'd say the 5-1 against Sunderland. I know we beat Man United 3-0, but
you could say that,
to be fair.
You think the Arsenal game though, like Arsenal had some huge players back then, though, like Van Persie and that. That game could have went either way. It could have been Cameron.
I still prefer to choose a game we won. And I'm choosing Sunderland just because, they're local rivals. And to be fair to them, they were on a good run before that game.
Owen Taylor said, do you think that we should try and save Sunderland if we get new owners? Listen, I know they're rivals, but they've got nothing to do with us. We're completely two different clubs. I don't know about what you think. But I wouldn't worry about them. The thing is, would they help us? Doubt it.
Exactly, but I still wouldn't want to see them go bust.
Did any club help Bury out? No, they didn't.
Exactly, yeah. That's for the Premier League, the EFL need to do that.
They need to do that. Let's have a look at the next one. It's another one regarding Sunderland from Liam NUFC. He said, "Why should we save Sunderland? Man United didn't save Bury." That's what I'm saying. Like we didn't.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with us. Their financial side of things. It's got nothing to do with us. It's a case of we monitor what we need to do. Jason Howard said, "I'm going to have a really, really good piss up when Mike Ashley's left the club. I think everyone's going to be fair. I think people are going to get so drunk they're not going to remember what happened." Let's have a look. Well, there'll be plenty of cans. I mean, I'm only on this coke, but yeah. Anyway, Liam NUFC, Man United away, as it was our first win there over 40 years. It was a good game, to be fair. I remember when Ben Arthur scored that absolute worldie from outside the box. Do you remember
that? Yeah. Wait, do you mean who scored the worldie? Sorry, Ben Arthur or Bar?
He says Man United. Oh no, sorry. Sorry, I misread it. Man United away, as it was our first win over 40 years. Yeah, I remember that. Goodbye, 1-0, wasn't it?
I think you might be referring to Bar scoring the first goal in the 3-0 win.
There's one here from Super Red Fan 15. The best game that I saw with my club against Newcastle was the 3-3 thriller under the Ashley Eras. Oh, so the Steve McLaren, that wasn't it? Remember that?
Yeah, probably
Steve McLaren, you got a 3-3 draw when Dummett equalised. He thought he won the fans over.
I mean, that was a class game, to be fair.
It was, but like you just knew we were going to concede loads of goals. It was Steve McLaren, like you don't get away from it. He's football shit.
Right.
Newcastle beating us away in 2013-14 was horrible for us fans. June that season, I'm sure if I'm not wrong, was that when David Moyes was manager?
It was. Like ourselves win at Old Trafford, Sunderland manager win at Old Trafford. Like
last season.
Sorry.
We should have beaten them last season though. Like, didn't we go 2-0 up or something? We messed up, didn't we? Big time. Screwed up.
Aye.
Typical Newcastle man, screwing things up. Next one, let's have a look. I hear that we've been linked with Zaha, but do not want him. It's being talk, but it's not like being huge talk, if you know what I mean. Do you know what? I'm 50-50 with Zaha. I still think we could possibly. I mean, let's be honest with you. Like Crystal Palace have got a good home atmosphere, but Crystal Palace on a big club. Like I think he definitely needs to make that step up. I think Newcastle will be not. He went to Man United and messed up, didn't he? But like, if you go to a club like Newcastle, there is potential of winning something, but like, there's not huge expectation that there will be the Manchester United or Man City or Liverpool. I think he'd fit with the right players around. I think he could fit.
Yeah, potentially, but I think a bigger club will snap him up. And I think if there's like offers there for him, he'll go because I think he's turned 28, so it'll be probably his last chance to leave. If he goes and Palace will replace him to go down.
Liam NUSC said under McLaren we beat Norwich. Something we could do under Bruce. Oh, was that the 6-2 win? I was there. When I was 4, didn't he? And then we all know what happened after that. I think did we beat Tottenham and Liverpool back to back as well? Sure we did.
Yeah. But was that when you were saying get him out after the 5-1 against Palace?
Oh no, I'm on about under Steve McLaren when he beat Liverpool and beat Tottenham back to back.
But the Palace game was right before then.
The game against Leicester when I went down to the King Power and we lost 5-0. You thought Southampton against Leicester was bad. Ours could have finished double figures. That's how poor we were. Before 10 men, we were all turn up again, then conceding 3. Yeah, I remember that. Sanchez was, but then look at where Sanchez is now. Though he's not really, he's getting wasted in the Milan. So,
because I said during the game while I was not watching the pub, Sanchez never scored against Spurs. Then he scores against Spurs. Yeah,
but that's because you know why? Because we make so many stupid mistakes. That's our problem. We just gift.
Yeah.
If you need a record, if you need a win or something like that, if you haven't beaten a club for ages or whatever, we were like that. Like any manager that was appointed Sunderland manager, they often beat Newcastle, like the second game in or something like that. If you could appoint a new manager in the Premier League, who would you be? If someone like who's manager?
Out of the current Premier League managers, wow. Let me think. Okay.
Eddie Howe, just a younger manager, just a bit more of an idea. That's for me. That's who I'd want. But he's the thing is, he's not everybody's cup of tea because obviously he's not managing a fancy club. He's obviously not really done much with Bournemouth. But like you got to remember, Bournemouth were like League 2 once upon a time. You know what I mean? He stabilised them in the Premier League. But I don't know who you would want. But for me, I think Eddie Howe. I think he's definitely got a point to prove in a bigger club. No offense to Bournemouth in any way, but I really do. I think he's got a real chance at Newcastle if he's given that chance. Short-term building. Okay. Who would you say?
Out of the current managers in the Premier League, then probably Eddie Howe. Because I looked at like managers in the top half, but I just think he's not going to leave them. He's not going to leave them. No, I'm not talking about Howe. I'm talking about managers at the top half.
David Waller, positive takeover update as George Culkin reveals the latest into the being given the Amanda Staveley's camp. We'll just wait. That's all he can. Yeah, we'll get told about all this and yeah.
And it must have been like some like days ago because I've just been on his Twitter and there's been nothing in the last 4 hours.
You've been on it the last few days, like I've noticed. Liam NFC, I was at the 5-1 defeat against Crystal Palace. Yeah, I remember coming out of work and I seen that scoreline. It was around November time, and I said he should have been sacked there and then. But we somehow got given like extra 4-5. You got an extra 3-4 month. Oh, give us judges after 5 games, judges after 10 games. Mate, you're fucking shite.
Yeah, something wrong with it.
You're shite. I don't know who gives Steve McLaren a job like, but actually typical Newcastle, isn't it? Of course we do. What fullbacks would you like to see us bring in? Because that is the one area we need the most help. You actually mentioned that long ago. Who would you like to see, Lawrence? If you could choose any fullback.
Sorry?
I'd like to see Jetro Williams be re-signed.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion.
Well, yeah. I'm thinking if we're going to have Williams and Dummett, I'd also have 3 left backs rather than 3 right backs. Because we've seen the injuries for Dummett and Williams. As for the right back position, Kraft and Mankiel will probably go. Yedlin, I think, could go as well, to be fair. You know, he's only got a year.
Yeah, super Red Fan 15 said appointing Joe Kinnear as director of football.
I remember
said that
that,
about an hour ago. He'd never been given the job second time. I mean, team had been given the job to start with. I thought, bloody hell, like what went for here? You know what I mean? Then when he announced himself, he jumped out the closet. Oh, hi everybody, my name's Joe Kinnear. I'm back. Oh, Johan Kebab, what was it? Ben Afra.
Amma Moby.
Mama Moby, bloody Derek Lambisi.
Give the kid a chance.
Lambisi was the best one.
When he was like 31.
He rejected Mo Salah, I remember that. We were linked with Mo Salah and he rejected him. Steve McLaren failed his job. Yeah, he did. Sorry, go
on. In fairness, I think, Salah was 19, loan deal, so I don't think he would have had the same impact. I mean, he would have sold him on anyway if we signed him permanently.
Mike Ashley, he's literally about the pound signs.
Aye.
He's not bothered, you know what I mean? Like that's the way he's always been. But there we go. Next one, Jetro Williams and Max Aaron to be signed. He could do better than Norwich. Good players, but your thing is, would we?
I think Aaron will. I think Max Aaron will leave Norwich.
Steve McLaren was my club United assistant manager. Yeah, he was under Ferguson, wasn't he? Now he's field manager. Wally with the Brolly. I think after England, when he couldn't get the best generation of England players to succeed, then you're in trouble.
Thing is, like, how many people work under Fergie then got to be bad managers? Like him, Mark Hughes, who was there? Well, Paul Scholes wasn't there long for Oldham. Could count Steve Bruce actually. Sorry.
What about Mike Phelan at Hull? He wasn't very good, was he?
I thought he did all right considering the circumstances.
If Keegan back, could we revisit the Modric thing? I think Modric is he's too long done now. Let's have a look.
Charles,
yeah. CC, Joker, yeah, CC.
Right.
CC.
Ben Affrey.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, he said.
Hi.
Let's have a look. The next one is from Owen. Do you have any second favourite teams? For me, it's Aston Villa because my family moved from Birmingham to Newcastle, so I support Aston Villa as my second team. Do you have a second team, Lawrence?
I suppose you could say Gateshead.
Yeah, I'll go same. I had some family who support Hull, so I've got a bit of a soft spot for them. I do like to watch out for them. They're in a bit of a similar situation to Newcastle, like where they've been poorly run. Owners are a bit of dicks. They're not really.
But I like watching North Shields and Whitley Bay with local Northern League sides.
Yeah, it's the most important thing. If you could appoint a manager from Spain, Italy, France, or Germany, who would you appoint? Spain, Spain, not too sure. Italy, not too sure. I was going to say Allegri, but if you're thinking about current managers or what? I don't know if do you mean current managers or managers that are Italian, French? I don't know. If you could put that question in, it would be.
I think if you mean managers in the in those leagues, I know we'll link with Fabre and Dortmund.
Will you take them?
Yeah.
Paul Scholes is now a board member at Salford City. Well, yeah, it was a class of '92, wasn't it?
All right.
Let's have a look. Newcastle United yellow kit. Oh, that was the championship one, wasn't it? To be fair, it wasn't the best looking kit, but to be fair, it actually got the results in the championship. Like, it actually become one of the most famous kits. Got promoted, didn't it? Plymouth away, wasn't it? I enjoy watching Leyton Orient. Yeah, I know you've got a connection with Leyton Orient, haven't you? I thought you had a connection with Millwall as well. I could be wrong on that. I'm sure you did. Liam, yeah, I'm sure you did. Let's have a look at the next comment. What do you think of sorry, your question went. 1 second. Right, so what do you think are the future ambitions of Newcastle United? Well, hopefully, long-term progression. That's what I want to see.
Exactly.
I want to see the club move in the right direction. So we bring in Eddie Howe. I would love to see him bring Ake with him. Possibility. People say he's a bit overrated, though, isn't he? But
yeah,
is he overrated? I mean, I don't know. I think he's doing all right, to be fair. I mean, given where he's come from.
I think doing all right first 2 seasons, but maybe not so much this season.
One from Andrew NUFC says, "Great live stream, Sharky. Stay safe, everyone." Well, if you're going, well, thank you very much for coming in the live stream. Just before we get on to the next one, we're all going to be streaming for a little bit longer. If you haven't liked the stream, please do. We'll try and hit over 50 likes. That would be amazing. I will be streaming next Saturday at 8 o'clock. So if you haven't managed to get your comments in now and you've come in a bit late, I'm sure to get those comments read out for as well. And also, if you haven't subscribed, we're less than 20 subscribers away now from 3K. I want to try and hit that. So, yeah, please do. If you want to donate, you can in the super chat if you really want to. You don't have to, but it's there if you want to. Anyway, let's crack on with more comments. The next one is from Benjamin Murphy. Is it true when the takeover happens, Newcastle are going to change their name to Newcastle City? I don't think that's going to happen. Newcastle won't change.
There's already Newcastle City Junior.
I think we'll change the badge. I mean, I don't think there's wrong. Go on.
I think there's already a Newcastle City juniors in the area, so we've already got one Newcastle City team.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, they'll change the badge. I mean, there's no for commercial purposes. Yeah. I'm sure Man City have the same thing, didn't they? So it's a case of they could do that. My local team is Millwall, but I don't go to their games. I can probably understand why.
I suppose. Well, to be fair, being an Orient fan is definitely better than Millwall fan.
Something about Khashoggi. Wife wants it blocked. Can't see it though. If it was going to get blocked, it would have been blocked weeks ago. That's the way I look at it.
Aye.
The next one, let's have a look. So Super Red Fan 15 said, "Who's the worst owner? Tottenham owner Mike Ashley, David Gold, the Glazers, or Stan Kroenke?" All the other
definitely
owners
Mike
except.
Ashley.
Yeah, Mike Ashley's probably got to be the top. Thing is, Man United.
Yeah.
The thing is, they've got money, spent money. Lately, they've been buying stuff, but they've just not had the success to have it. You've had titles. You can't say you haven't had like Europa League or anything like that. You've won things. You know what I mean? We haven't. You've had money spent on it. We haven't. And if we have, it's been very little. It's been on the wrong players. What is your opinion on the remaining Premier League matches being played behind closed doors? Well, if we have to have that, so be it. But I'm not a fan of playing it at neutral grounds. I just don't think that's possible. I think you're just asking for trouble.
Yeah.
For me, it's a case of if we have to get the season concluded, then yeah, that's what we'll do. But if we can't, then I think for the health and safety of the football clubs, the fan supporters, players, coaches, whatever, I think it just has to be done on points per game to try and see if we can get.
Yeah, I agree. Points per game,
which we've already said. Let's have a look at the next one. George Culkin again reveals the latest information on a 300 million Saudi takeover. Well, that's what's been rumoured for a while. Though it's a case of just got to stay in and just wait and see. Stay patient.
Right.
People don't realise how bad Mike Ashley is unless they have a connection with Newcastle United. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're looking from outside in, you just think, well, Newcastle United Football Club, but if you go to the games, it's pretty bad. It's not good.
Yeah.
Football without the fans is nothing. Yeah, totally agree. The famous quote by Robbie Lyle of Arsenal Fan TV, bit of a good YouTube channel. Let's have a look at the next comment. So, do you think we will win the Premier League within 5 years, Champions League in 7 years? I wouldn't know how to answer that.
No, I think Champions League will take will take longer than that. Even for Chelsea, it took them 9 years. For Man City, they still haven't won it.
Next one is regarding the director of football. Who would you Newcastle United fans appoint as director of football? I think just someone like Kevin Keegan who knows the club inside out. You need someone who's got like Les Ferdinand from QPR would be a good shout.
Because Ruben Brothers have got connections with them, so I think it will be him.
I would definitely get Les Ferdinand. I think he's definitely got the experience. Manager from Spain, France, or Germany. Lawrence, who would you have from Spain, Italy, France, and Germany? Who would you choose? You could choose managers.
It's a difficult one, just because I haven't really followed. I don't really follow that much foreign football.
We don't. Yeah. Let's have a look. We don't really know, do we? So, something about AFC Filed was another one. What was he saying? AFC Filed will be in the same league as Gateshead next season. Is that an away game you could go to? Possibly. Not guaranteed, but.
Aye. Well,
you go again.
If it's point.
Away game? Don't you go?
I think it would usually be like the bank holiday games. So Hartlepool, York, Harrogate.
Yeah, there's local games, the ones that you can actually get to, can afford.
I think it's easier to get to the bank holiday games, but just because you haven't really got much else on.
Right. So next one is, why are people so against the takeover? For example, a lot of Premier League clubs. I think it's just due to the fact Newcastle could be one of the richest clubs in the world. They don't want Newcastle to succeed. Yeah, I mean, that could go on.
Yeah.
Right as well. You can understand, but listen, if you've gone through 13 years of dog shit, then I think we deserve some type of. It's not like we've had like a year of it. We've had 13 years of it. It's it's a decade. Alan Shearer as manager.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'd love to see it, but I can't.
I don't think Shearer. I don't think Shearer would ever make it as a manager because I just don't think he'd have the style, and I don't think he's got any intentions of coming into management again. As like why people are jealous, like terrified to take over. Well, they'll see what's happened with Man City, and Man City don't have anyone near the same fan base as what we've had. So they're kind of like terrified.
So which away matches do you plan to doing in the future? Hopefully a few next season. I'd love to get more away games if the season gets going again. I don't have a problem with a takeover. A lot of Man United fans do. I'm just going to skip through a few questions. If your questions don't come in, I do apologise. Would you ever appoint a manager from the MLS? I don't think so. Do you think Newcastle should retire the number 9 shirt?
No.
Yes, until we find somebody who's actually good enough for the shirt. Would you?
Not for me. Well, not for me. I would. Sorry.
Would you just keep giving out the number 9 shirt though to people who aren't proven though, like how we done it with Joe Linton, we done it with certain other strikers who haven't been good enough. I know Rondon was good, but Joe Linton's an example of it's just being tossed about. You know what I mean? It's number 9. It's an iconic number. I know you can't have the perfect number 9, but
if we keep giving out number 9 shirt to say players who aren't up to scratch, like Gale, Joe Linton. Well, Gale's good in the Championship, not so much in the Premier League. It's not going to look very good, but yeah. But I think if you plan better with strikers, then. Yeah, a bit more safe with giving number 9. You want to read out Dave's question?
In the Premier League, who do you think will go down? If it continues, who do you think's going down?
I think if it's 3 teams that go down, Norwich, Villa, Bournemouth. If it's just the 2, then Norwich and Villa.
Do you think Matty Longstaff should get a new contract? Yes or no? I'm saying yes.
Yeah.
I've said it before. Pochettino as manager and Rafa as director. I could see Poch as manager, but not Rafa Benitez as director. I don't think he'll come in. He's still got time in management though, Benitez.
All right.
Who would your typical Newcastle takeover team be? That's hard to say right now. We don't even know who's if it's going to happen or not. Christmas 365 said Pochettino. Yep. And then we'll go down to the last question so far that we've got. The number 9 shirt should be earned, not dished out to Tom, Dick, and Harry. I agree. But he's right though. That's what I'm saying. You can't just give it out to players who haven't earned it. For example, Joe Linton. He's just from from the German league. He hasn't scored double figures, right? And he's like the big name signing. How can he justify that he's a number 9 striker? He's not. They obviously knew from his position that he's a winger. Why would you give a winger a number 9 shirt? A striker is a number 9. He's not a striker. So surely, if that's the case, you give the number 9 back to Dwight Gale, who actually had it.
Oh yeah. What was I gonna say? I think part of the reason Gale and Cisse got number 9 is because the other striker there was happy to have another number.
Yeah, that's true. Do you miss the derbies versus Sunderland? I'll say I do actually. I do. Not now. I don't miss it as much now because it's only been has it been 3 or 4 seasons now that we've not played them. But the thing is, it's a case of
4 years.
Yeah, 4 years. Like, we need to focus on ourselves. Like, we need to try and sort our club out, and then they need to sort themselves out. They've gone into League One and they still haven't. They still haven't progressed. That second season now in League One. They could potentially have a third season in League One. They've still got ownership problems. They've brought in an owner, and apparently he doesn't want to be there anymore. So, we've both got the same problems. It's apart from where 2 leagues better off. But yeah, obviously, of course, I want the derbies back. I hate to see them go bust. But the point is, we're not going to get with derbies back unless they progress and we progress. They both need to progress.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I just love to play them, say, in the cups, just so we can finally beat them. But I'm just really wishing we'd won that last derby against them. Would have price stayed up, and things would have been a lot better for her.
But they were getting the buzz, though, weren't they, with the checker trade? Remember when we played the under-23s?
Aye, and obviously, first team derbies. Not just knocking them out the under-23 or under-18 cups every year.
So, a question from Benjamin Murphy said, "Would you sell all Newcastle United players and start from scratch?" I wouldn't let get rid of all of them. I'd keep at least maybe 6 or 7 of them, the ones that we've mentioned.
Aye, I think. There's players we can keep, and we can't just have them a mass clear out. Well, we could, but we can't just afford sell say players like Almiron, Lascelles.
Maximin, fan favourite. Almiron's the same. They're fan favourites. The long staffs. The local lads. You can't just discard them from the side. You know what I mean? You've got to try and work them and make them become better players with better players around them. If we get Takeover, that's possible.
Yeah. Anyway.
Do you miss playing Middlesbrough now? Obviously, there's a divide. Obviously, some people class this as a derby. I actually don't. I know they call it the Tyne Tees derby, but how do you see the fixture against Middlesbrough? In my opinion, I think we could lose 3-0 at St James's Park, and I wouldn't be asked. It wouldn't mean as much as what it would mean against Sunderland. How do you see it?
Nowhere near. I've never been a Newcastle Middlesbrough first team game because we haven't played them for 10 years. The 1 year they get back in the Premier League is the 1 year we're in the Championship. I don't. I've been to a couple of under 21, 23 games against them. Both times lost 1-0. It didn't really feel even it would against Sunderland in the derbies at that level.
Before we go on to this question, Jody said a couple of good, decent, funny things actually. Sunderland future is gloom, and we could be watching their team at the Gated International Stadium. That is possible. And he also added, the Tyne Tees derby sounds like the ITV news.
It does, to be fair.
It does to be fair. Do you think the squad is going to be made around St Maximin? I think it will be. And Almiron, I think they're 2 of our better players, or more creative players going forward. Shelby you could put Shelby in there as well, but that's the thing. He doesn't get mentioned now. He's got a contract.
I'd say St Maximin, Almiron are the 2 players we should look to build around.
Yeah. What about Shelby though? He's just signed a new contract. You think where does his future lie?
I think potentially be more of he probably won't start. He won't start as many games, but potentially, I think if he hadn't signed a contract, he'd probably be off. But he could be one of those players he starts 1 game, comes out, just for rotation.
Liam anyway said you don't want to buy a new team like Villa and Fulham. Well, the thing is with Villa and Fulham though, they've like banked on trying to stay in the Premier League. They've got all this money and it just obviously hasn't worked out. Villa technically can still stay up. They've got a game in hand. It could turn around for them. Fulham, yeah, okay, they're a big example of that. But there's one here. Which players do you think we'll bring in? I think we've sort of covered that. I think we're not too sure, but you would see like a Word or a Koulibaly or something like that.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
Go on.
I think Fulham, they just tried to run before they could walk. Sign big names like Schürrle and Seri.
No, but the thing is, you don't blame in the sense. I know you don't like to buy that you can't spend. But look at Fulham are okay. Like, yeah, they've spent a lot of money on all these players. At least they have to. Like, they're not just. Go on.
It's just a defence. They should have done a lot more with. A bit like us in last time we got relegated. I mean, I think they bought one defender, Alfie Mawson, who wasn't even that good the previous season, and it just showed.
The thing is though, right? When I look at Fulham, like, yeah, if you're going to go down, at least then show your fans that you actually spent money on players. Even if it doesn't work out, like they spent over 100 million, I'm just like said, oh, actually, we'll keep the current squad for what it is. We'll just spend like 20, 30 million quid, and then go down and think actually the fans are going to be disgusted. Like, they actually have a decent style. They actually, they thought, right, okay, we'll take it seriously. They're taking advantage of what they've been given, from the Premier League's TV rights and the promotion. You got to remember, the lottery of winning the playoffs, there's a lot of money in it as well. You get more from winning the playoffs than you do in actually winning the league.
I think that's ridiculous, personally. But
no, but it gives more incentive to try and finish in the playoffs. You know what I mean? It's a bit more of a say now. Okay, you battled through like these, 2 games in the first and second leg. And then Wembley in the big pressure game. I can see why that is.
Yeah, I just think they need to build up and think, all right, well, if we stay up, then we can keep building. That's what they should have just had the attitude of, rather than thinking, we can get Europa League straight away.
Do you think the wheelie bins will be a tradition and stay at Newcastle United? Yeah, Mike Ashley's still there. Yeah, definitely. Mbappe in Newcastle, love to see it, but it won't happen. The next one is from Jody, and he said, do you think Isaac Hayden could play for England in the future? Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
But why not? He's become a better player, I'd say.
But to be honest, I think if Eric Dyer was at a mid-table club and Isaac Hayden was, say, a squad player at a top 6 club, Isaac Hayden would be getting in over Eric Dyer.
Do you think Newcastle United are safe? Do you think Newcastle are safe for 30? We're going to win.
You could see us going down if the restart. I mean, I can't.
You say we're going down?
I mean, well, to be honest, no. I say you can't see us going down.
Oh, definitely not. I couldn't. Yeah, we're going to win a couple of games. You know what I mean? Do you think that Wolverhampton Wanderers manager would be a good manager at Newcastle United? I think he's got a project going on at Wolves, so I don't really want to speak about him. Personally, I don't think it'd be right. Yeah. Nuno wouldn't do Wolves for us. He's already building the project. Yeah, you can't speak about other managers when they've got a project going. Doesn't matter how big the club is. You can't do that within their contract. Plus, they're in Europa League, so why would you want to jeopardise what they're doing this season? You wouldn't think so. Let's have a look. So, this is Christmas. I feel bad for Lascelles because, yes, he's captain now, but in a few years' time, this takeover, he will be nothing more than a squad depth type player. I don't know. I mean, stranger things have happened.
Potentially, but I mean, see what the new manager wants to do.
Let's have a look. So the next one, would you guys take Allegri? I would. To be fair,
I would.
I don't know. He hasn't been in the Prem before, but I would definitely give him a shot. What about you?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think maybe he might be Chelsea's next manager unless we get him.
There was one from Lane before. Let's say Norwich, Villa, and Bournemouth go down. How would they do in the Championship? I'll give you my opinion first. I think Norwich would be okay. I think Norwich have got the experience of coming between the Premier League and the Championship. Villa, I think, would be the same. I think you give them a couple of seasons. I think they'd come back. But for Bournemouth, they'd be the one I'd struggle with for them because I think they've got a smaller ground. I think there wouldn't be the attraction anymore.
In my opinion, I think Norwich would do all right, even though they'd probably lose Cantwell and Aaron. But I think Pukki would refine his form and get them at least top 6. Villa, I think it depends on the the attitude of the players. Yeah, I mean, they might like
Like Villa, like I think they're a big club. Like for me, they'd be one of your favourites to go back up. Like Norwich have got the the Championship club experience. I think it would just be Bournemouth because you know how you get a club that comes through the leagues. I think if Bournemouth would go down, they've got a small ground. I just don't think they would really get the attraction like any more than what they would have. They get a parachute payment, but how would you still be able to attract the same players? I don't think you would. Eddie Howe would be there for a start.
Because I think they spent quite a lot on players and they're paying like a lot of wages. I mean, they'll probably lose those players, but we'll see what happened to Portsmouth, and they spent a lot on players, money, transfer fees, wages.
They're a decent club, Portsmouth.
Aye.
Do you think Steve Bruce has rode his luck this season?
Potentially, you could argue.
He had a bit of a bad start, didn't he? I mean, I don't even want to talk about that. Do you think we have a good chance to win this year's FA Cup? Well, if it gets back on again, yeah, why not? I think players will be fit. Jabraka will be back.
Aye. Well, I think I could start in August, a bit like the Champions League. But yeah, I think could happen. The players might get a boost off the takeover. They might be like, oh no, we need to play a lot better, otherwise we're gonna get sold. Or they might just have the boost, just like good morale.
Mike Ashley not taking the cup seriously was ridiculous. Accepted defeats to Stevenage and Brighton. Yeah, don't even remind us of that.
I blame probably the players, and personally, I blame the players more than Pardew for those games. Players and Pardew for those games, because I think the team who put out, they were like more than good enough to win the games. I
have heard that there won't be relegations, just promotions. I'd love to see how they're going to go around with that decision. Sorry, go on, Lawrence.
Well, potentially, I think this is an idea you were speaking of. Leeds, West Brom come up, nobody goes down. We'll have extra relegations next season.
They've been the two most consistent clubs in the Championship this season. They play the best football. Fulham, for me, have never looked like being in the automatics. Like, the thing is, how are they any better than Brentford? I mean, that's the only one thing I feel sorry for is Brentford, because they're the one club I think could have actually had a chance of automatics if they kept the season going. They look really good.
Aye. If they weren't going to do it, I think you'd have to probably cancel the Carabao Cup to let these Premier League clubs play the extra 4 games. Like, to be honest, the Carabao Cup, I'm not even sure it does exist.
All right, so is it Sad NSF? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're well. Do you think Bournemouth will actually upgrade their stadium now in the Premier League? In my opinion, I think if they stay up again, they're going to have to. They got 12,500 capacity, or even 11,000. It might be something like that. Blackpool, they only had three stands when they got promoted. They had to go to 16,000. But what happens to Bournemouth? I think it's getting to the point now where I think they might have to, Lawrence. They're going to have to make.
I agree.
Even have to know how the ground's got like loads of gaps in it in each corner. They might have to fill that in just to get more people. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I much prefer grounds that are more like they have seats like all around in the corners, not like the ones with gaps like that one, Molineux. I think Villa Park.
They've got plenty of space around that stadium to build bigger stands. They have.
Yeah.
Right. So, how would Leeds, West Brom, and Fulham do in the Premier League? I think if them 3 went up, I think Leeds would be all right, but West Brom I'm not too sure about, and Fulham, I don't know. Fulham would do it again. I think they'd be all right.
I think Leeds would do well with Bielsa. West Brom, I think they're going to need new midfielders. Get rid of Barry, because they'll get enough run by like our midfield when playing in the cup. Yeah, they did well at the end, but it was too late. As for Fulham, I think not for me is one of those places like too good for the Championship, not good enough for the Premier League. I think again it'll depend on like the players' attitudes.
What is your opinion on parachute payments? I think they are wrong because it gives the teams down an advantage. I'm actually for it because it helped us twice get promoted back to the Premier League. So in a sense, I'm actually for it. If it wasn't for the parachute payments, I think we might have struggled.
I don't really have much an opinion on it. I don't really have an opinion on it.
That's fair enough. That's completely fine. Next question is from Benjamin Murphy. Who is Newcastle United's best player this season? He's put I think he's either saying Joe Linton to be sarcastic or Joe Linton for an example. Who, for me, I have to say, I think my best player this season would be ASM. He just makes things happen.
I'd say Dubravka.
The fact he's unsung because he's goalkeeper. He keeps winning the matches, isn't it?
Aye.
Remember Chef Takuchi? Yeah, I do. He's probably better than Joe Linton, to be fair. He's done a better job. Let's have a look at the next one. He's from, it would be nice to see the Messiah back at the club as director of football. Yeah, I think if you're going to bring Kevin Keegan back, you got to bring him back in that sort of role because he understands the club and you need somebody who has that connection with the fans. Yeah, completely true. Would you take Shearer as part of the backroom staff? If he wants to come in, I don't see why not. But his alliances lead with match of the day. He's better off being a pundit. I think he understands football. He understands the game. Premier League's all-time goal scorer. I think he's better off a pundit personally. I think that's why he feels comfortable.
I think I'd offer him a job, but I think he likes match of the day.
Let's have a look at the next one. So the next one is from Liam NUFC. Difference between Blackpool and Bournemouth is Oyston took the money out of the club into their personal business. Yeah, that's true. That's the way footballers operate these days, though. It's not about loyalty these days. It's about how much you make from the TV and how much you get from the fans.
Yeah.
Do you think we could build onto St James's Park to seat more fans? We could do, but where do you do it? Where do you do it?
Aye. You probably have to.
Where do you do it?
Knock down some houses, to extend the east. If you're going to extend the east stand.
Do you think that the quarterfinals of the FA Cup is going to be played at Wembley?
Possibility.
Well, it's a possibility, but I would love to have seen it at St James's Park, even if it's behind closed doors, because that's where the fixture should be at. I just think it's a shame for us. We're afternoon evening out against Manchester City. I think it's a real shame, and fans should be refunded.
And to be fair, if it was at Wembley, Man City would probably destroy us on that pitch.
Yeah, you should say that because they've got a good side, but on a one-off match, I think we can go toe-to-toe with anybody. I think, Newcastle United Football Club, we've got, when the fans get going and we get behind the lads, I think we could beat the side. You know what I mean? Man City, this season they drew 2-2 with us. I mean, we never gave up. Do you know what I mean? I mean, fair enough. The lads could have put their heads down. When his face scored that goal. He scored that goal. And then Shelby from nowhere.
Aye. And also, only lost 2-1 at Etihad last season.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're never lost by much. You know what I mean? It's a case of, I wouldn't give up on the lads personally. I think against anybody on the day, that's the one thing I will say in the Mike Ashley era. Yeah, fair enough. We may not have the best of sides, but against the so-called bigger sides, I didn't think at home we were so bad.
Aye.
It's only a way where we struggled. At home, I think we could beat anybody at home.
Yeah,
I really do. Worst game under the Mike Ashley era, you could say the Sunderland ones, but for a heavy scoreline, heavy defeat, I would say the 6-0 for Liverpool under Pardew.
That game.
That was fucking horrible.
Aye. As what was I going to say, for me, I'm going to go with probably the 3-0 against Sunderland the second time, just because Wood just never got going in that game. Just set off, just absolutely scared.
Yeah.
We made Jordi Altidore look world class.
They're the obvious ones, but if you look at the less obvious ones, but even on our Liverpool or a big club and they've got good players like Suarez and that, but we lost 6-0, but we could have lost 9,
Suarez
10,
wasn't
11,
even
12.
playing that game. Because Suarez didn't even play that game because he got banned.
No, but you know what I mean. They had a very good side, but imagine they played like Suarez, we would knackered.
Aye.
We're quite lucky in it. You know what I mean? There was Rodgers Liverpool against Alan Pardew's bloody black and white army. We couldn't expand similar reason with Leyton Orient as the ground, Brisbane Road, there's houses around the stadium. But I think Bournemouth, there's plenty of space though. They're on the seaside. They've got plenty of space on. I've seen it. I've looked around the ground, they've got plenty of space. Right. I'm from the status being at St James Park on a match day as electric as it can be. Yeah, exactly, mate. It's great to have people like yourself from different parts of the world. I'll let you know where he's all coming from. Where he's all coming from around the world, let us know. Let's have a look at this question. What is your opinion on the Strawberry Place getting upgrading, and could it stop Newcastle Stadium getting expanded? Well, it will do.
Yeah.
We've got a one on Brendan Rodgers from Jody. Brendan Rodgers, what do you think of him? I think he's a very good, underrated manager. I'm kind of glad that Leicester sort of took a punt on him after what he did at Celtic. I know it's easy to go to Scotland and win something. I could go there and win something at Celtic, but the fact that like a club like Leicester, where they were having high moments, they gave Brendan Rodgers that chance, and look what he's doing with them.
Yeah.
I think if they're going to win a domestic cup, another cup, I think Rodgers, to me, is a perfect manager. I actually wanted Rodgers at Newcastle when Benitez, when there was talk of like Benitez potentially not re-signing his contract or getting this new deal. Don't know what you were thinking at the time. He was linked this time last year.
Do you mean? Oh, well, he wasn't going to leave Leicester.
He was rumours of him leaving Celtic, so there was talk of him obviously potentially replacing Benitez.
Yeah.
Obviously, Benitez was on the job.
I'd have taken over Steve Bruce.
Right. So, what aspects of Newcastle need changing? The whole lot.
Yeah.
Everything needs changed. The whole club needs changed from top to bottom. The whole thing needs completely. It needs a fresh makeover. That's what it needs. Liam NOC, can you see turn into a plastic club like Man City now? I hope not. But it is one thing that concerns me. That will be outpriced. Like a lot of fans will want to go now, and that will not be at the end of the ground. Even those who didn't renew their season tickets, the fact that they could lose their season tickets, they'll not get them seats back. Fans will just be turned up from all over the world who didn't have any care about Newcastle, and now they do. That we've got to take over. That's one thing that does kind of concern me. Do you think it'll be turned into a plastic? I can't say it personally, but you still got to be wary that it could be a thing.
I just hope we don't get priced out and of like going to matches. I think those who went to the games under during the dark times, it's no disrespect to anyone who's boycotted. Maybe they should probably get first priority on season tickets. Say that we get that much demand that becomes a waiting list. Obviously, I wouldn't want season tickets just to be bought by people who are just going to go to the big games, not these people who have the attitude of, I'm not going to go to a game because it's only Bournemouth or Crystal Palace.
Yeah, I just think it's a case of watch this space again on that one, isn't it? Bye, guys. Yeah, mate, thank you very much for coming into the stream. And this is going to be the last question now, because we are going to wrap up the stream now for this one, and I will be back again next Saturday. So this is the last question. It's from I would get Rafa as manager because he knows that the club better than get Poch after a few years. Yeah, I agree with that. I think Rafa for me would be a safe option, but Poch again, you never know. But
I agree.
Yeah, guys, that's been my stream now for the rest of the night. I just want to say a massive thank you to Lawrence for coming into the stream.
All right, and I'll see you at 6 o'clock for our quiz.
Yes, and I'm going to beat you this time. Now you're the host, aren't you? So
yeah.
Of course. Anyway, Lawrence, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. And I hope to see you back on the stream next week.
All right, yeah.
Take it easy, Lawrence. Bye-bye. Right, guys, that's going to be the end of the stream for tonight. Thank you very much for all of your company. Thank you to everybody who has come in and joined the stream. Thank you to everyone who has said all the nice words and got involved with the channel tonight. Thank you to everybody who subscribed. Thank you to everybody who stuck the thumbs up on the stream. If you haven't, please do make sure you put your comments down as well, and make sure you comment on recent videos that I've done out as well over the past week. And thank you very much for all your continued support this week. And I want to try and get the channel to 3,000 subscribers. We're now less than 20 away, so if you can go along and subscribe after you've watched this, that'll be amazing of you. And like I say, it's completely free of charge. I'll be getting plenty more content out over the next few days. So yes, keep a watch out on the channel. Turn your notification bell on if you haven't, for more content from myself. And one thing I will say is stay safe. Make sure that you're speaking to your friends and your family, at a distance, and making sure that you're supporting one another. And yeah, it is difficult for everybody, but we will get through this. We will finally get Mike Ashley out of the football club. We will finally get our takeover. It will finally get a manager. If it's not Bruce, somebody who can take the club forward. And like I say, with new owners, new ideas, fresh direction, and everybody will be happy once more. And we'll be able to go back to the football club, hopefully this season, see out the FA Cup and try and win it. Try and do well in the Premier League. And, next season we could be seeing better times. So, yeah, I just want to say a massive thank you to everybody, who's just taken time out to be part of the stream tonight. And for everybody who, has, just been a great support to me over the past month or so. And with the takeover, obviously the channel has risen because of that. But not just that, I think changing the name, the content as well, I think has improved in parts and could still be improved. Things will improve, of course, as when the season gets back up and running and the shops are opening up and stuff like that. But for now, it's difficult. But getting a bit tired now. But thank you very much. It's been 5 hours of good company. Please, 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 I'll say it once more. Please subscribe to the channel. Please like the video. Please comment down below. Follow me on social media. TOON Army TV on Instagram and Twitter. Give me a follow and I'll follow you back. And yes, stay tuned for more videos on this channel. So as I always say, and I'll say it again, make sure that you keep it tuned and make sure that you always keep an eye on the news and making sure you are staying safe and keeping well. Okay, so until the next one, I'll see you all later. How are the lads?